friends, and welcome back to Garhdo Goes Geek. Last year, I did a retrospective history of the X-Men comic books, starting from their first issue in 1963. I think I managed to get all the way up to the Onslaught and Operation Zero Tolerance sagas in the late 90s, a lot of which then formed the basis for stories that were seen in X-Men 97, or at least season 1 of that. I've always had the intention to come back and finish the story, as it were. This is the second part of that story, where I'm going to be looking at the X-Men comics throughout the late 90s and early 2000s, all the way up to about 2008 with a story Messiah complex. There are some amazing changes here for the X-Men and for mutantkind in general. I'm very much looking forward to covering this stuff, and so hopefully you'll join me as we take a look at the rest of the astonishing history of the Uncanny X-Men. Stick around, it's going to be good. Firstly, before I go too far, I just want to say there was some stuff in the last episode where I was talking about the X-Men that I got wrong. I'm not ashamed to admit that. Part of it is because of not having read these stories for a very long time. Part of it is just confusion of stories that, I've read about but not read directly. But yeah, since the last episode, I've gone back, I've reread a couple of the titles that I talked about, things like Extinction Agenda, Executioner's Song. There's probably a lot of very, very good bits that I neglected to mention. The last time, for example, I talked about Cameron Hodge. I forgot to mention that during Limbo, Cameron Hodge made a deal with a demon so that he would be immortal. And then when he betrayed X Factor, Archangel cut his head off, which is what led to his role in Extinction Agenda, because his head didn't die. So the Genosians gave him this new robotic body, which he used to fight the X-Men. Or things like, having gone back and read Executioner's Song, it actually holds up a lot better than I remember. There's bits such as the origins of Cable and Strife aren't really explained in a lot of depth throughout the story, but they are very much hinted at. And yeah, a lot of it is kind of unnecessary action. Like there's a whole section with the Mutant Liberation Front, which was like a mutant terrorist group that Strife had formed. And the X-Men kind of go after them. But it's a lot better than I remembered. It was nice seeing a lot of their teams interact in different ways. Like, seeing a strike team formed of Havoc, Polaris, Storm, Boomer. I think Colossus was there and a few others as well. Colossus as well is another one I forgot to mention. When he went through the Siege Perilous, he became a painter. And the X-Men, when they originally found him, kind of left him to his life. They decided he was happy, and they left him to it. It was the Shadow King that gave him his memories back when he used him to attack Xavier. There's also, again, some other major characters of the era that I've kind of skipped over in the last one, like Stevie Hunter, who was originally is a human from Westchester, who was hired to be the X-Men's dance teacher. She's also responsible for one of the more notable moments in Kitty Pryde's history, when Kitty uses the N-word to her. I believe Kitty's trying to make a point about the term mutie. It doesn't quite work. Like, Stevie Hunter is black, she's African American, and Kitty uses the M-word and sort of compares, the abuse that mutants are facing to the abuse that African Americans face. And I get what Claremont is going for. I don't think it works particularly well. I mean, the metaphor has always been there with the X-Men, but I think in this particular instance, very heavy-handed. Very heavy-handed. That said, there's a lot of good stuff in the previous episode. If you want to go back and listen to it, if you haven't already, I basically covered everything from the the dawn of the X-Men in the 60s, right up until sort of the late 90s. I think I touched on. I think I ended with the Onslaught saga and Operation Zero Tolerance, and concluded a lot of that stuff. A lot of that stuff has been visited in X-Men 97 since I spoke about it. And there's some other stuff that I'm going to be talking about in a minute. There's also referenced in X-Men 97 as well. I am going to do an episode where I do cover X-Men 97, whether it's a full episode or as part of my MCU retrospective. I'm not decided yet. Depends how much I have to say. But your boy liked X-Men 97. I thought it was very, very good. I enjoyed quite a lot of it. And I love the plot lines that it was able to sort of condense and shuffle around, and improve upon in some ways, like what it did with Madeline, for example. The storyline for Madeline, there's some very negative parts of it, like the fact that Cyclops just abandons her and leaves her in the comics to go join X Factor just because Jean is alive, and Madeline slaps him across the face for it, rightly so, because he's abandoning her and Nathan, which then leads to her having a relationship with Havoc. Bit weird that she ends up with Scott's brother, but but yeah, a lot of interesting stuff in 97. Like 97, Madeline wasn't as hard done by in 97 as she was in the comics, and it meant the whole woman goes evil for her child was done a bit better as well. So yeah, because it's one of those poor tropes, and I think after the MCU had kind of dropped the ball with what it did with Wanda in Multiverse of Madness, I think approaching Madeline in a different way was definitely a better approach. But yeah, let's get talking about how the X-Men managed the 2000s, the 2010s, and the 2020s. There's a lot of very good stuff here. So now, I will just say, obviously, as this episode is intended to be more of a partner piece to the previous one, I'm not going to reiterate a huge amount of what I said there. However, I am going to give a bit of a sort of state of play of where the X-Men were at this point. So, Professor Xavier, the founder of the X-Men, had been in custody of Bastion, the anti-mutant leader of Operation Zero Tolerance. Bastion had been defeated, however, Xavier was still missing. Bastion had turned out to actually be a reformed version of Nimrod from the Days of Future Past timeline, and sort of a new villain all by himself. Bastion ended up in custody. He would later encounter Cable and some other things like that. But I'll get to that in a minute. The X-Men here at the time were Wolverine, Cannonball, who was a former member of the New Mutants, Storm, Rogue, and several new... Iceman as well, I believe, was still part of the team at the time, and several new recruits. The new recruits were Marrow, who was a former mutant terrorist and a former member of the Morlocks. She's able to sprout bones, which she can use as weapons. Maggot, who was quite a mysterious character with a connection to Magneto. And and the character of Cecilia Reyes, who was a mutant who was a surgeon. She's unable to control her powers, and her life basically got turned upside down when she was outed as a mutant while at work during the early days of Operation Zero Tolerance. The other major member of the X-Men at this time is a character called Joseph. Joseph seems to be a younger clone of Magneto, but very little is known about him. He seems to be a younger version of Magneto. So no one knows sort of where he's come from, but he has memory loss. He doesn't remember his life as Magneto, and he's got quite a strong connection with Rogue of all the X-Men and has this mysterious past. Maggot is obviously very interested in him. Maggot's been following him across the country. There's other X-Men members who are kind of associated with the team. Scott Summers and Jean Grey, who are now married, they take a leave of absence from the team here because Scott was quite badly wounded during the Operation Zero Tolerance debacle. Angel and Psylocke are both away from the X-Men as well. They're both in recovery. Archangel still has his metal wings from his transformation at the hands of Apocalypse. They're slowly healing after being damaged by Sabretooth. Psylocke, who also was wounded by Sabretooth, she got given new magical shadow melding powers as a result of an adventure that Archangel and Wolverine went on to heal her. And they end up getting involved with that magical realm called the Ebon Dawn in a limited series at around this time. And Beast is also a member of the X-Men. He's not a mainstay member, but he is still around. Gambit is missing. He has been left in the Antarctic by Rogue after it was revealed that he led the Marauders into the Morlock tunnels, which caused the Mutant Massacre, and lied about it to the rest of the X-Men. So he's been abandoned and left alone. Bishop has been lost on an adventure in space. Meanwhile, the other X-Men teams, there's the government team X Factor. They're currently dealing with some sort of quite nasty government oversight, such as forcing the villains Mystique and Sabretooth onto the team. So as a result, Forge, Polaris, and a couple of others are quite nervous about what X Factor truly is. Havoc is undercover with the Dark Beast's new Brotherhood, and that gets explored throughout the final issues of X Factor before Havoc ends up in a parallel universe where he experiences the effects of the Mutant X comic, which is basically him exploring that parallel universe where Havoc is not a member of the X-Men. He leads his own team called the Six. It's quite good. I do quite recommend Mutant X, especially the first 12 issues, because it was originally intended as like a 12-issue limited series, like a maxi series type thing, but they did carry it on for about 32 issues. But the original 12 issues are very solid. Other teams, there's the mutant team X-Force. Their former mentor, Cable, is sort of running around on his own as well, dealing with ways to kind of prepare and safeguard the future from a possible rise of Apocalypse. X-Force themselves are a group of students. They've kind of cut ties with Cable in recent years and kind of gone off and done their own thing. Mutants on the team include Danielle Moonstar, Warpath, Boomer, Boom Boom. She's had several different names. I think she's called Meltdown at this particular point. Richter and Shatterstar, who have been kind of estranged from the team but are now sort of coming back to them. And there's a few other members. Domino is the other main member. She's kind of like their leader, along with Moonstar. Deadpool's also running around the Marvel universe. He's starting to. He has one of his big major series start at this point as well, which is his third volume, written by Joe Kelly. It's a lot of what Deadpool is really known for starts here. Up until now, Deadpool's been kind of like a mercenary villain character. We've seen him have some run-ins with the X-Force member Siren, who he's got a sort of budding relationship with. We've also seen him have a history with Juggernaut and Black Tom Cassidy, and he was involved in some other stuff involving Cable's time-lost son, posing as like a weapons vendor type person. There was a lot going on in early Deadpool stuff. But yeah, some of it was interesting, some of it not. There's also another group of mutant students around, which is Generation X. Main members there include Jubilee, Chamber, Husk, who is the younger sister of Cannonball, Penance, who is completely mute and has a tenuous connection to Monet St. Croix, who is a very superpowered character. There's also Skin and Cinch. During the Operation Zero Tolerance crossover, Monet is revealed to actually be sort of a combined character. So rather than the teenage character that she appears to be, she's actually two young twins, Nicolette and Claudette, who kind of bonded together and used their mutant powers to become Monet. And it was later revealed that Monet is actually Penance, and Nicolette and Claudette are her sisters, and that she was transformed into Penance by her brother Emplate, who is like this mutant vampire. Yeah, it was all a bit muddled. Generation X are also aided at this point. Well, they're mentored by Emma Frost, the former White Queen of the Hellfire Club, and Banshee, a former member of the X-Men. There's also a final mutant team in Britain known as Excalibur. Excalibur is working with Moira McTaggart. Main members there include Shadowcat, Nightcrawler, who is the team leader, Colossus, formerly of the X-Men, who recently joined the Acolytes as well, and is still mourning the death of his little sister Ileana. The group has recently been joined by Pete Wisdom, a member of Britain's MI6 and a mutant member, who is sort of taking the team in a very different direction. The team also includes Wolfsbane, who is like a former New Mutant and a kind of ward of Moira McTaggart, and Captain Britain and his wife Megan are still linked to the team as well. They've been going through some changes. They're also linked to a lot of multiverse stuff. Not so much in the modern day in this era of the comics, but in the past definitely we're linked to a lot more multiverse stuff. Captain Britain is also the brother of Psylocke of the X-Men, so there's their connections there. He's not a mutant himself, but as obviously his wife is, his family is, so there's a lot of connections there. It was recently revealed during Gambit's trial that Magneto, being thought dead, is actually alive. So we don't know. There's a lot of things up in the air about who Joseph is and what is going on there, because obviously if Magneto is running around, then that means Joseph can't be Magneto. So what's going on, especially because this Magneto seems to be in complete control of his faculties, where it was his mental shutdown at the hands of Xavier that led to Onslaught, which is the reason why Xavier was in custody. So yeah, there's a lot going on, and the late 90s was a bit of a, like I said, a bit of an upheaval. X Factor sort of came to a conclusion, which led to Mutant X, as I mentioned earlier. Excalibur started to kind of run down and sort of finish its own story set in Britain. X-Force still kind of evolved and changed directions. They kind of linked back up with Cable. There was some more further changes there as these kids were kind of growing up. Cannonball left the X-Men, ended up coming back to X-Force, and sort of staying there. The X-Men titles at the time, there's two of them, Uncanny X-Men and X-Men. And they would both sort of be written during this point by Joe Casey and Steven Seagal. They are the comic writers that went on to form, along with Joe Kelly, Man of Action. Man of Action is known for a lot of things. They have quite a big impact in animation, especially. They've been, they've got this
quite proven track record in films, comic books, television. You know, they've worked on Ben 10, Big Hero 6 for Disney, lots and lots of stuff. And they were writing X-Men at this time. And I don't think their run is great. I think there's a lot up in the air that's never really explained. They introduced some very interesting ideas, like Rogue struggling to control her powers, you know, and sort of manifesting powers that she absorbed previously. Like there's a few times in some of their early issues where she sprouts claws because she's previously absorbed Wolverine. They also tie up some other sort of existing plot threads, like they sort of sideline Joseph and have him go off with the Israeli mutant Sabra to kind of find out a bit more about his origins. But that all kind of happens off screen. They also introduce a new Alpha Flight group and feature them in conflict with the X-Men. The new Alpha Flight group is quite interesting. There's some interesting new mutants in there. But you know, Radius and Flex were two that were quite prominent. They were brothers. But they, you know, I didn't read the Alpha Flight title at the time. You know, it's not on Marvel Unlimited, so I'm not able to read it. And yeah, it wasn't great. And eventually, you know, they would leave the books. They did some good stuff while they were here. There was one very, very nice issue with oh no, I'm actually thinking of something that came later. But yeah, they were working on the X-Men for a while, and they eventually did sort of bring more characters in and sort of tie things together. But for me, the years where they're part of it is a bit muddled, and not really worth rereading or revisiting until you get to what I'm going to call the Hunt for Xavier and the Magneto War, which were two story arcs that kind of followed back to back after a little reboot called Children of the Atom, which I think was around about the 35th anniversary. So let's go from there.
Actually, I may have probably been a bit too dismissive of some of the late 90s stuff there. There were some good things, like there was a very good issue where Cecilia Reyes attempted to go back to her old life as like an ER surgeon, but she ended up getting brought in to treat both Daredevil, who had a gunshot wound, and Pyro, who was struggling with the effects of the legacy virus, with like his powers going out of control, like he was literally on fire. And you know, she was getting brought in by the other doctors, the other surgeons, to deal with these like superpowered incidents, and she realized that was kind of all she was to them now, because since she'd been outed as a mutant, so she ended up kind of disheartened with the whole thing and ended up kind of staying with the X-Men for a while. Archangel also got his original wings back. Like, he was doubled over in pain, and there was a story with Ozymandias there as well, and eventually his metal wings kind of shattered and his original wings came out from underneath. That was pretty cool. I did like that. The exploration of Maggot's origins and how it turned out that he'd like tried to run away as a child because he felt he was a burden, because he couldn't eat properly, he needed special medication, special food, and then it turned out like, no, that was because of the maggots, Eenie and Meenie, inside him, and Magneto kind of encountered him when he was a child and saved his life. Maggot actually got some quite good development. There was one point where he was actually scared that his maggots were eating people, because people in Westchester started turning up missing, and there was a couple of like quite grisly murder scenes that Wolverine ended up going and investigating, but it turned out it was actually in the Nagari. Now the Nagari are essentially other dimensional demons that can access our world through the Marvel world, through a portal on the mansion grounds. And the most famous story featuring the Nagari is Uncanny X-Men 143, which is where a Nagari comes in and attacks the mansion, and the only person in the mansion is Kitty, and it's Christmas. And they did actually at one point talk about making that into a movie, but they never did. There was also a story called the Psy War with the Shadow King, where he manipulated Psylocke into unleashing this powerful telepathic wave, which allowed the Shadow King to sort of dominate the astral plane. But she ended up getting saved because of the Crimson Dawn abilities that she had, the kind of magic abilities that had saved her life after being wounded by Sabretooth. And that then led to the Shadow King getting imprisoned by Betsy's mind, but that left her kind of unable to use her powers, her telepathy. There was also, obviously, like I said, there was cool stuff with Rogue kind of struggling with her powers. She ended up like manifesting old abilities, like she ended up popping Wolverine's bone claws a couple of times, which led to her getting extra training from Wolverine, but also her actually attempting to seek a cure and only getting stopped by Mystique, who sort of destroyed the cure. But it turns out this cure would have actually worked. So this is why I'm also a big defender of the whole storyline in X-Men 3, where it's like Rogue actually cures herself, because some of the earliest comics I read featured that as a plot thread. So yeah, what was happening the rest of the X-Men at the time? Bishop's still stuck in space with Deathbird, and Deathbird was actually manipulating him into believing that the X-Men were dead. He will gradually come back to Earth as we go on. Cannonball left the main X-Men team and returned to X-Force. X-Force were now kind of on the run. They were kind of on the outs with Cable. They were dealing with the Mutant Liberation Front, and they'd become become involved there. I think they'd actually beaten the Mutant Liberation Front at this point, and they'd recently fought the Hellions, a new Hellions group which included Feral, who was obviously a former X-Force member, and Feral actually scratched out Siren's throat, which left her unable to use her powers, like her mutant scream, because of how damaged her throat was. So she ended up retiring from the team. Deadpool had like a story where he tried to help heal her after some point, but that came a bit later. Cannonball, obviously, like I said, returned to X-Force. He found that Boomer and Sunspot were now exploring a relationship at this point. And obviously, Cannonball and Boomer had been in a relationship themselves. One of the main reasons why they were exploring a relationship is because Sunspot had lost access to his money, like his family fortune, and it had actually made him a nicer guy, like more empathic, and not as much of a dick. But that soon changed after a while when he got his fortune back. Generation X, the team of students at the Massachusetts Academy, they ended up being joined by a being who seemed to actually be like a personification of the Gaia, like the force of the earth, after an encounter with M-Plate. M-Plate being Monet's brother. So Monet and the twins, his brother, and his own attack had kind of really affected Monet and the twins. And we learnt that Penance was actually Monet, and who we thought was Monet was actually the twins, like combined in a gestalt kind of consciousness. And the Gen X also got attacked by a former member, Mondo, who had been one of their earliest members and was now allied with, if I remember rightly, Black Tom Cassidy, both having like plant abilities. X-Factor, meanwhile, found themselves against a secret government group linked to the old Secret Empire from the Captain America days, like the old Captain America comics, which also seemed to be like a precursor to the Hounds of the Days of Future Past timeline. So as a result of a confrontation with those, a lot of the members ended up wounded, and they were even officially disbanded. Sabretooth turned out he was being manipulated by the Hounds and managed to escape from both them and X-Factor and went rogue again. Havoc and Nate Grey, however, both got linked to a new brotherhood that was being set up by the Dark Beast, so the Age of Apocalypse version of Beast, along with a group of mutants from Bishop's future who had also time travelled back and become reborn in new bodies. Their names were Archer, Fix, and Greystone. Havoc was eventually seemingly killed after stopping the Brotherhood because Greystone did something. I think he went kind of off the rails, and to kind of stop him, Havoc was seemingly killed. The other major X-Men team was Excalibur. Excalibur actually broke up not long after Brian, Captain Britain, and his marriage to his wife Megan. So yeah, Megan and Brian got married, and X Factor kind of split up. Pete Wisdom went back to the government, to the British government. Who was the other main team members at the time? I think Psylocke came over for the wedding as well. But it eventually led to Nightcrawler, Colossus, and Shadowcat returning to the US to join the X-Men. And this is where we got the Children of the Atom story, which is the first part of the whole sort of Hunt for Xavier stuff. Now, Children of the Atom, as an anniversary style story, does kind of start a trend of the two X-Men titles being treated not as separate titles, but also almost as kind of like a single bi-monthly book. It can be argued probably that since the original Blue and Gold days, there had been a large overlap, but usually, or at least when I was reading them, there were separate stories in each title. So it's like they might feature the same team members, but you could clearly say that, you would very rarely go from part 1 of a story in Uncanny X-Men through to part 2 being in X-Men, and so on. But that kind of is how it develops from now. And, for the rest of the run, as Man of Action kind of finished their run, and Alan Davis and Terry Kavanagh kind of hold the fort until Chris Claremont's eventual return, because, spoiler, Chris Claremont is coming back. Now, so yeah, it's not really possible to just read one of the books anymore, barring crossovers, which you used to be able to do. Both books will share the main X-Men team. They overlap a lot, and like I said, story from one will lead into the next one, which will lead into the other story again, and then back and forth between the two titles. Now, the Children of the Atom started with a new group of mutants, seemingly being based on existing characters. So, like, for example, there was a character called the Grey King, and visually he wore a very Phoenix outfit, but in terms of his personality and his name, he was quite similar to Shaw, like Sebastian Shaw. There was a character called Landslide, who was kind of a mix of Beast and Sabretooth, but then also with elements of like Blob and Avalanche's powers. There was a young ballerina with fire and ice powers, but she was very young. She was kind of very Jubilee-esque. So yeah, there were kind of mashups of different characters. And they got recruited by Xavier, quote unquote, in a montage very similar to the start of Second Genesis, like we saw Xavier going and meeting all of them. So this kind of had me thinking that they were real for a while, but it does turn out towards the end that they're all artificial. Now, these new X-Men, as they're called, attack Kitty, Kurt, and Colossus, as well as Cape Citadel, which was the site of Magneto's first attack all those years ago, and they deliberately play on that as like the anniversary. Storm, Marrow, Wolverine, and Rogue, who are the only 4 X-Men left really on the main team. Maggot had actually left, and I think he joined Generation X briefly before going off on his own adventures. Psylocke was out of action, Angel was out of action, Cannonball obviously returned to X-Force. So this is it. This is the team. Oh, Joseph had gone off with Sabra some time ago, and Gambit hadn't been seen since his trial. So yeah, this is the main team. They come to help them, and together they all kind of come back together as a new team again. And they combine to stop these new X-Men and, sort of save the day. And as a result, their mentor, this fake Xavier, is actually revealed to be Cerebro. So the machine that Xavier uses to find mutants, Cerebro, is now in a humanoid form, and it absorbs them all and reveals them as artificial. Now, this is the first time Cerebro has been seen since before Operation Zero Tolerance. Like I said in the last episode that I discussed the X-Men, when Operation Zero Tolerance took over the mansion, they cleared it of every piece of advanced technology. They even took the paint off the walls. The mansion was left completely bare. So we haven't seen Cerebro since Bastion and Operation Zero Tolerance took the mansion. So yeah, this is quite a cool inclusion. Now, I will say, while I was not a fan of Man of Action's work on the main X-Men titles, Man of Action refers to a group. Like I said, there's Joe Kelly, Steven Seagal, and a couple of others that I've forgotten off the top of my head. But while I wasn't necessarily a fan of their work on the main X-Men titles, although it was getting better by the time we got Children of the Atom, I was finding a lot more to like. And that would only continue to improve. I was, however, very much a fan of the work that Joe Kelly was doing at the same time on Deadpool. Deadpool had actually been approached by recurring Wolverine allies Lando, Luckman, and Lake. And Lando, Luckman, and Lake are sort of an interdimensional holding company, with their main agent being Zoe Culloden, the Expeditor. And basically, they had seen a messianic figure that they believed would come and bring a golden age about on Earth. And Zoe Culloden had basically put all her faith that this figure was Deadpool, and had actually approached him about it, which had led to him starting to take on a more heroic outlook and trying to be a good person. And this series also introduced a lot of elements that we kind of are more associate with Deadpool nowadays. Like, this series introduced Blind Owl, who in this is more of Deadpool's prisoner, and so much more of the fourth wall leaning, pop culture referencing antics that have become sort of a staple of the character. Wasn't so much fourth wall breaking at this point, although it was definitely leaning very, very hard on it. For example, there were the intro and recap bits at the start of the book and things like that. And throughout this book, Deadpool would actually encounter quite a large chunk of the Marvel Universe. He helped Sasquatch of Alpha Flight stop a nuclear meltdown that he also actually caused in the very first issue. He got sent to get a blood sample from the Hulk by the scientist Kilbrew. Kilbrew is actually one of the people responsible for creating Deadpool. And he did that to kind of heal him, because the stopping the nuclear meltdown had actually kind of really affected his healing factor. So he needed Kilbrew helped him get help from helped him get the abilities from the Hulk to heal that. Yeah, very interesting. He even ended up springing Typhoid Mary from an asylum and ended up tangling with her old flame Daredevil. While also sort of pursuing a romance with Typhoid as well. Is very interesting. He even got involved in a time travel adventure which saw him and Blind Owl kind of dumped in the story of an old Spider-Man issue, and Deadpool, Weasel, and Blind Owl, and they all kind of involved. Actually, I'm not sure if Weasel was there or if Deadpool just decided to look like Weasel. The Weasel was there at the time, but when he was a younger man. That's what it was. So Deadpool posed as Peter Parker, made friends with Weasel. Blind Owl ended up posing as Aunt May and ended up having to deal with Aunt Anna. and Mary Jane, and yeah, he ended up getting tangled up with Kraven the Hunter. It was so bizarre because it was like this really random issue of Spider-Man. It wasn't like a flagship issue or anything, but yeah, for some reason they just decided to put them in that story. And this was like a double length issue of Deadpool as well, but again, not even like a main one. It was like issue 11 or something like that. Yeah. But yeah, Deadpool's quite clearly taking these great strides throughout all of this series to be a hero. But he's still this mercenary with a very traumatic backstory, and more of the abuse that he suffered throughout his life at the hands of Ajax, Killer Brew, Weapon X. It all gets revealed throughout this as it goes on. And there's also another mercenary called T-Ray, who he has a very antagonistic relationship with. And T-Ray's kind of specialising in magic, and he may or may not be Wade Wilson as well. There's all sorts of stuff like that. So T-Ray kind of pushes Deadpool's buttons and seems to know a lot more about who Deadpool really is than Deadpool does himself. Eventually, the creature that will bring about the Golden Age is revealed with Lando, Luckman, and Lake, certain members of the group, having brought in Captain America as an alternative because some of Deadpool's more recent actions, including his near death at the hands of Ajax, which is what actually reveals that Death won't let him die. Like, Death is in love with him and all that sort of stuff. So they kind of been shaken by Deadpool, so they brought in Captain America as like an alternative. But it turns out that the Golden Age will only actually exist if humanity loses all of its free will. Like, that's what this creature does. It hypnotizes and enslaves the entire population. And Deadpool won't have that. So Deadpool kills the creature, but then gets haunted by his choice and what that will mean for humanity. It's a very, very good run. This is the third volume of Deadpool. Really good run. I really enjoy it. Heartily recommended it. One more thing I'm going to cover just before we go into the hunt for Xavier is Wolverine and what was happening with him at this time. Wolverine found himself embroiled in a very delicate little adventure with some substantial changes for the people in his life, and this was around Wolverine 125. And it started with Jubilee on the run. She was attacked and chased by green-clad and mind-controlled Rogue, Psylocke, Phoenix, Jessica Drew, which is the original Spider-Woman, Tiger, who is a mercenary from Wolverine's past who exists on Madripoor, Yukio, who is an ally of Wolverine and Storms, who is currently looking after Wolverine's adopted daughter in Japan, and Black Widow. Jubilee ends up getting saved by Shadowcat, and Shadowcat reveals that the others are all being controlled by Viper. And like Viper actually tried to control Shadowcat as well, but it didn't work because of Shadowcat's power set. She was able to kind of go intangible and kind of escape. And yeah, the others are all... It's their friends and these other heroes that they're all mind controlled, but they're all key women in Wolverine's life. In fact, the only major one I'd argue is missing is Storm. But yeah, they're all being controlled by Viper, who is the former Madam Hydra, and that she has Wolverine prisoner. And it's been revealed that Madripoor has recently been left without a ruler, and Wolverine, who's known there as Patch, has quite significant influence there, but as well as that, he also owes Viper a blood debt. So she was trying to collect on this debt so that she could rule Madripoor, and had taken hostage all the women in his life to do so. Now, Wolverine, with honor being very important to him, he agreed to help Viper by marrying her, which gave her a kind of legitimate claim to the throne of Madripoor. And a lot of the others were very, very upset at this choice. This is after they regained their free will. They're very upset by this. Kitty understood the honor that he was trying to act with, because Kitty and Wolverine, where she got the Shadowcat identity was because Wolverine had trained her because she'd fallen under the sway of an enemy of his called Ogun, who had given her like ninja training. So they've been very close, and they've got a lot of Ogun was actually one of Wolverine's old masters as well before he became like his enemy. Ogun is like this undead spectre. He's a very cool character. It keeps popping up every so often. And yeah, so Kitty kind of understood what he was trying to do and stayed with him in Madripoor during the wedding. But the wedding itself actually got gate-crashed by Sabretooth. Sabretooth was now greatly enhanced and even had adamantium of his own, which means he now had the adamantium. Wolverine didn't, and obviously Sabretooth's already got this enhanced strength anyway. So he broke Wolverine's claws, captured Kitty and Viper, and allowed this joint force of Hydra and the Hand to invade Madripoor. And led by Matsuo Soyabaya, who is the Kanon's old lover, the one who was responsible for like the body swap for Psylocke back in the day. And yeah, Logan managed to escape and use some of his own assets to battle the Hand and Hydra. Like there's some sequences where he's very cleverly trying to make them think that there are other heroes on the island. Like he uses this giant hurricane force fan to create like blizzard, like hurricane strength winds to make them think that Storm's there. He uses like a laser blaster to make them think Cyclops is there. He hacks one of the hotels and makes them think that Joe Fixit has checked in, which was an old alias of the Hulks. He at one point he throws a bin lid like Cap's shield and makes them think Cap's there. It's very clever. But yeah, Matsuo uses the Hand to kind of control Kitty and sends Kitty against Wolverine. But her powers and the way they work end up with her, Logan, and Creed all kind of being like combined. They all kind of fall into each other, and her powers kind of help merge the three of them all together. It's very weird. Great visual, and it leads to a whole lot of like mind stuff, which is all stuff that the Hand does anyway. And it ends up freeing her from the Hand control and allows her to help Logan and Viper defeat the Hand and Hydra, so that they manage to flee. Creed manages to escape in the aftermath, but Viper assumes the throne. So Wolverine and Viper are now married, and Viper is in control of Madripoor. And I will add that this entire storyline, which runs for a few issues, it starts at 125, I think it runs up to like 128, 129. This was all written by Chris Claremont, and this was his kind of return to the X-Men after some time away. And this shows a lot of promise. Some of his work later on I struggle with, but I enjoyed this. So now, the hunt for Xavier. The X-Men, off the back of their encounter with these new X-Men, decide that it's well past time. Xavier's been missing since his arrest after Onslaught, and they want to find him. However, Cerebro is also looking for its maker as well, and is cataloguing mutants that it's encountering. The X-Men find 2 signals across the world that they think could be Xavier, and they split up to try and find them. I think by this point as well, Gambit has also returned to the team, or returns to the team just before this as well. So yeah, the first signal they find is Nina. Now, Nina is this young girl who was a former prisoner of Bastion's, and Xavier helped her escape. And she now wants to help Xavier and kind of pay him back. The second signal is Xavier himself, who is now leading the Brotherhood of Mutants, because the Brotherhood of Mutants, who is in this point is Toad, Blob, Mimic, and Post, who was a former sort of herald of Onslaught, they want him to keep them safe because they're being hunted by Cerebro. They all get captured by Cerebro, all the X-Men and the Brotherhood, and it turns out Cerebro wants to digitize all humans to bring about a mutant utopia. But Nina actually uses her own abilities to restore Xavier's telepathy, which allows him to link Cerebro with the minds of every human around the world. And experiencing all these like little moments of humanity all at once just completely overwhelms Cerebro and destroys him. Now, in the aftermath of this, Man of Action will actually leave the titles, but at this point, this is where they contribute what I think two of the best issues in their runs. Namely, first of all, there's a Christmas issue where Colossus makes art of Illyana, and this art keeps getting stolen and then returned to him with a story on it. And it turns out that's being done by Marrow. Marrow's kind of a bit enamored with Colossus, and she's doing this as an attempt to kind of give him a present. And it's kind of sweet, and I quite love it. And, you know, the story that she makes of this little girl who's seeking help, it's quite lovely. And, you know, for a while, Colossus thinks, like, is my sister trying to communicate with me? And it's like, for a little minute, he has his sister back. Like, this similar sort of energy in his life to his snowflake, which obviously he misses. So it's quite lovely. And then there's also the opening issue of the next big storyline, which is the Magneto War. And this starts with the X-Men being led by Xavier to save a burning hospital. And while they're doing that, an incognito Magneto, he goes to an ordinary working American, a construction worker named William Jones, and starts to ask him his opinions about mutants. And it's very, very good. A lot of the interactions between William and Eric, because he doesn't realise it's Magneto, very, very good. And as the issue continues, Magneto eventually kind of reveals himself to Jones, reveals his powers, and actually terrifies him. And Jones yells out in this huge dramatic outburst saying, like, no, you should all be stopped, you should all be put away, you're all terrifying. And that actually is what prompts Magneto to resolve to eliminate humanity. Very, very good issue. And also saw the return of Alan Davis on art. Alan Davis's art, I've always liked his artwork, and it becomes a highlight of what goes forward now. You know, he also used to work on Excalibur and Captain Britain, so he's a very good artist. So, as I already said, the next story for the X-Men was called the Magneto War. Now, this started with Magneto attempting to flip the magnetic poles, causing dramatic damage across the world, and he made a demand that the UN provide a land for him to use as a mutant sanctuary. Now, the X-Men headed to stop him and encountered the Acolytes, who were once again under his command. Several Acolytes also approached Xavier asking for sanctuary as well just before this, but haunted by his failure to rehabilitate Sabretooth, Xavier actually outright refused and said he no longer has the energy to teach them, which I thought was quite sad and kind of shows in some ways how Xavier has kind of fallen a little bit through some of what's gone on recently. Meanwhile, Joseph found himself a prisoner of the mysterious mutant Astra. He ended up getting kidnapped from his association with Sabra by Astra. She reveals that she was a previously unknown member of the First Brotherhood of Mutants, and after the destruction of Avalon by Holocaust, she had found the catatonic Magneto and had restored his memories, as well as cloning Joseph. And she decided to use Joseph as the instrument of her vengeance against Magneto. However, Magneto had actually been victorious and escaped after defeating Joseph and had rendered Joseph amnesiac. This was what had led to him being found as this younger-looking Magneto with no memories. You know? So Joseph, now with his memories restored, though, attempts to join the X-Men to stop Magneto, but not as Astra's pawn. So he stops Magneto's damage to the planet in the magnetosphere,
but actually ends up kind of sacrificing himself to do it. And he dies, and he sort of disperses among everything in the world. And yeah, it's quite sad. Astra teleports away, manages to escape for now. But the most important bit is that Magneto actually kind of wins. He gets what he wants. Alda Huxley, who was the Genosian ambassador, reveals that the UN has given Magneto control of the war-torn country. Now, Genosha has obviously been struggling for a while. It was originally founded as this land sort of built on mutant slave labor, like specially engineered mutants called mutates, created by the gene engineer. It had been a pivotal part of several stories, most notably Extinction Agenda, but also a 90s crossover called Blood Ties, where Exodus had actually invaded the country after Fatal Attractions and had to be defeated by the Avengers and the X-Men, which had led to a kind of civil war going on. So yeah, there was this civil war between the mutate slave race and the ruling Genosian magistrates. And so Alda Huxley had kind of come to the UN begging for help around the same time that Magneto has made his demands. So the UN had kind of decided, well, we'll solve two birds with one stone. Genosha, like I said, it's war torn. The idea is that if they give Magneto Genosha, he'll be too occupied trying to solve Genosha's own problems to ever threaten humanity again. Because, for example, there's a human population on Genosha, but also, the mutates of Genosha are suffering with the legacy virus. There's quite a lot of them who have the legacy virus. There's that aspect to it. So, yeah, there's a lot of aspects at play here. Now, despite his own powers being damaged as a result of his battle with Joseph, Magneto does prove up to the task. He swiftly takes control of the country, aided in part by Rogue and Quicksilver, both of whom travel to Genosha to sort of, investigate what's happening and try and keep him in line, and sort of appeal to his better natures. And they also help him stop a mutate rebel known as the Zealot. Zealot actually turns out to be the son of the gene engineer who had created the mutate process. So there's that aspect as well, like he was one of the first mutates. As a result of this, at the end, Genosha ends up more stable than it has been in decades of like real world comic time. But the mutate population is still being ravaged by the legacy virus. Quicksilver remained to sort of stay with his father and aid him, but Rogue ended up returning to the X-Men and leaving. Now, I said Gambit had returned to the X-Men. Gambit had actually survived being left in the Arctic by Rogue because an energy-based being named Mary had bonded to him. And he'd become kind of indebted to her, and she was now bonded to his body, and she was actually able to exert some control over him. She prevented Gambit from telling the others about her, and even threatened Rogue if Remy tries to reconnect with her in any way. In his solo series, which came off the back of this, he even ended up falling in under the employ of this mysterious figure called the New Sun, who is able to help him from afar, and sends a mutant shapeshifter called Courier to help him. So Gambit sort of becomes like the New Sun's personal agent. On New Sun's behalf, Gambit ends up battling many foes, including a mutant slaver called Pig, and even ends up using Doctor Doom's time machine to travel back to the 19th century and encounter Mr. Sinister. And Mr. Sinister ends up changing Courier's genetic structure quite drastically. Like Courier goes from being a man to becoming a woman, and it's also implied that this might be where Sinister gets his shape-changing abilities. And also, yeah, I love the idea that Doom just has a time machine that other characters can just come in and use, because Doom is missing throughout all of this because of he's been missing since Onslaught. So yeah, his time machine's in his castle in Latveria, just guarded by Doombots, but not really actually being looked after by anyone. It turns out that New Sun was actually trying to learn about a project called Black Womb. Black Womb was this secret government project that had experimented on many young mutants decades ago. And New Sun was eventually revealed to actually be an alternate form of Gambit from elsewhere in the multiverse. And it was revealed that the kind of New Sun's abilities were drastically enhanced. Like, he was able to like charge organic matter and everything like that. And it turned out that the reason why Gambit had kind of gone to Sinister in the first place, which had led to him forming the Marauders, was because he wanted to limit his powers, because otherwise he would be as dangerous as the New Sun. So Gambit deliberately limited his powers by putting himself at Sinister's mercy. Now, Gambit ended up having to use many of New Sun's allies to help defeat the New Sun, including a homeless precog called Quiet Bill and Black Womb's own daughter, Fontanelle. But eventually he did. So that was the Gambit limited series that ran through a lot of this time. It does intersect with a lot of the storylines coming up, which we'll get to as we get there. But it's a good little run. About 30 odd issues, I think it is. Some very good stuff in it. There's also an alien called Aria who escapes from a prison world owned by the Collector. And she ended up coming to Earth to get the help of the X-Men, possessing multiple bodies on the way. And she ended up possessing Wolverine while he was helping Carol Danvers, who at the time was the hero Warbird, stopping a villain called Powerhouse in New York. This led to Aria deciding to test Logan's combat prowess by turning him against several other New York heroes, including members of the Avengers in Vision, Black Widow, US Agent, Firestar, and Justice, New Warriors members Darkhawk, Rage, and Speedball, the superhero Moon Knight, Black Cat, Human Torch of the Fantastic Four, and the mercenaries Solo and Cardiac. For some reason, all of these heroes were on patrol in New York on this exact same night. I think the fight between Wolverine, Carol, and Powerhouse had been televised, so when Wolverine then turned on Carol, several other heroes decided to respond. But yeah, it was good, and we don't see every fight, but it's very interesting run. Wolverine and Aria ended up sort of teaming up at the end of this. Like, Wolverine kind of said, look, you don't need to control me. If you just tell me what's going on, I might help you. But you severely damage my reputation here by doing all of this. And they ended up teaming up to free the Collector's prisoners from this prison world. But in doing so, they actually made the planet visible to Galactus. And this planet had like a huge power source. So Galactus arrived and tried to consume it. And Aria actually decided to try and possess Galactus to prevent this, but she was unsuccessful and died in the attempt. So Wolverine ended up getting saved by the Starjammers and returned to Earth throughout all of this. But yeah, just a very fun little Wolverine adventure in the middle of this, because Wolverine's had this solo series going on throughout this entire time, and not every story is incredible. Some are very grounded. Some are big grandiose superhero events, like this one with Solo and Cardiac. Solo and Cardiac actually sought out revenge against Wolverine in a later issue, and Nightcrawler had to kind of come to them and say, well, he was possessed, he didn't mean it, and they kind of make amends and things like that. And there's a lot of ongoing stuff with his own villains, like he tangles with the Reavers. There's one story called Not Dead Yet, which is great. Features like an old assassin who's kind of who was this old Scottish contract killer who taught Wolverine a lot of things, and they go up against each other. Yeah, one of Wolverine's main recurring villains is a vampire called Bloodscream. Yeah, loads of quite cool stuff going on. So yeah, Wolverine's fun. Not every episode, not every issue in it is incredible and is worth a read, but some are just a lot of fun and do kind of echo into other events. So, after Joseph's funeral, the X-Men confront Wolverine, who is using the Danger Room to plan an attack on Genosha so that he can stop Magneto. Specifically, he wants to go in and kill Magneto in the middle of the night. However, they get summoned to another dimensional plane before they can really do anything about it, because Juggernaut, who had been stranded in another dimension, he'd actually been stranded in the Ultraverse, because Marvel had recently bought out Malibu Comics and they put a couple of their characters in with the Ultraverse characters as these all new exiles. Juggernaut was one of them. There was also the Mutant Liberation member Reaper and Black Knight, who was a former Avenger. But yeah, Juggernaut was actually returning from that dimension, and in doing so, he kind of passed through this other dimension, and he was kind of threatening to unintentionally destroy that dimension and its inhabitants. And so the leader of that dimension, Ejolp, had kind of summoned the X-Men because he knew that they were Juggernaut's enemies to stop him. Rogue wasn't on the team for this because obviously she was in Genosha with Magneto. But they try and stop him. Xavier and Wolverine find their powers kind of tweaked in this reality, so Wolverine kind of ends up controlling Xavier. Xavier ends up controlling Wolverine to stop the Juggernaut and ends up sending him back home to Earth and saving the dimension. Juggernaut goes on to have an adventure not long after this with the Avengers, where it turns out that his god Sitarak is one of 8, and these other gods make their own avatars and things like that. That's an interesting bit of storytelling that goes on. It's called The Eighth Day. It's not one of my favourite Avengers stories, but it's got some good concepts. Now, the being who summoned them, Ejolp, he attempts to send all the X-Men back home, but they instead find themselves stuck on the Skrull homeworld several years ago. Now, Skrull insurgents on their homeworld are in like a training camp, posing as Earth heroes and villains, training to infiltrate human society so that they can defeat the superhumans. And the X-Men kind of attempt to hide, but they end up in a couple of battles. Marrow ends up quite severely wounded in a battle with some Skrulls, which means Gambit kind of takes her away to kind of seek medical attention for her. Kitty ends up separated from the others, ends up stranded with the Skrull versions of Adam Warlock, the original Captain Marvel, like the Kree Captain Marvel, and Thunderbird of the X-Men, all of whom are rogue and hiding because their counterparts on Earth are already dead. So that kind of makes their lives forfeit. Like, I've forgotten why Adam Warlock was dead at this point, but Marvel's death of cancer had been quite important, and obviously Thunderbird's death at the hands of Count Nefaria had been one of the earliest Second Genesis stories. So, yeah, it was quite good. And, it seems like their transformations are permanent, so their lives are forfeit at this point. Now, the X-Men eventually learn where they are in time, and it turns out that the Skrull homeworld was destroyed several years ago by Galactus. It was actually eaten by him. And the X-Men learn that they are at that point in time. Galactus is on his way, and he will arrive very soon to consume the Skrull homeworld. And so they attempt to warn the Skrulls, but they're completely unsuccessful. Like, the Skrulls ignore them, Skrulls try to hunt them. Marrow ends up getting healed by a Skrull device, but it actually changes her body as well. So she actually now has way more control over her abilities than she's ever had before, which is really cool. Kitty is given this understanding of the Skrull language by Adam Warlock and is kind of put in her head. This allows her to kind of pilot a ship and save the other X-Men just as Galactus begins to consume the planet. She puts the team in stasis to travel home the long way round and ends up managing to bring them back just after they left. However, her calculations are slightly off, and they end up arriving just as Magneto launched his recent EMP attack at the start of the Magneto War, which knocks them all unconscious. They wake up about a week or so later, reunite with Rogue, who was in Genosha, and the former members of Excalibur decide to head to Muir Island to check on their friends. So specifically Moira, Wolfsbane, and so on. And when they get there, they find out that Douglock has recently been abducted. Now, Douglock seems to have been the reborn. He seems almost like an amalgamation of Warlock and Douglas Ramsey, both of whom were deceased members of the New Mutants at this time. But he seems like a combined version of them. He's like, at one point in Excalibur, Kitty's so adamant that Douglock is actually Doug Ramsey reborn that she even goes into Doug's grave to sort of prove that his body isn't there and that he's actually been reanimated by the Phalanx. But that's not the case. Like, Doug Ramsey's body is still there, is still in his grave. It's quite sad, really. But this story actually reveals that Douglock is actually Warlock, like reborn with his memories kind of changed and differentiated. So Douglock is almost like a new personality, but it is like a reborn version of Warlock. And this is revealed during a confrontation against, of all people, the Red Skull, because the Red Skull had managed to gain control of the Phalanx transmode virus and was trying to take over S.H.I.E.L.D. at the time, who had also managed to capture the Machine Man, who's a robotic hero, and they were trying to use the Machine Man to use parts from him to create their new Deathlock. And this led to a sort of reboots of sorts, not just for Warlock, who ends up getting his own title by New Mutants scribe Louise Simonson, who returns to Marvel, which explores him and his own complicated past even further as he ends up facing like new mutant threats, but as well as his father, the Magus, who also comes back and is obviously one of Warlock's main villains. But also X-51, the Machine Man, who ends up battling the Brotherhood of Mutants, the same iteration from Hunt for Xavier, and the Sentinels, and a new iteration of the character Deathlock. Because, like I said, Machine Man and Deathlock were both on the helicarrier during the Red Skull's attack, so they end up teaming up with the X-Men to sort of save the day. So yeah, that was a pretty cool little adventure. Meanwhile, Bishop and Deathbird are returning to Earth. They land on this very large asteroid in space, which is in the shape of a man, but in reality is actually the fossilized Living Monolith. The Living Monolith was an early X-Men villain who had appeared in the 60s, interacted with them with Havoc and Polaris as well, and was eventually sort of thrown into space. Like, he absorbs solar energy, and he was thrown into space by Thor, and that solar energy turned him into this giant asteroid, almost. And yeah, that's where they were. They were on the Living Monolith. Deathbird actually turned on Bishop and kind of stunned him, and when he awoke, he had somehow been returned to Earth, but soon ended up being entangled with Fitzroy, the villain from his future. And Fitzroy had managed to enslave his sister Shard, who was a former a holographic version of her, was a member of X Factor. And Bishop attempted to free his sister from Fitzroy, but Fitzroy has time travel abilities, so all three of them ended up in a future timeline where Fitzroy took control as a being known as the Chronomancer. And they got aided by the Witness, who was a temporal anomaly that Bishop knew from his own timeline. Like, the Witness is also called LeBeau, so he thought that the Witness was related to Gambit, and, you know, that's why he originally thought that the X-Traitor was Gambit, because he believed that, you know, Gambit had become the Witness after surviving and witnessing the death of the X-Men. But yeah, this different version of the Witness, who also knew Bishop but didn't know him, and kind of thing. The Witness kind of outside of time. He's like a temporal anomaly. It's very weird. Leads Bishop to lead a resistance against Fitzroy, who's now known as the Chronomancer, like I said, and eventually Bishop got given the power to defeat Fitzroy with the sacrifice of Shard. Like, she actually allowed Bishop to absorb her energy form so that he had the power to defeat Fitzroy. And this all took place in like a Bishop miniseries that ran for like, I say miniseries, it ran for like 14 issues. It was a bit of a maxi series. This wasn't the only spin-off though. There was also Havoc. Havoc was revealed to be trapped in another world and this was in the title Mutant X, which again ran for about 30 odd issues. After his seeming death stopping Greystone, he had found himself in the body of an alternate Alex Summers, who was the premier superhero of his world and leader of a group called the Six, a group of heroes very similar to the X-Men that Havoc knew, but at the same time very, very different. This Alex had actually died at the exact same moment, and so Havoc now found himself inhabiting that Alex's life in this world. Now, this world was much more tolerant of mutants, at least at first, due to the actions of the Six. Like I said, they were the premier superheroes. Havoc in this world was married to Madeline Pryor. They had a son called Scotty, whose nanny was actually Elektra. Scotty has powers of his own, and it means that he recognizes that Havoc is not his father, but he keeps this secret. A later issue revealed that Cyclops was actually captured by the Shi'ar as well, and so actually leads to the Starjammers rather than their father. And this means that this version of Alex didn't grow up in his brother's shadow. He was actually the leader of the X-Men. The Six themselves consist of several twisted versions of Havoc's main friends. So, for example, there is the Brute, who is a much more mutated version of the Beast, like he's got gills and flippers and kind of digitigrade legs and things like that, and his fur's green rather than blue. And Brute has this kind of childlike intellect. He's lost the intelligent hyper scientist that Beast actually is. There's Bloodstorm, who's a version of Storm who never recovered from a bite that she received from Dracula. These are all based on events that happened in the main comics. Like, Storm was bitten by Dracula, and Dracula did try and enslave her back in like the early 80s, I think. And yeah, this Storm never recovered. She became Bloodstorm. There's a version of Iceman who never regained his human form because he'd been enhanced by Loki. And this again, back in the 80s, there was a point where the X-Men and the New Mutants all ended up sort of being taken to Asgard, and Loki manipulated a lot of them. And yeah, for a while back when he was in X Factor, Iceman had these enhanced abilities, like he would freeze anything he touched, and he couldn't return back to human form. He had to wear like a control belt, and that's what this version of Iceman has. It means he's much darker and much more dour than the Bobby Drake that we know. There's also the Fallen, who is this bat-winged, fire-breathing version of Warren, who was the Horseman War instead of the Horseman Death, and so has always kind of struggled with his darker urges. Now, the Six end up splitting from the X-Men in a similar way to X Factor. However, during this world's version of Inferno, which happened a few years ago, Maddie had made a deal with the demons to gain power and save both her son and the planet, and had gained her own power as the Goblin Queen. This, however, then led her to be possessed by something called the Goblin Force, which was like this dark alternative to the Phoenix Force. Under the control of this like quite malicious entity, she ended up trying to take over the world, helped by the Fallen and Reed Richards, who was actually president of the US in this. Havoc ended up leading a resistance against her with the rest of the Six and the X-Men and a few other heroes, and they ended up defeating the Goblin Force with Scotty's powers, which seemingly killed Maddie. And in the aftermath of this, Havoc told his allies his origins and that he was actually from another world. Now, this series was originally meant as a 12-issue limited series, and that's pretty much what I've just described here, those first 12 issues. But it did continue from there and run for another 20 issues, which explored a lot more of this world. How does Bloodstorm feed, for example, was one of the first questions they decided to ask. What happened to Xavier, all sorts of things like that. And so many characters were revealed where they were in it. It was quite a fun series, and definitely one of the more imaginative multiverse storylines, because it was like having a variety of what ifs all happening at the same time. So I really enjoyed it. But the original conclusion brought back the Goblin Force for a final confrontation, as well as bringing in Dracula and the Beyonder as well. But I think the original 12 issues is definitely the most solid run on it. It was great to see Havoc in this new role, and like I said, there's a building of several twists, and the twists and the points of divergence that created this world were fascinating to discover, I thought. But yeah, let's return to the X-Men. Xavier was actually being haunted by things that he could detect on the periphery of the X-Men. Basically, while he was unconscious in space, he had sort of sensed things happening, like sensed a presence. And he had become very, very driven as a result of this. And he started to push the X-Men very, very hard. The team begins to chafe under the strain. Even veterans like Storm say they've never seen the Professor acting like this. Storm ends up calling Scott and Jean to come to the mansion. They've been away for a while. They've been sort of living married life up in Alaska. At the same time as all this is happening, however, Nina and her fellow Manites find themselves being stalked by a new horseman, Death. So a new horseman of Apocalypse. Death also attacked Bastion, who was being held by S.H.I.E.L.D., and had left only Bastion's head intact, like the rest of his body had been destroyed. The X-Men, as a result of what Xavier's doing to them, end up fracturing. Only Storm remains with Xavier, who seems angry at the X-Men leaving and kind of shuts himself away. Nina attempts to contact Xavier, but the psychic shields that Xavier's put up prevent it. And so she instead ends up contacting Scott and Jean. And with the help of Logan, Cable, Nate Gray, and Archangel, they end up forming a new team to help the Manites. And that's pretty cool. Like, this is a mini-series called Astonishing X-Men. Meanwhile, in the two titles, Colossus and Marrow in one title go off, and I think Colossus is painting some art. Marrow's going with him, kind of exploring the world. Now she's got more control of her powers and is a lot more beautiful. She's feeling a lot more confident in herself, a lot less hatred for the real world. But they end up encountering Mikhail Rasputin, Colossus's estranged brother. Mikhail had actually been the character who had saved the Morlocks after the Mutant Massacre and taken them to another dimension called the Hill that he was able to access. But while then, Mikhail had become sort of enslaved by this psionic entity of his own. And so Colossus and Marrow had to kind of help save him from that. Meanwhile, in the other title, Nightcrawler, Kitty, and Rogue ended up encountering Mystique. Mystique was on the run from people pretending to be Mastermind and Mesmero, two old X-Men villains. Mastermind, of course, we knew was dead. Mesmero, I think, was missing at this point. As well as Sunfire. And Sunfire, the Japanese mutant, had actually been manipulated into hunting Mystique. And a lot of Mystique's identities and her covers were being blown. Like, Mystique has these kind of loads of identities that she uses, and they were all being blown, and she was being hunted. The X-Men managed to save Mystique and clear her name, like Rogue especially comes to her defense, as well as Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler also goes to see Polaris at this point, who is struggling from what happened with Havoc and feels very alone without him. But Kitty also finds a diary left for her years ago by the precog Destiny, who is a former associate of Mystique's. And, Destiny has been dead for a while, but she'd left this diary in a place specifically for Kitty to find it. Like, it was marked for Kitty. So that was quite interesting. It was all foretold kind of thing. Gambit, meanwhile, decides to investigate his own things in his own title to try and find out what's going on with Xavier. And he steals a data disk from Xavier and then seeks out Sinister to learn what Xavier is hiding. To locate Sinister, a former member of the Marauders named Grey Crow. He did at the time have the name Scalp Hunter. They don't use that anymore for obvious reasons, so he's now called Grey Crow. John Greycrow, he sends Gambit towards Sabretooth. Sabretooth at this point is greatly wounded, and he's actually lost the adamantium that he had recently. We don't know why yet. So Gambit manages to get the information he needs. Meanwhile, Scott's team saves the Manites from death. However, in doing so, Death seemingly kills Wolverine in their confrontation. Like, he stabs Wolverine with his sword, and Wolverine dies. And as the disparate groups of the X-Men all kind of come back together at the mansion, Beast examines Wolverine's corpse. And Xavier orchestrates this very elaborate mental exercise where the X-Men, all blaming each other for recent events, kind of end up dividing into two groups and battling each other. And gradually they all die one by one, or seemingly so. It turns out that it was all a mental projection, and Xavier removed all of them from the exercise once he had verified their loyalty. And it actually means that two of the last ones left were, I think, Gambit and Marrow. Or Gambit and Kitty, I think it might have been, actually. So, yeah, and he used Jean, Cable, and Nate to help him with it, because obviously it was quite a complex scenario. And it was revealed, this was Uncanny X-Men 375, by the way. Very good issue. Anniversary issue, hence why it's a lot bigger. The whole storyline was called The Shattering. It's very good run. And it was revealed that Wolverine had actually been replaced by a Skrull while the team were unconscious. And that was what Xavier had detected on the periphery, but he was unable to identify the imposters. This transformation is the most accurate the Skrulls have ever performed. The only thing they were unable to replicate was Wolverine's healing factor. And that's what had led to his death. And basically, the revelation there that the Wolverine that we've been following for the past few issues throughout the Shattering, including the Astonishing X-Men miniseries, as well as for a few issues in his own title, where he'd recently come up against the Reavers, had all been this Skrull version of Wolverine, the Skrullverine, was really interesting. Like, I loved this twist. I thought it was great. And emboldened by this, the X-Men kind of came back together to try and investigate further, and we ended up with one of the biggest teams of X-Men that we've had for a while, with a lot of main fan favourites. Like, Nightcrawler comes in and encourages Scott and Jean to go check on Polaris, because she'd warned him recently that she felt like she was being followed. It turns out she's actually being observed by Skrulls, and that's who Mastermind and Mesmero were as well. They were Skrulls, and the Skrulls were working for this mysterious ally, and they identified Polaris as one of the 12. The 12 are these beings who must not be harmed, right? And the Skrulls are aware that the X-Men were on their homeworld and that they had escaped its destruction years ago. So they have been trying to recreate the genetics of the War Skrulls, who were enhanced powered soldiers that the X-Men had actually battled against several years ago, in the early 90s, to save the Shi'ar Empire. But so far, they have been completely unsuccessful to replicate the abilities of Wolverine. They've been able to adapt several others, but Wolverine's healing factor is the one thing that seems to be eluding them. So the Skrull commander, disguised as Havoc, captures Polaris, but it turns out that it's not Polaris, it's Cyclops in disguise, and the X-Men assault the Skrull base once Cyclops is taken there. In the battle, they also free a mutant Skrull slave named Fizz, because it turns out that, yes, there are mutant Skrulls, and they are enslaved by the rest of the Skrulls. And Fizz's powers are, he's able to change his size. So usually the Skrulls are able to shapeshift, that's their genetic ability, but his mutant ability is that he can also change his size, he can grow and shrink. The Skrulls during the battle confirm that Scott and Jean are also members of the 12, but Kitty is not. So during this battle against the X-Men, the Skrulls are very hesitant not to hurt members of the 12. At this point, Death teleports in, killing the Skrull Commander because the Skrull Commander tried to attack Polaris in the first place. He tried to go after one of the 12. And he then plants a bomb in the base. The X-Men battle him, and in doing so, it's revealed that Death is actually Wolverine. And Wolverine has no memory of his teammates. He's teleported away, and Apocalypse then, in the Wolverine title, sends Death against the Hulk, another of Apocalypse's former Horsemen, back in the... it was a few years earlier in the Hulk series that Apocalypse had tried to turn Hulk into war. And we learn through flashback that Apocalypse had actually made Sabretooth and Wolverine battle for the right to become Death. And Wolverine, realizing that Sabretooth would become unstoppable and would not hold himself back if he was emboldened and turned into Death, resolved to do whatever he could to beat Sabretooth, and managed to. And, you know, because he thought, well, I can at least try and fight Apocalypse. And Apocalypse took Creed's adamantium and infused it into Wolverine. That's why Sabretooth had lost his adamantium, why he was so badly wounded, and, you know, what had happened to Wolverine. And this had all happened just after Wolverine had been kidnapped off the space station, off the spaceship. But Wolverine had his mind wiped and been turned into Death. This was a great twist. I love this. I love a lot of stuff going on here, and I love how connected it is through so many of the other stories. And, you know, more titles will gradually kind of come into this as well, like X-Man, the Nate Grace series. He's going through his own stuff as well, and obviously he keeps interacting with the X-Men. He'd interacted with Scott and Jean a few times before. He'd actually been given Scott's old X-Factor uniform, which he was now wearing at this point as like a uniform of his own while trying to take a more heroic bent. Cable, who'd been struggling with his psychic powers, had kind of been made aware of the 12 and what was coming, especially after an interaction with a mutant called Sanctity, who was actually the daughter of Bolivar Trask, who had grown up she was a time traveler as well. She'd ended up in the Ascani timeline, which is where Cable had actually grown up. So yeah, there was a lot going on. Some very, very good stuff going on. And yeah, this is where we get the story of the 12.
So the X-Men work to translate Destiny's diaries and learn who the 12 are. And this is, like I said, actually the return of a much older plot for the original X-Factor team from one of their earliest encounters with Apocalypse. You know, the idea of the 12 and Apocalypse's interest in them. Fitz arrives at the X-Mansion, and after a brief misunderstanding, Kitty is able to communicate with him, because obviously she now speaks Skrull from their time on the homeworld. And she reveals that he wants to help the X-Men so that they can help free the other mutant Skrulls. We learn that the 12 are Xavier, Cyclops, Phoenix, Cable, Storm, Iceman, Sunfire, Magneto, Polaris, Bishop, Mikhail Rasputin, and the Living Monolith. So all characters who have been appearing recently as well. Monolith is captured easily after being returned to Earth, as Apocalypse had already planned with Sinister to control him in the past. Like, this is why Monolith has this link to Havoc and everything like that. It was all designed by Sinister, like that, you know, and how they'd been able to interact in the old 60s, you know, comics during Havoc's first appearance. Like, you know, Monolith was able to siphon powers from Havoc to become the Living Monolith in the first place. Nate Gray was currently spending time with Franklin Richards. Obviously, the two of them had gotten to know each other during the Onslaught saga, and so he was with them in the Fantastic Four, and he got attacked by Caliban. Now, Caliban was a former Morlock who had then been turned into Horseman Death in the late 80s, early 90s, but had reformed and joined X-Force. But he was now once again under the sway of Apocalypse, but this time he was Pestilence rather than Death. And he'd been taken from Cable by Ozymandias some time ago, and Cable had been made to forget So it's very, very clever. Like, all this build-up had happened across a lot of comics. Deathbird had become the new Horseman War. She'd actually been responsible for, keeping an eye on Bishop this entire time. But Bishop had needed to absorb temporal energies, so he'd been sent to the future. The asteroid that they landed on had actually been the Monolith after he'd been cast into space. Deathbird and Caliban capture Cable and defeat X-Force. Magneto, his own powers waning after his battle with Joseph, he needs to be regularly charged by Fabian Cortez, one of the Acolytes, but he resolves to help the X-Men when Xavier asks him for help. Deathbird captures Iceman while he's en route to the mansion, while Sunfire gets captured by former ally of Excalibur, Rory Campbell, who's now been transformed into the villain Ahab. Now, Ahab is a villain from the days of Future Past, and it'd been sort of hinted that Rory Campbell would one day become Ahab, so now it seems like that's actually happening as the Horseman famine. Death assaults the mansion to try and abduct Mikhail, who obviously was brought back comatose by Colossus. The X-Men battle against him, but while they fail to save Mikhail, they do manage to prevent Death teleporting away, meaning that he runs into the Morlock tunnels that link under the mansion. So Kitty, Jubilee, Psylocke, Archangel and Nightcrawler all give chase, Psylocke using Cerebro to amplify her telepathy so that she can help track them. So that she can support the team without unleashing the Shadow King. They manage to free Wolverine from Apocalypse's control, but in doing so, Archangel gets this new light power and gets driven to the... he gets kind of driven to go to the hospital room of the former War, Abraham Kiros, who is now quadriplegic. And Archangel's new light energies heal Kiros and return him to normal. And it's sort of implied that this is some kind of gift from Apocalypse, in the same way that as Archangel's wings coming back. Like, this is somehow linked to what happened to Warren when he was a Horseman. But yeah, they do manage to free Wolverine from his control, so he joins up with the X-Men. But yeah, some echoes of this whole The Light storyline appear in later storylines, which is why I'm mentioning it now, because it does become important later on. The rest of the X-Men, including Fizz and Magneto, arrive in Egypt and battle Skrulls and Monolith's cultists, all of whom have joined up as Apocalypse's army. Bishop is pulled back into this time frame by Apocalypse, and through Skrull manipulation, eventually all of the 12 get captured. Like, the 12 pose as different members of the X-Men, lure the 12 into traps, things like that. It's a pretty good issue, actually, this one. Like, a lot of this storyline I quite enjoyed. The whole mystery of who the 12 could be and how everything was going to come together. This is one of those ones that I was reading the American issues ahead of what I was currently reading in the British issues, because I was aware of both of them at the same time. Coming out around the early 2000s, this was. Excuse me. So Apocalypse arranges the 12 into this large machine, and he reveals that he's planning to absorb their abilities, channel them through the living monolith, and then funnel them into Nate Grey, and he's going to make Nate Grey his new host body. Fizz gets attacked by the mutant Skrulls for being a traitor, but he manages to appeal to Zgan, who is another mutant Skrull. She's a telepath, and she helps him convince the others to switch sides, which helps turn the tide and allows the X-Men to actually break into the base. But by this point, the process has already started. Monolith is supercharged. He grows to gigantic size, which breaks the machine and ends up freeing the 12. Bishop attempts to siphon all the loose energies and gets sent through time again. Mikhail teleports himself, Deathbird, Ahab, and Caliban away, and they sort of disappear to parts unknown. Magneto manages to boost his powers by channeling through Polaris to stop the monolith, while the X-Men try to stop Apocalypse. At the final moments of all this, though, Cyclops throws himself into the machine, taking Nate's place as Apocalypse's host. However, the problem is, obviously, Nate is made using Cyclops' genes. So the similar genetics means that Cyclops serves Apocalypse's purpose almost as well. And Apocalypse ends up making several attempts to warp time and space in order to claim the energies of the 12, unsuccessfully, but, you know, it leads to him eventually fleeing with the monolith. In the aftermath, Xavier leaves Earth with the mutant scrolls to teach and train them. So in some ways kind of healed a bit after he turned on the Acolytes in the Magneto War. Cable gets shocked by, obviously, his father's sacrifice in the battle that he felt destined for. And Jean leaves the X-Men for a bit, distraught at the loss. Polaris returns to Genosha with Magneto, which frees him from his dependency on Cortez, while at the same time he offers her greater training in her powers and a chance to help the people of Genosha. Not long after this, though, there's a 3-issue story which I do want to highlight because I think it's very good. All the mutants around the world briefly find themselves depowered at the hands of the High Evolutionary, so the villain from Guardians of the Galaxy. High Evolutionary is a very, very different character in the comics. He's actually a human scientist who studies evolution called Herbert Wyndham. He's over like 100 years old. It's very, very interesting, and mutants are one of those things that he's also investigated, so he's clashed with the X-Men several times. Many of the X-Men get left in danger as a result of losing their powers. Wolverine specifically is now suffering with adamantium poisoning and dying as a result of having the metal on his bones. Cable loses his telekinesis, which means he starts getting ravaged by his techno-organic virus. But other X-Men manage to benefit greatly. Rogue can now touch Gambit. Marrow was able to experience a normal life. Mystique got arrested. She was depowered inside a government base while attempting to find a new identity, because obviously that whole aspect of her is still compromised. The Brotherhood end up being stopped before committing a crime. Like, Blob loses his mass and all of his skin sags. Meanwhile, Toad becomes very aesthetically gorgeous and loves his new identity. Meanwhile, with the mutates depowered, Genosha's human population begin a desperate attempt to retake the country, spiraling it to civil war. The X-Men gradually come together to attempt to reverse the issue, especially when Iceman and Beast, who had gone to Genosha to study the effects of the legacy virus on the mutates, learn that the mutates were not just depowered but also degenerating, and they found that High Evolutionary wasn't quite to blame. He'd actually been usurped by Mr. Sinister. They defeated him and restored mutants, which allowed Magneto to turn the tide in Genosha, Mystique to escape from prison, and obviously Cable and Wolverine to survive. However, this incident led to some much wider consequences, as a hidden community of mutants found themselves depowered as well, and lost many of their number as a result. And this is, as a result, they prepare for war. And this is where we get the return of Chris Claremont to the books properly. It was later revealed that he had a guiding hand in sort of guiding Alan Davis through many of the recent stories with the 12. Obviously, he'd worked with Alan Davis on X Factor, so they had quite a good... not X Factor, Excalibur, so they had a pretty good working relationship. His return, however, coincided with the second volume of X-Men reaching its 100th issue, and sees each book return to having separate halves of the team, almost, as they confront the new threat of the Neo, a hidden race of mutants. And there's actually like a 6-month time gap as well. One team consists of Storm, Phoenix, who's now focusing a lot more on her telepathic abilities than her telekinesis, Cable, who's wearing Scott's old visor as part of his new costume, Gambit and Beast, which I think is a very good set of 5, like it's a very interesting team, that one. The other team, meanwhile, consists of Rogue as the leader, Wolverine, Shadowcat, who's now using one of Wolverine's old bone claws as a weapon, Nightcrawler, Nightcrawler, Colossus, Archangel, Psylocke, who's also now using telekinesis that she's been somehow gifted by Jean, and new recruit Neil Shara. Neil Shara is a fire-wielding mutant from India who was given the name Thunderbird. Apparently, at one point, the name Agni was planned for him, which Agni is the Hindu god of fire. I think that would have fit better. But it is what it is. Neil Shower actually got discovered off the back of Operation Zero Tolerance. He got attacked by a friend of his called Karima Shapanda, who had been turned into a Prime Sentinel. The 6-month gap takes place between this and the evolutionary incident to allow the new writers to craft backstory. And this got reflected in the other books in the line as well. Warren Ellis took over 3 of the series in X-Force, which had the team at the time of Domino, Meltdown, Cannonball, Warpath, and Bedlam. They now found themselves under the guidance of Peter Wisdom, who was obviously a British MI6 agent, or no, MI13, I think he ends up becoming. A mutant secret agent in Britain. And he basically transformed them to this really elite Black Ops squad. The Massachusetts Academy, where Emma and Banshee were running, that actually opened its doors up to some human students as well. So Emma and Banshee became teachers. Jubilee, Monet, Husk, Chamber, Cinch, and Skin had to go through some greater efforts to kind of hide their secret identities as Generation X. Nate Grey got retooled into more of a mutant shaman and kind of like a guardian of Earth. Meant he kind of clashed up against some other alternate realities. Ellis actually pushed for an avoidance of standard X-Men tropes in his stories, such as the Sentinels, to go for some sort of bold new directions. And in cases like Nate Grey, this became kind of a definitive look at the character, with him eventually sacrificing himself for the good of the world. And Generation X actually came to an end during this run with the death of Cinch. The school got bombed by Emma Frost's estranged sister Adrienne, who Emma was then forced to murder, which shocked the students into abandoning her. And in X-Force, Wisdom got believed killed by a mutant terrorist, but had actually faked his death. I think that one actually ended on a cliffhanger. Warren Ellis had actually introduced Peter Wisdom while he was working on Excalibur towards the end of that run as well. The X-Men, meanwhile, face not just the main Neo war clan led by Domina, the Neo being the group of mutants who had prepared for war, but also other groups of Neo, such as the Crimson Pirates, the Lost Souls, and the Shockwave Riders. However, the actual links and connections between all the different groups isn't particularly clear at the time as you're reading it. A lot of it has been revealed since. The problem is with Claremont's writing at this point is he's writing almost as though he plans to be on the titles again long term, which is fine. But he's sort of writing as he did towards the end of that run, with these very long form storytelling ideas. But instead, I think he needed to be writing more like he had when he'd started the X-Men, which is, there's been a lot of continuity that's happened in the meantime, some of which he just straight up ignores. And it can be very, very jarring at times to see all this groundwork laid, all these hints for future storylines that we never really see pay off, and it makes his return to the title very disappointing, really. Yeah, the Neo storyline, their opening attack on the X-Men, leads to a lot of changes for the team. Shadowcat ends up getting lost. There's also the implication that comes later that she was actually a Neo, but I don't think that was ever really developed. Cecilia Reyes also returns. She ends up clashing with the Neo, who inject her with a drug named Rave, which she quickly becomes addicted to while they're holding her prisoner. And Rogue's team eventually managed to defeat the War Clan. But yeah, like I said, I was very disappointed with Claremont's return. He tries to return almost exactly as things were. And like I said, his style was one of very long-form storytelling where he returns to ideas that he's introduced later to continue to build on them. And the problem is the Neo don't get that opportunity. The last time we actually see the Neo, Magneto comes and recruits the War Clan after overpowering them, which was clearly a setup for the next part of their story, but that didn't happen. Instead, Claremont ended up taking several members of the team, namely Storm, Psylocke, Thunderbird, Beast, Rogue, Gambit, the returned Bishop, and Sebastian Shaw's former assistant Tessa, who had been revealed to be a spy for Xavier and was now known as Sage, off on a quest into a brand new title, Extreme X-Men, to hunt the rest of Destiny's Diaries. But there are a few other things that happened before that, and this was all part of a big shake-up of the X-Men line in the early 2000s. Before we get to that, though, there's other things. In space, Xavier has formed several of the Skrulls into a group called Cadre K, while a council of galactic races led by Lilandra is trying to decide what should be done about Earth, specifically the superhumans of Earth and their continued impact on the galactic stage. Cadre K actually attempts to defeat the Ego the Living Planet alongside the Silver Surfer, but they end up unsuccessful, and Ego is actually stopped by a brand new alien race called the Rule. The Council votes to do something about Earth, and the Rule, with their new standing in galactic society after defeating Ego, suggest turning the Earth into a prison planet, sending alien criminals there and keeping the humans contained. Zgan ends up being one of the criminals sent to Earth by the Rule, and she passes a message from Xavier to Rogue, but she does it by touch, which means that Rogue actually absorbs a whole load of Skrull genetics, which changes her powers for now, to the point that she is able to change her genetics to call on abilities that she's absorbed in the past. So she's able to, like, sprout Wolverine's claws, she's able to manifest Cyclops' vision, manifest Gambit's abilities. Any mutant that she's ever touched, she now potentially has their abilities. The Avengers actually lead the charge on resolving this issue. This is part of a crossover called Maximum Security. But the X-Men are involved. This was like a line-wide crossover, and they do team up with them. And it's eventually revealed that the Rule are, in actuality, a heavily modified version of the Kree, who got decimated by the Supreme Intelligence, who had betrayed them several years ago when they were at war with the Shi'ar. And the X-Men and the Avengers actually managed to save the planet from Ego, because an Ego spore gets sent to Earth and starts spreading over the planet. Bishop also gets reunited with the X-Men here after returning from years at this point being away from them. However, he finds himself affected by a psionic creature called La Nabette Noire, which is a legend known by Gambit. Gambit actually helps Bishop seek help from the Witness, and they end up in a confrontation with Strife, who actually seemingly dies to stop La Bête Noire. The X-Men have to deal with the new Brotherhood of Mutants, which is led by Mystique and Sabretooth, that have modified the legacy virus to solely affect humans, but not only that, to affect them very, very quickly, and humans start dying. They plan to unleash it against Robert Kelly, who is campaigning to be president on an anti-mutant platform. The X-Men comes to Kelly's defense, but it's actually Pyro who saves his life. Pyro wasn't invited to the New Brotherhood because of the fact that obviously he's dying from the legacy virus. And he actually dies and succumbs to the legacy virus while saving Kelly from Post. And this makes Kelly, Pyro actually makes Kelly swear to be better and to do what he can to avoid a human-mutant war. And as a result, this leads to Kelly changing his tone, but he then gets shot by one of his own supporters and ends up dying in Cable's arms. Mystique also attacks Muir Island at this point. Muir Island, Excalibur had obviously broken up, but Moira's still there, and Wolfsbane, her ward, is still there. Wolfsbane actually ends up being rendered powerless by the same anti-mutant gun that got used on Storm years earlier, and Moira McTaggart seemingly dies. It's quite a heartfelt death. There's a telepathic link between her and Xavier as she passes. But it turns out the changes that Mystique has made to the legacy virus do actually allow Beast to finally engineer a cure. but the cure will require the sacrifice of a mutant to use it. So Beast isn't satisfied with this and resolves to improve it, but Colossus, remembering the death of Illyana to the legacy virus, takes the cure from Beast and Cecilia and uses it and sacrifices his own life to cure the legacy virus. And yeah, that's a very very poignant panel, that one, like the final image where he dies using the legacy virus to save, ending his life to cure the legacy virus. It's very, very powerful. It's quite sad. And for the final major change in this era, Cyclops ends up separated from Apocalypse after Phoenix and Cable hunt Apocalypse's down, and they seemingly disperse Apocalypse's spirit, and Cyclops ends up to be restored, but he seems to have been changed by his experiences, which puts a strain on his marriage and connection to Jean. Cable ends up leaving the X-Men, finding their methods too passive, and decides to become a soldier of fortune. The cure for the legacy virus, however, leaves Magneto with a ready and willing army of mutates who want vengeance on the humans that have wronged them. And at this point, Magneto has lost the support of both Quicksilver and Polaris. Polaris was actually revealed to be his daughter shortly before this, and both of them have now abandoned him. He captures Xavier, and so Cyclops and Wolverine infiltrate Genosha to rescue him, while Phoenix gathers a new group of X-Men to help, including Sunfire's cousin, who has very similar abilities and actually goes by the name Sunpire, and Dazzler, who had arrived at the expansion seeking help for some of her own issues in Mojo World, North Star of Alpha Flight, and a mind-controlled Joanna Cargill, one of the acolytes known as Frenzy. They head to Genosha. They team up with Cyclops and Wolverine, who have helped Polaris smuggle humans out of Genosha. The X-Men then get helped by the acolyte Amelia Voight. She's a former lover of Xavier's, who has actually helped them in the past. Together, they all free Xavier, and Wolverine critically wounds Magneto, preventing him starting his war with the human world. The interim team disband, including Dazzler, but for Dazzler, at least, there are many, many questions. She reveals that Mojo basically created X-Baby versions of the Age of Apocalypse villains, who proceeded to overthrow him and destroy Mojo World, and had seemingly killed Longshot. Now, the last time we saw Dazzler and Longshot, Dazzler revealed that she was possibly pregnant, and yeah, she says that she's lost the baby as a result of everything that's happened against these AOA babies. This plotline, however, never gets touched on again, and it's a real shame, because it was clearly a good idea. Like, it was something that was just added by Scott Lobdell, who was writing this story arc. He returned for this sort of interim story in between Claremont leaving and Grant Morrison taking over. And yeah, Dazzler doesn't remain with the X-Men to kind of resolve these issues. She just kind of leaves, and it's annoying, because I like this idea. I thought this storyline was good, but we then get Grant Morrison coming in to take over, and as part of his shake-up, we end up with the X-Men being led into a bold new age. So, the new X-Men stories. Storm's team, in the title Extreme X-Men, separate from the mansion and start to investigate Destiny's diaries. It seems that basically when Destiny's powers first activated, she had many powerful visions of the future, and ended up writing 13 volumes of a journal full of all of the things that she foresaw. And it was over this year that she was left blind, and she had scattered the diaries, as while they were all cryptic in nature, they did essentially serve as a guideline to the future. The X-Men were not the only ones hunting them, however. They got ambushed by a man known as Vargas, who was a very skilled but seemingly just human fighter, and in their first battle with him, actually, Vargas killed Psylocke and gravely wounded Beast, Sage actually attempted to heal Beast and ended up triggering a secondary mutation, which gave him a form not unlike a large blue lion. Beast returned to the main X-Men team in Westchester to try and as part of his healing process. Meanwhile, Archangel, Iceman, and Nightcrawler ended up with a team of their own in Uncanny X-Men. They ended up teaming up with Chamber and former mutant sex worker Stacy X. She was actually capable of pheromone control, so she could influence people by touching them and affecting them with her pheromones. Very, very cool. She also had snake-like skin, and there was actually a mock-up piece of art created because they were planning on introducing her in the third X-Men film. And the screen test that they did for the visual look is available online. It's very, very good. They ended up dealing with several enemies, including the Vanisher and a paramilitary group called X-Corps. Now, X-Corps had been set up by Banshee, who was grieving and distraught at Moira's death. And Banshee's intentions were to rehabilitate X-Men villains. So he captured villains like Blob, Mastermind's daughter, also called Mastermind, Avalanche, and Fever Pitch, who was a member of Gene Nation. And with the help of characters like Jubilee, Husk, M, Sunpire, Radius, who was a former member of the Man of Action Alpha Flight, and Madrox. However, his group ended up being infiltrated by Mystique, and Mystique unleashed the villains on Paris, which was where X-Corps was based, and slit Banshee's throat before she escaped once again. Banshee survived, but obviously had lost his powers briefly for a bit while he was healing. During the chaos, Radius and Sunpire both ended up killed. Husk ended up returning to the X-Mansion. Storm's team then dealt with New Mutants in Australia, and then got caught into a multiversal alien invasion in Madripoor by a villain called Khan, who was using Gambit as a portal to try and bring through his army. And this obviously this is taking place in Madripoor. Also saw Storm's team teaming up with Viper and a few other things like that. It was quite interesting. Khan also tried to seduce Storm and take her as his bride. Vargas even ended up getting involved in this storyline, and Rogue ended up seeking revenge on him for what he'd done to Betsy, but Vargas managed to win, got the upper hand, and he stabbed Rogue and Gambit, which destroyed Khan's portal and left him dealt with, but caused Rogue and Gambit to both seemingly lose their powers. The biggest change in all this, though, comes with Xavier's team, under the title New X-Men. Phoenix, Cyclops, Beast, and Wolverine are recruiting New Mutants to join the school, with Cyclops and Wolverine saving one such mutant, Ugly John, from Sentinels. On return to the mansion, however, Xavier asks them to investigate this large energy surge in Ecuador. And in Ecuador, the mysterious Cassandra Nova has brought dentist Donald Trask, a relative of Sentinel creator Bolivar Trask, to a wild Sentinel master mold, explaining to him that within 4 generations humanity will be extinct, replaced entirely by mutants, but that he has the power to prevent this. Inspired by her words, he unleashes the wild Sentinels, but is then promptly killed by Cassandra, who has copied his DNA and takes control of the Sentinels herself. Cyclops, Wolverine, and Ugly John are shot down and captured. They manage to escape and capture Cassandra Nova, but in the process, Ugly John gets killed. Meanwhile, the Wild Sentinels arrive in Genosha, where Emma Frost has a position as a teacher. She's teaching a telepathy class, and they launch an attack on the city. Within minutes, over 16 million mutants are killed, and Genosha is destroyed. Exploring the aftermath of all this, the X-Men find Emma Frost, who has developed a secondary mutation of transforming into Diamond to survive, but her students, including Negasonic Teenage Warhead, are all dead. She joins the X-Men just as Cassandra escapes containment and attempts to use Cerebra to kill all of the mutants around the world, but Emma breaks her neck. Before anyone can help her, or before Cassandra can heal further, though, Xavier shoots her. Later that night, Xavier announces that he is a mutant on national television and the leader of the X-Men. In the wake of this announcement, not only does the school swell with New Mutant students, but also the X Corporation is founded, sort of inspired in some ways by Banshee's X-Corps design. The X-Corps is groups of X-Men affiliated mutants based around the world, with the largest of these foreign offices being the Paris-based group. Now, the Paris-based group actually had a really interesting team that I wish we'd seen more of. It was Madrox, M, Cannonball, Richter, Sabra, Darkstar, who's a Russian mutant, member of the Winter Guard, and Siren. And some of those mutants will come back in a similar team later on. But yeah, I just thought this was a good team. The goal of the X Corporation is to help civilian mutants around the world with problems, while also providing a government-affiliated response team. Now, Risque of the Hong Kong team, she was an ally of X-Force, gets killed. So Logan, Scott and Emma travel to Hong Kong to help Domino, who's the other member of that team, investigate. And they learn of a group called the U-Men. The U-Men are a group of humans that graft mutant organs into themselves to gain mutant powers. So, for example, their idea is that if they were to, say, take Cyclops' eyes and replace their eyes with Cyclops', they would have Cyclops' abilities. It's an interesting idea, and, you know, it's like a transhuman idea. But, yeah, most of the times the mutants they harvest these powers from end up dead. The U-Men were founded by someone called John Sublime, who's like an industry magnate, like one of these billionaire tech bro type things. They also encounter the imprisoned mutant Zorn. Zorn, I think it's Kuan-Yin Zorn. And he is it's Kuan-Yin or Shen? I can't remember. There's two Zorns. It comes back later on. But yeah, Zorn is essentially in a Chinese prison, and he has a star in his head. And Cyclops manages to convince him to join the X-Men, which he does. And he breaks free, he helps the X-Men. But while in Hong Kong as well, Scott and Emma spend the night together. And we don't know what happens there yet. We just learn that they spent the night together. And they spent the night together while Wolverine and Domino were engaging in a friends with benefits situation. So, we don't know what's going on there. Lilandra then comes to Earth to take Xavier to the Shi'ar Empire for a while, but at the same time Beast, who is studying the incapacitated Cassandra Nova, learns that she has the same genetic code as Xavier, which Xavier confirms, revealing that Cassandra has actually taken over Xavier's body. And Cassandra ends up possessing a mutant student called Beak, who looks like a chicken, essentially. I love Beak, but his mutation is that he looks like a chicken. He can't even really fly. But yeah, Beak is manipulated into beating Beast with a titanium baseball bat and beats him quite severely. Cassandra and Xavier's body then leaves Earth with Lilandra. Everyone thinks it's Xavier. The only people who know the truth are Beast and Beak. Beak ends up running away. Beast is essentially comatose. While he's away from Earth, the X-Men have to deal with Sublime and his U-Men. They end up rescuing several other young mutants, such as the runaway Angel Salvador. From them, Angel Salvador, she has like a fly-like mutation. She's got like fly wings. She's got an acidic bile that she's able to extrude from her mouth, which she actually has to do to digest food. She's also not got a particularly great backstory. It's implied that she's a victim of abuse from her stepfather. Yeah, it's not a particularly nice storyline. It's a great character, but yeah, I think some aspects of her origin are a bit rough. But yeah, as well as saving Angel, they also have to deal with an assault on the mansion itself. Emma gets manipulated by Sublime's own victim, Martha Johansson. Martha is essentially a mutant brain kept alive by him in a jar and manipulated by him to sort of control others. But Martha also seemingly makes Emma kill John Sublime. From Beast and the traumatized Beak, the X-Men eventually learn what's happened to Xavier, and Jean and Emma team up to probe Xavier's mind, which has been hostage inside the comatose body of Cassandra and kind of buried quite deep. And we learn that Cassandra was Xavier's twin, and she had attempted to kill him while they were still in the womb, and he had responded by using his own powers to kill her. And it's at this point that the Shi'ar Super Guardians return. They have been urged by a mind-controlled Lilandra to attack the X-Men. Cassandra has actually devastated the Empire with her powers, and while her body is dying with Xavier's mind trapped inside it, she's in Xavier's body, very, very powerful, and has Lilandra as her puppet, essentially. The X-Men battle against the Super Guardians. Zorn and Cyclops help to save Lilandra and manage to get Cassandra to use Cerebra again, where Phoenix, manifesting Phoenix abilities once again, so this is Jean now, manifesting Phoenix-type abilities, switching Cassandra and Xavier back. However, Cassandra, in her dying body, gets teased into going into another body, and that body is the reprogrammed body of the shape-shifting Super Guardian Stuff. Stuff had been beaten by Angel Salvador, Beak, and the Stepford Cuckoos. The Stepford Cuckoos are 5 mutant siblings, all blonde-haired, blue-eyed, based on, like, you know, as their name says, like a mix of the Stepford Wives and the Midwich Cuckoos. Very interesting characters who we will learn a lot more about as this goes on. In the aftermath of all this, though, Lilandra ends her relationship with Xavier, and Xavier can now seemingly walk again, which is very interesting. One of the more interesting developments at this time as well, outside of the new X-Men book, is the restoration of Weapon X. The new director of Weapon X is Malcolm Colcord. He is a soldier who had been horrifically scarred by Wolverine during his escape years ago, and he reopened Weapon X in North America, so in the US, and installed a concentration camp called Neverland, where several mutants actually ended up as prisoners, including Cecilia Reyes, Maggot, Leech, Ape, and Tarbaby, who are all members of the Morlocks, Random, who was an ally of X-Factor, and Diamond Lil, who was a member of Alpha Flight. Meanwhile, Colcord hired Brent Jackson, a former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, to run a Black Ops team. Now, this Black Ops team included Sabretooth, who would once again be given adamantium, Wild Child, who got experimented on and got a much more Nosferatu type appearance. Wild Child is another Alpha Flight member. Sauron, who had his Sauron and Karl Lykos personalities kind of merged to give him sort of Sauron's body, but Lykos's mind. Marrow, who was given the ability to control her powers and, you know, able to, you know, live a normal life and actually present as a human woman. Mesmero, who it was obviously an old 60s X-Men villain engaging in mind control. He actually does some engages in some abuse of other characters using his mind control powers, including Marrow. Not very nice. Garrison Kane, the former Weapon X, he was brought in, given new cyborg abilities, and sort of turned into like a hitman. Reaper and Wildside, who are 2 members of Strife's Mutant Liberation Front, and the Mutant Washout, who had his powers enhanced, but they actually ended up killing him. Like, the more he would use, he was like a hydrokinetic, so the more he would transform his body and use water the more unstable he'd actually become. Jackson's team actually ended up clashing with past agents of Weapon X, including Wolverine, Deadpool, and Maverick. Maverick was actually seemingly killed by them, and Deadpool briefly ended up being cured by them.
Deadpool ended up kind of briefly being cured by them and working on the team along with his estranged girlfriend Vanessa, who in the comics is a mutant called Copycat. I think Copycat and Deadpool also. I think Copycat ended up dead. Deadpool briefly died, but managed to come back. It was all part of stuff happening in the Deadpool book at the time. Aurora and Madison Jeffries, who are also two mutant members of Alpha Flight. Aurora being Northstar's sister, and Madison Jeffries being a technopath. He's able to create machines and sort of communicate with machines telepathically. They also got brought in. Both of them were mind controlled to serve. Aurora has a history of schizophrenia, and they kind of manipulated her mind to sort of combine her personalities and to try and help her. And as a result, she ended up in a romance of sorts with Colcord. And Madison Jeffrey got used to build an army of Box robots. Box was another Alpha Flight hero whose identity he had taken over after the original Box got killed. And his Box bots were used to staff Neverland. Mr. Sinister also hid among the staff at Neverland, taking certain mutants into his own labs to experiment further on them. But essentially, Neverland became a mutant death camp. And Jackson and Colcord actually ended up divided over Weapon X and in opposition to each other, while Cable led a mutant underground, including Domino, Boomer, and Maverick, a new Maverick, to stop them. Chamber actually joined them from the X-Men, and originally he was undercover, but then they fixed his face, and when they did that, they also brainwashed him. Unfortunately, the series Weapon X, while being very interesting, actually got cancelled. It was all written and masterminded by Frank Thierry, and I really enjoyed his work in this period. He set up a lot of it through the titles of Wolverine and Deadpool, built everything up really well. Maverick turned out to have been turned into a new character called Agent Zero, while the Maverick, who was a member of the Underground, was actually the original Maverick's assistant, a mutant called Bolt. A lot of these characters were all adapted into various films over the years as well. Like Bolt was in Wolverine Origins, so was Agent Zero, etc. So it's very... Yeah, I like this idea, but unfortunately a lot of its plot lines were left completely unresolved. I do think it's a very interesting relic of its time, though. And yeah, I quite enjoyed it. There's also a much more celebrity-focused group of mutants in this era as well, in Peter Milligan and Mike Allred's new X-Force series. The team of mutants in X-Force acted more like reality TV stars, and in their debut mission, actually, their team leader Zeitgeist has conspired for many of the team members to be massacred. But he gets caught and killed as well. Leaving only Anarchist, You-Go Girl, and the mysterious Dupe as survivors. A new team ends up being built, including characters called Fat, Spike, Dead Girl, Vivisector, and a character called Mr. Sensitive, who later takes on the name The Orphan, and Venus de Milo. Both of them have special suits that were actually built by Xavier, and sort of implied that they had links to Xavier as well. The series didn't last long. It was a very irreverent take on the X-Men and on this kind of mutant superheroes. Think almost like The Boys, but not quite as cynical. Like, it's the idea of mutant celebrities. And it kept quite a high mortality rate going through. Like, not every character survived until the end of it. The most famous moment, or probably the most infamous moment for this team, was probably, it was probably when it was announced that Princess Diana was due to be added as a returned from the dead mutant superhero. However, obviously, this news story led to a very negative reaction from the British press and the royal family. Um, Peter Milligan defended it by saying he just wanted to include a character who was famous for only being famous, which I think is a bit of a derisory way of describing Princess Diana. She had accomplishments as a result of her fame, but yeah, you can say that she was only famous for the fact that she was famous. But yeah, they replaced her. He also implied he wanted to add David Beckham to the series at some point as well. But yeah, they actually replaced her with a brand new character called Henrietta Hunter, who instead was a former pop star rather than a princess. The entire team, though, ended up being killed off again in their final issue. But the creative team did return for a few follow-ups over the years, most notably one called Ecstatics Presents Dead Girl, because the team originally was called X-Force until a clash with the original X-Force saw them changing their names to Ecstatics, being like a branding initiative. And yeah, Ecstatics Presents Dead Girl, where Dead Girl came back from the dead and worked with Doctor Strange, of all people. Yeah. There was also a more modern take on them, again, with the same character, same creators. I think it's very much a product of its time. It's a bit of a weird one. But yeah, there were some interesting ideas in this era of X-Men, and there were more beyond this. There was a series on the Brotherhood. There was a different version of the Brotherhood, a Brotherhood almost as kind of like a secret society type thing. There was a series called Muties, which was about a group of very strange Morlocks with very bizarre powers. It was just this idea of exploring a new mutant world and dealing with the aftermath of the decimation of Genosha. And even in those stories, even in New X-Men, they introduced plenty of new mutants. One of the more interesting ones was a character called Jumbo Carnation, who was a mutant fashion designer with 4 arms. And his whole thing was designing very mutant clothes, and then he ended up getting assassinated, I think, by the U-Men. So yeah, some really interesting stuff. But before we go back to talking about Grant Morrison's New X-Men, I think we have to discuss Chuck Austen.
Because yes, while Grant Morrison's New X-Men was the main X-Men comic at the time, as much as you could say that there was a main X-Men title out of the 3, there was also, and obviously there was Chris Claremont's Extreme X-Men with the Storm team. There was also Chuck Austen's quite infamous run on Uncanny X-Men. This team featured Archangel, Nightcrawler, Iceman, Wolverine as well occasionally, and added Northstar, Jubilee, Husk, who actually began a relationship with Archangel, and Juggernaut. Now, there were many moments of this run that were notable for many of the wrong reasons. It started with Stacy X leaving a nude workout video for Archangel after he spurned her affections. This was actually before he ended up in a relationship with Husk. That came a bit afterwards. There was the introduction of a religious hate group called the Church of Humanity. And the Church of Humanity not only tried to manipulate Nightcrawler into becoming Pope, but also crucified several mutants on the lawn of the school, including Skin and Bedlam, both of whom died. Archangel developed a secondary mutation where his blood was able to heal people through transfusions. This is what actually kept Husk and... Jubilee and Magma alive, because they were also crucified, along with 2 others that aren't really identified. But yeah, he wasn't able to save Skin and Bedlam, because apparently it only works on mutants of the same blood type as him. Yeah. Juggernaut trying to atone for his crimes and actually getting tried properly to become a member of the X-Men, but sleeping with his defense lawyer She-Hulk. Supposedly, this was later retconned in She-Hulk's own titles that no, that wasn't actually She-Hulk, it was someone else, pretending to be her and all sorts of things like that. But yeah, that's a retcon that came as a result of someone else who was working on She-Hulk going, I don't want She-Hulk associated with that. There was everything with Warren and Husk's age gap relationship. Like, at one point, they all go to the Guthrie farm because one of the other Guthrie siblings develops mutant powers. A character called Jay Guthrie, who gets giant red wings and ends up falling into like a Romeo and Juliet style story with the daughter of another family in the area who are much more humanity first, shall we say. And yeah, they do a Romeo and Juliet style story. It's not quite as tragic as that. Jay actually survives, but I don't think the girl does. And there's one point in that story where Archangel sort of flies up into the sky with Husk, and then clothes fall down. And this is happening in front of Husk's mother, who then decides to go inside. It's not great. And then there's the most infamous story was actually the 4th volume of this series, which is called The Draco, which reveals an interdimensional group of demonic mutants called the Nephilim, and they're led by a mutant warlord called Azazel. And Azazel is revealed to be Nightcrawler's father, having managed to travel across dimensions and hook up with Mystique years ago. And yeah, this story did not make anyone turn out in a good way. Like, even Mystique, who had shown like a natural love for Nightcrawler a lot of times, it was revealed that she kind of basically threw him away because he was Azazel's baby and Azazel wouldn't be with her. It was not good. The thing is, though, I do think there are some very interesting character ideas at play during this run. And I think there are some bits to look back on very fondly. North Star's joining of the team, for example, actually had a story which solidified him as one of my favourites. He desperately... North Star is a very cool mutant. He was the first out-gay mutant in Marvel Comics. He came out in the early 90s, like I said, as a member of Alpha Flight. And he joined the X-Men. He's got super speed. He's able to fly at super speed. And there's a mutant who is exploding, and they have to get him somewhere to the hospital for help. North Star picks him up and tries to fly with him. But in the air, this kid keeps exploding, and North Star keeps injuring himself, trying desperately to get this kid to safety, to get him help. And he fails, but it solidified him as one of my favourites. He really tried. And I'm like, wow, that was what an issue to be introduced to this character. Although there's bits after that don't work quite well and seem quite out of place. Like I said, North Star is a gay man, and that leads to a clash between him and Iceman, of all characters, which is not particularly pleasant. Iceman comes across very homophobic in a couple of points, but some of that could be explained by changes that happen to Iceman later on, and I'm sure we'll get there eventually. Juggernaut got rehabilitated in many ways by his friendship with one of the mutant students, a kid named Sammy Parr, who also got known as Squid Boy. Sammy was part of a generation of mutants similar to Beak, where he looks like a creature. In this case, he has a fish head. He looks like a fish. Sammy's lovely, though, and Sammy and Juggernaut's relationship was quite friendly. It was a very brotherly relationship. Like, Sammy saw Kane as like a big brother. Polaris was also revealed to have survived the Genosian massacre. She actually got found in an issue of New X-Men by Jean, Xavier, Sabra, and Quicksilver, I think, and maybe a couple of others. I think Thunderbird might have been there as well. And she returned to the X-Men, but she was shown to have some quite severe mental instability as a result of everything she'd gone through, like a real sort of post-traumatic stress thing. And this became exemplified when Havoc, who at this point was a catatonic patient of a nurse called Annie Gascanian, who had actually come to the mansion because her son was a mutant and was developing his powers. She ended up becoming the school nurse, and Havoc, her patient, woke up and came back to the mansion, and Annie was actually in love with Havoc. She'd kind of she'd been caring for him for years at this point, ever since he'd been found in the aftermath of X Factor. But yeah, his mind came back from the Mutant X universe, and he kind of woke up. And yeah, Polaris sort of made sure that she got caught in bed with Havoc by Annie, and then kind of proposed to him and almost kind of rushed him into marriage. He left her at the Isle, which actually ended up with her becoming enraged, but they remained quite amicable afterwards. But eventually, it took a bit of time. So yeah, there's bits that don't work, but there are some bits that really do. And, you know, Juggernaut's rehabilitation here is great. There's a lot that is bad, though. But not all of Austen's work for X-Men was bad. And this was quite evident when he took over the series of Exiles. So I'm going to talk a bit more about Exiles and what that is. Exiles began as kind of an iteration on the old What If concept, featuring a team of reality-displaced heroes, mainly X-Men related, who travelled to alternate worlds to perform missions. This team was led by the Age of Apocalypse version of Blink, with her teammates Nocturne, who was a daughter of her timeline's Nightcrawler and the Scarlet Witch. She was able to possess people, but she looked like Nightcrawler. TJ, her name was. She was great. Mimic, this version of Mimic, was actually a mutant, not a human who had gained similar powers, and he was able to permanently hold on to 5 mutant powers at a time, but at like half the strength of their normal strength. And I think the powers he had, he was the leader of his universe's version of the X-Men, and the powers he had were Colossus, Angel at first, although he did lose that and get someone else's later on, Wolverine, Cyclops, Colossus. So yeah, he's pretty cool. Mimic actually tried to lead the team at first, but their first mission was like rescue the person who will save mutantkind. And this is a world where all the superhumans were in prison, and they all thought, you know, most of them being X-Men, thought that the person they should rescue would be Xavier. It turned out this Xavier is a psychopathic, and he led he basically led an army of superhumans against the human army of this world and started causing massacres. So they ended up saving Magneto instead. Blink had actually suggested Magneto straight away, because obviously in her universe Magneto led the X-Men, and Mimic stepped down as team leader and said he needed Blink's input as the leader because she had a more unbiased approach, not having the same history with the X-Men that the rest of them have. The other mutants there was a character called Magnus, who was a future child of Rogue and Magneto, sort of inspired by Charles from the Age of Apocalypse series. And Thunderbird. This version of Thunderbird was the Horseman War, and yeah, it was John Proudstar, and he was able to transform into this much more powerful, like ridiculously monstrous form. It was very, very cool. Magnus actually died on their first mission and then got replaced by Sunfire, except this version of Sunfire was Mariko rather than Shiro, and not only was she Mariko Yoshida, she was also gay. which was very, very cool. That got brought in later on. Oh, and the final member of the team is Morph, sort of inspired by the Age of Apocalypse version of Morph, except he's kind of like living Play-Doh. And I think a lot of the characterization that the X-Men 97 series included for their version of Morph seems to come from this version of Morph, including one of his costumes later on. Yeah, he was very different from the AOA Morph, not quite as despondent, but similar sort of sense of humour, fourth wall breaking, pop culture references, all that sort of stuff. Great character. The concept of the Exiles actually got begun by Judd Winnick, and it has the team gathered by a being called the Time Broker. The Time Broker tells them that they've all become unstuck in time, with their realities being changed around them. But if they perform certain missions, they may get to go home because they'll repair their reality. The missions they get sent on can be varied. Like one of their earliest missions involved like the trial of the Phoenix, and they had to make sure that Phoenix died. Except in this reality, it wasn't the Phoenix Force, it was literally Jean Grey. So this ended up with them having to fight the X-Men. One of their other missions just involved them buying a cheese Danish, because them buying the last cheese Danish ends up with this chain of events that prevents an alien invasion. It's very interesting. They have a lot of characters, a lot of casualties. Like I said, Magnus dies in their first mission. T-Bird also gets left comatose and ends up being replaced by a version of Sasquatch long afterwards. Sasquatch is a character from Alpha Flight. This version of Sasquatch, though, is actually Heather Hudson, not Walter Lankowski, who is the main universe version of Sasquatch. Not only is it Heather Hudson, it's also a black version of Heather Hudson, which I quite like. And in her timeline, she was also briefly married to Wolverine at one point. Well, Logan. Eventually, they encounter another team of sort of universe-hopping travellers who are known as Weapon X. This version of Weapon X is led by Blink's mentor Sabretooth, and they've had a much higher body count because they get given much darker missions, and they act almost like targeted killers. Like, their team is quite interesting. They've got a version of Spider-Man who's kind of bonded with Carnage, and it's absolutely crazy. They've got a version of Storm who doesn't really say much. They've got a version of She-Hulk who's just called Hulk, and she's kind of like a hired gangster type. They've got a version of Vision who's very damaged but also very murderous. Yeah, they're just much more brutal killers. And together, both teams get sent to a Days of Future Past-like world to free a trapped kid called David Richards, who is the son of Franklin Richards and Rachel Summers. But when they do, the Time Broker then tells them that David is going to grow up to be a tyrant, and Exiles are there to free him, Weapon X are there to kill him, which brings both of the teams to blows. Sabretooth says he will stay and raise David, leaving Weapon X, and the other two teams continue on with their missions, going their separate ways. After the conclusion of their next mission, however, on a legacy virus-infested world, Blink is told that she has repaired her timeline and is sent home. And this legacy virus world was really interesting. It was like the legacy virus had merged with the Phalanx virus, and so anyone infected became like a Phalanx creature as well. And there were a small group of heroes who were there kind of like fighting the good fight, trying to save people. And eventually I think they saved the world by bringing in the Asgardians, because there were no Asgardians on this world. So they brought in Thor and all the others, and they kind of saved the day. But yeah, Blink gets told she's repaired her timeline, and she gets sent home, and she gets replaced by Magic. And this is where Chuck Austen takes over. Now, this is the part of the book where Chuck Austen takes over, and his run on the book for Exiles is great. And he starts by crossing the Exiles team over with the Uncanny X-Men team that he was writing, as part of an adventure which sees them go up against a group of lupine mutants, like werewolf-type mutants, called the Dominant Species. They try and bring one of the students called Wolf Cub over to their side as well. There's also there's also the reveal that there's like two Havocs inside Alex. Presumably one of them is the one from the Mutant X timeline. It's a bit more evil. There's a whole thing going on there. It makes out that like Havoc has kind of been eliminated by the Time Brokers in other realities. So yeah, that's a bit of a scary suggestion. He also goes on a bit of a storyline showing that the Exiles' missions are getting a bit more sinister. Starting with Magic being shown to be much more willing to take a more darker path than the others. So, like, one of the first realities they go to with Magic, they get told that the heroes of this world have to die. The heroes of this world are heroes for hire. Like, Heroes for Hire has been turned into, like, a massive organization. So it's still led by Luke Cage and Iron Fist, but also features Colossus, and they're like the heroes that are like the main team on the world rather than the Avengers or the Fantastic Four. And the Exiles get told that the heroes for hire have to die, and the original Exiles try and find a way to save the day without killing them. Magic abandons the Exiles, goes and kills them herself, including this alternate version of Colossus, who actually sides with her when he realizes that this is Illyana, because this version of Colossus also lost his Illyana. And it's quite dark. Like, this Colossus actually helps her by killing Luke Cage. It's so dark, and like the Exiles just jump and they realize, like, mission complete, and they're like, that's when they realize that Magic did it, and they're horrified. There's also one point after a conflict with a vampire version of Captain America, they end up getting scattered into various realities for a while, which is where we get some really good character development. We see Heather dealing with the killing of her Logan. Like, she had to kill Logan during one of his berserker rages, because she just couldn't save him, and she was married to him at the time, so she has to kind of confront that. Sunfire and Nocturne end up on the Legacy Virus world, and while they're there, Sunfire actually ends up starting a relationship with that world's version of Spider-Woman, who's also gay. It's a Mary Jane, but a gay version of Mary Jane, so they end up having a relationship together before they get whisked away and Mariko gets forced to leave her. And Mimic gets stranded on a world overrun by the Brood. Meanwhile, Magic just gets dumped in the ocean for like 4 minutes. So it's different times that they all kind of get stranded in these other realities. And they all get brought back together and reunited to stop a rampaging Thing. However, this is the point, like, after they manage to stop Thing from rampaging, like, this is a Thing on his, after first transforming for the Fantastic Four, and he goes on a berserker rampage, like a Hulk style rampage. They manage to stop him, but this is when Mimic reveals that he's actually been contaminated by a brood egg, and he loses control and ends up attacking the Exiles as the egg hatches. And in the conflict, before they can actually stop him, before his healing factor can actually save him, Sunfire ends up killed, and she gets replaced by Blink. Like, Blink returns, and she's now traumatized. So you've got that aspect of what the heck happened to Blink and how is she back, while also Morph is blaming Mimic for Sunfire's death. It's very, very cool. Chuck Austen also gave us more of Weapon X here. We got to see them on one of their missions. They were led by a version of Gambit. They were helping a dictator version of Iron Man, also kind of crossed with Doctor Doom. It was like he was wearing Doctor Doom's cloak but Iron Man's armor, and he ruled his world, with the exception of Atalan, which was hidden. The Inhuman city of Atalan, and Weapon X were sent to help him find it, because doing that starts a chain of events where Iron Man gets killed by Susan Storm. So they did that. They were led by a version of Gambit. During this mission, their Hulk was lost in like a portal, and she got replaced by a more timid version of Colossus. But the storyline actually kind of comes together not long after this. We see Weapon X on a mission, and Storm has died, and she dies in Gambit's arms. Gambit and Storm had kind of fallen in love, and Storm gets replaced by Hyperion. Now, Hyperion is essentially a Marvel character who is the equivalent to Superman. And this version of Hyperion, who was the ruler of his own world, instantly rejects everything the Time Broker has said. Says he doesn't trust the Time Broker and that he's not going to do the mission. And he keeps trying to take over these alternate worlds and ignoring whatever the missions the Time Broker sets them. And eventually turns on Gambit and tries to take the Talus, like the controlling device that the team leader has, off of Gambit's arm, which causes Gambit to lose his arm. And yeah, he tries a couple of times to take over the world. The rest of Weapon X, like a couple of other members on Weapon X, are more sympathetic to Gambit. A couple of them, like Spider, are much more sympathetic to Hyperion. And yeah, it's very, very dark. And yeah, eventually the Exiles join them in this reality. And turns out Gambit's been here for a few weeks, and Hyperion has kind of taken over. And they get told that only 6 of them can move on. Basically, in the time leading up to this, it's kind of explained that the Time Broker has always been presented as kind of the sum of their collective consciousness, and it's explained now that the reason why Time Broker has been acting weird, why he's been giving Exiles missions that are more darker, why perhaps Magic has ended up on the Exiles when she probably would have been a better fit for Weapon X, vice versa for Colossus, is because the Time Broker is being affected by all of their various personalities. This is the explanation that gets given to the team, and they have no reason not to believe this. So they end up fighting. They end up trying to stop Hyperion. They end up in a conflict with Weapon X. Several of the members end up dead, including Spider, Vision, Hulk, and Firestar, who are more sympathetic members of Weapon X, like a male version of Hulk, this one. And Firestar, who were brought in to help Gambit, they end up dead as well. Miss Marvel, there's a version of Miss Marvel on that team who Hyperion has kind of taken as his bride. She, along with Spider, instantly was like on his side, and willing to do whatever he said. They end up dead. Gambit, like Magic, goes to join Hyperion. She ends up killed. In fact, Hyperion actually kind of tests what the mission is by killing Magic and waiting to see if anyone reappears. And when no one does, he realizes, okay, now we can do this. Very, very dark. Eventually, though, they do manage to kill Hyperion. Gambit takes Magic's sword, hypercharges it with his energy, plunges it into Hyperion, and Hyperion explodes. So everyone except for Blink, Mimic, Morph, Nocturne, and Sasquatch ends up dead. So obviously there's only 5 of them. And this is where Austen's run ends. Now, the reason why I'm bringing in Exiles is because it will go on from here to include several members of the main reality, the 616 realities, X-Men, in the title as it carries on going. So, hence why I'm bringing it back here, hence why I'm talking about it. I think it's a great series anyway. Chuck Austen's run is not as good as the following run. The following run comes from Tony Bedard, and he ends up writing over half of the series. Like, he joins at issue 46 and he writes up to issue 98. But, you know, the opening stuff with Judd Winnick, the Chuck Austen run, with the exception maybe of the Uncanny X-Men crossover, which is not the best, and the Tony Bedard run, which builds on everything here, is fantastic. So I strongly recommend Exiles if you're going to check out a series. And like I said, Chuck Austen's run on Uncanny X-Men, not good. His run on Exiles was very good. And This is why when people describe him as one of the worst writers of the X-Men comics, I can't really agree with that. Because, you know, yes, there were problems with his Uncanny X-Men run, and yes, there were points I hated, and there's still going to be points I hate, because he doesn't leave Uncanny X-Men straight away. Like, after Uncanny X-Men ends, and New X-Men ends, once New X-Men ends, all the creative team shift titles. Like, Grant Morrison leaves New X-Men, and he gets replaced by Chuck Austen. Chuck Austen brings his team over from Uncanny X-Men to the X-Men book. And then the Extreme X-Men gets cancelled. That team ends up becoming the new Uncanny team. Still written by Claremont for a while. And then you get Joss Whedon coming in as the new writer for Astonishing X-Men, which I'll go on to in a bit. And yeah, it's not terrible. I don't think it's terrible, but there's a lot of problems with Chuck Austen's work throughout his Uncanny X-Men and then onto his X-Men run, and a lot of it starts here, but there's much worse to come, unfortunately. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that very shortly. But yeah, his Uncanny X-Men stuff, terrible. His Exiles stuff, really, really good. Like, Exiles for me was one of the standout books in this era. Everyone raves about New X-Men. Quite rightly so, New X-Men was great. Exiles to me was one of the best. I preferred Exiles to Extreme, I preferred it to Uncanny, I preferred it to Ecstatics, I preferred it to so many other titles that were out at this point. So, moving away from Chuck Austen, let's go back to the rest of Grant Morrison and Chris Claremont's runs in this time. At the mansion, we get introduced to Quentin Quire. Quentin Quire is a rebellious young telekinetic student who has begun to lead another group of students, including Glob Herman, who will become a major player later on. He's quite notable for being see-through. He's got like a skin made of paraffin, so you can see through his flesh, and you can just see like his bones and his organs suspended in the middle. And basically, Quentin gets inspired by an old newspaper headline by Bolivar Trask, of all people, warning of future mutant overlords, and he begins to dress and style himself and gets his gang to do the same thing after the mutants from the headline. He was also dating one of the Stepford Cuckoos. The Stepford Cuckoos usually are more of a hive mind of sorts, but Sophie, who was one of them, was actually trying to explore her own identity. We gradually get the names of all of the Stepford Cuckoos. And yeah, Sophie's the first one named. Quentin, taking the name Kid Omega, began taking a drug called Kick. This was becoming quite popular during Grant Morrison's run. And he also learned that he was adopted. So between that, his drug use, the recent death of Jumbo Carnation, who I mentioned earlier, like the murder of that, spurred him on. He basically had like a complete crisis, and his gang started to engage in anti-human violence, and they even ended up murdering some humans in town. But it was after Sophie dumped him on pressure from her sisters that Quentin broke down and basically led a riot on the campus. Now, the riot took place during a visit from several journalists and school board members. And the X-Men managed to quell the riot, but large amounts of damage were done, including Sophie overdosing on Kick to attempt to stop Quentin. And she actually died as a result of this. The Kick usage and the damage that he'd sustained from fighting Sophie actually saw Quire develop a secondary mutation, which put him into kind of a semi-corporeal state. Secondary mutations were such a thing in this point. I mean, obviously there was the one with Emma, Beast's cat form was explained as one, Archangel's healing blood was one. They just seem to be a good sort of catch-all explanation for why some mutants could now do things that they hadn't done before. In the aftermath of the riot, it was discovered by Jean Grey that Emma and Cyclops had been engaging in a psychic sexual affair. So they never actually slept together, but in their brains they had. And they were engaging in some very saucy things, like Emma actually dressed as the Dark Phoenix for their liaison, which was Yeah, it was odd. But it turns out that Emma had actually developed sincere feelings for Scott. Like, she'd actually fallen in love with him. Um, and yeah, Scott seems to attract telepaths. I think it's because I think it's been explained somewhere that his mind is actually quite calming because he's constantly going through tactical scenarios, but also he has like no side to him. You know what he thinks and what he does. And what he says and does, there's no discrepancy between them. It's not like most people where there's a hidden thought. So telepaths apparently find that really calming. Now, in the aftermath of this discovery, though, Emma was actually found shattered. Her diamond form had been shot with a diamond bullet. And this led to Bishop and Sage coming to the mansion to investigate. And they eventually learned that Esme Cuckoo was responsible. And that she had left the school. We learned that Esme herself was also a kick addict. She was the one who had manipulated Sophie's relationship with Quire, and presumably had also been the one that supplied Quire with kick. Jean used her new Phoenix abilities to kind of revive Emma, like putting her back together. Like Beast gathered all the pieces and put them on a thing, and then Jean kind of pleaded and said, look, my husband's in love with you, you need to live, and kind of poured the Phoenix energy into Emma and she came back up. So yeah, that was pretty cool. During these events as well, Beak and Angel Salvador actually ended up sleeping together for the first time, and she fell pregnant. But because of her mutation, how it's changed her body chemistry, her gestation period was more similar to an insect, and she actually ended up giving birth to a litter of children, 6 children, very, very quickly. And each of the kids looked like, you know, they had elements of Beak, but they also had elements of Angel. Like, most of them had wings, like angel wings, and they were flying, you know, the Angel's insect wings, and they were flying around, but some of them also had beaks as well. Yeah, the kids are lovely, and because this was something that got investigated by Bishop and Sage, because Angel started acting very strangely, and then this was where they found out that, oh no, she'd actually given birth to these 6 kids and was panicking because she was pregnant, because she wasn't pregnant, she laid eggs. Yeah, it's very weird. Xavier and the team also embarked on a bit of a world tour to X-Corporation offices around the world, where they found several new mutants, such as a young Afghanistani mutant named Dust. She was able to turn into like a whirling sandstorm. She also wore a full niqab, full burqa, which I thought was really, really cool. And I still think is cool. And she's actually explained that she still wears it a few times. And she has actually been written by some Muslim authors at some point. But she's not the most famous Muslim character that Marvel ever had. That's still Kamala Khan. But yeah, I like Dust. And they also encountered a new threat in Paris where Weapon 12 was unleashed. Basically, a mutant bounty hunter named Phantom X, who I'm not sure if it's Phantom X or Phantom, because he does come across as French, like Fantôme. But I've always called him Phantom X in my head, and I've never heard his name said any other way. But basically, he's cool. He wears white, wears like a balaclava ski mask, long trench coat. He's a very skilled assassin and bounty hunter, like very skilled combatant. He also has like an external nervous system, which looks like a little UFO, and that's called EVA. And yeah, EVA he kind of uses as like his transport as well. It's very weird. And yeah, basically Phantom X came in and he explained that Weapon 12 is part of the Weapons Plus program, and that the original Weapon X is actually Weapon 10. It's the 10th iteration of the program. So this one is now Weapon XII, Weapon 12. And Weapon 12 was eventually defeated by the X-Corporation team plus Jean, Phantom X, and Xavier. Darkstar ends up killed in the battle, unfortunately. And yeah, Phantom X soon after returned to recruit the despondent Cyclops, who was dealing with everything after his affair had been found out, and Wolverine, and got them to join him on a mission to a Weapon Plus base orbiting the Earth. And while they were there, Wolverine learned a bit more about the program and its origins. And in the years since these comics, this has been expanded upon, and several super soldier programs throughout Marvel Comics have been linked back to Weapon Plus, either in this title or later on, including Captain America, which was described as Weapon 1, Brute Force, which is a group of animals in cybernetic equipment. It was like a short-lived toy tie-in from the 40s, but Marvel's from the 80s, but Marvel still owns the rights to it, so they've come back recently. There's also Grant Morrison did another comic for another company called WE3, which was a very similar sort of concept to this. It was like a dog, a rabbit, and a cat in like these cyborg bodysuits. It was quite a dark comic, but very good, very like a self-contained graphic novel type thing. Man-Thing was linked to this. Luke Cage, Nuke, who's a character who's fought Captain America and Daredevil. Typhoid Mary, who's a Deadpool villain. Daredevil villain. Although she did encounter Deadpool at this point as well. Cyber, who's an enemy of Wolverine with adamantium skin. Agent Venom, which is Flash Thompson getting the Venom suit. That came after this, like way after this. As well as the Stepford Cuckoos and Phantom X themselves. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, there was also a brief title in this period for Mystique. She actually ended up working for Xavier as like a secret agent, and she had a handler who was a mutant called Shortpack. He was able to shrink, and Forge basically acted as like her Q. Like if she was Bond, Forge was Q, that sort of thing. And she was hunting a terrorist called the Quiet Man, who had seemingly killed her predecessor, Prudence. Prudence was a mutant who was able to possess other women, and it turned out that Quiet Man and Prudence had actually merged. Like, while Prudence was being killed, she'd actually managed to take control of Quiet Man, and it had kind of driven her nuts, and Mystique had to deal with that. It was a pretty good series. It was noticeable for a lot of, like, pin-up style art on the covers done by Greg Horn, who was doing a lot of kind of pin-up cheesecake covers at this time for people like Elektra and Emma Frost, who had a title exploring her backstory. Storm's Extreme Team was also going through some changes. Firstly, in the aftermath of their fight with Khan, new member Lifeguard morphed into a gold-skinned Shi'ar, which actually scared her brother Davis, and he ran away. He left the team. So as a result, Thunderbird and Lifeguard, both of whom had been growing close and sort of romantically attached, they both left to try and find Davis. Cannonball soon joined the team. He ended up helping them in an adventure protecting mutant pop star Leela Sheeny, who is one of Cannonball's former lovers. And she's a mutant who's able to teleport like extreme distances. Like the first time she did it, she teleported to a Dyson sphere in deep space. Yeah, and they also encountered Kitty. Kitty was studying in college alongside Karma of the New Mutants, who is now out and proud as a lesbian, which was really cool. Kitty also got targeted by William Stryker, who had returned and had been broken out of prison by Lady Deathstrike, who was now revealed to be his lover. This was kind of a tie-in to the second X-Men movie and kind of a bit of brand synergy, but also served as a sequel of sorts to God Loves Man Kills. I don't think it's as good as the original story, though, unfortunately. A mission at the mansion, when a young mutant was accused of killing humans, caused a divide between Storm and Xavier, and Emma and Xavier tried to protect the child, saying that mutants should be responsible for policing mutants. And Storm saw this as an example of like mutant exceptionalism, which was something that she saw as being against the purpose and goals of the X-Men. And she resolved to keep her team away from the mansion until this stance changed. The actual murderer was revealed to be a telepathic mutant named Elias Bogan, who had a history with Sage, and he's actually someone who is capable of possessing others and taking control of their bodies. As Storm's team chased leads on Bogan, they also began making overtures with the United Nations to act as a sanctioned mutant police force known as the XSE, which Bishop took note with because obviously that was his group in the future, was the XSE. Gambit and Rogue ended up rejoining the team. They had helped to protect a small mutant community from some violence, and their powers had both seemingly been restored. However, Rogue had lost the strength, flight, and invulnerability that she had absorbed from Carol Danvers years ago. So she just had her power of touch. Again, another bit of synergy because this made her closer to her film adaptation. Storm encountered Callisto, Yukio, and Mask in an underground arena. Mask and Callisto are obviously both associated with the Morlocks. Yukio is an ally of Wolverine and Storm's from Japan. She found them in an underground arena where Mask had actually used his powers to, one, disguise himself as a woman, and two, to transform Callisto so that instead of arms, she now had an array of tentacles. Yeah, this was like an underground fighting arena that Storm ended up part of. And finally, the Extreme team worked with the X Corporation LA office, which is where Sunspot, Magma of the New Mutants, plus Empath and Skids of the Hellions had all found themselves sort of threatened by Bogan. And it turned out Bogan also had this like enslaved assassin that he was using to like control them, and he was able to like manipulate the other characters. Like he got Magma and Empath to basically make out in front of Sunspot, and of course Sunspot a lot of left him kind of disturbed and everything like that. It was a very creepy villain, Bogan. Eventually the heroes managed to defeat him, and they banished his psychic essence and actually freed his agent, and his agent was revealed to be Rachel Summers, who had been missing ever since she'd been she'd been sent to Cable's future where she'd lived as Mother Ascani and hadn't been seen since then. So this was her back in the present day, and she rejoined the team, which was pretty cool. New X-Men actually concluded in a spectacular fashion, however. It began with the X-Men separated. Beast and Emma were sent away on one mission, while Phoenix was sent to save Wolverine from the wrecked Weapon Plus base, which was in space. At this point, Dust, who had seemingly lost control, she kind of rampaged throughout the mansion and destroyed Cerebro. Dust had been one of Zorn's special class, who were the students that had needed more attention. So this was mutants like Beak, Angel, No Girl, who was Martha, the brain in the jar that Sublime had kept prisoner, and a new mutant called Ernst, who had the facial appearance of like an old woman, and I'll get to that in a minute. Xavier sought out Zorn for help with Dust, only for Zorn to reveal that he was actually Magneto in disguise, and that this was all part of a long-planned revenge. And he said that Xavier was walking due to nanotechnology sentinels, who had actually attacked as part of Cassandra Nova's first attack on the mansion, and Zorn destroyed them, which crippled Xavier once again. He crashed the X-Jet, stranding Beast and Emma in the Pacific, and sent the asteroid that Jean and Logan had found themselves on towards the sun. So now Magneto, with Xavier as his captive, took the Special Class and Toad, who rejoined him, along with Esme as his new Brotherhood, took control of New York City, where the mutant town ghetto had established itself, and with all of the mutant supporters there, he began to dominate the city. But it was soon revealed that he had been supplied Kick by Esme and was now an addict of it. He soon started killing large amounts of humans, which caused Beak to turn on him, and Beak managed to escape from Magneto and joined up with Cyclops, who had formed a resistance of the Cuckoos, Phantom X, and several other students. The turning point in the story, though, came on the asteroid as Logan mercy killed Jean, but in doing so allowed her to connect fully with the Phoenix Force. So she ended up saving Logan, Emma, and Beast and brought them all to New York. And together, all of the X-Men fought Magneto, who was starting to lose his sanity due to his constant kick abuse. He ended up killing Esme and losing the support of all of his followers. Like, they were turning on him. His helmet got wrecked. He put on Zorn's helmet. There was a whole load of things. He, in a last gambit, he basically used his powers to overload Jean's mind and effectively gave her a stroke. And Jean then proceeded to die in Scott's arms. Logan cut off Magneto's head, which then killed him. The story then jumped 150 years in the future, where it was revealed that in the aftermath, Scott abandoned the school after Jean's death, despite Emma's attempts to reach out to him. This led Beast to take over. Beast became overwhelmed, turned to Kick, which was revealed to actually be an aerosol version of Sublime. So, like, Sublime is actually a sentient bacteria. It's not a person. It's not John Sublime was someone who was being used by the Sublime bacteria as an avatar. But Sublime itself is actually a bacteria. And Sublime, now in Beast's body, launched a genocidal campaign against both humans and mutants. And the last surviving X-Men find a phoenix egg on the moon, from which a version of Jean hatches. Seeing this future, she helps them save it. She destroys Sublime before she ends up in an extra-dimensional plane called the White Hot Room, where she gets recognised as the White Phoenix of the Crown by other Phoenix hosts from across time and space, including Quentin Quire, which was a nice little addition. She reaches back into the timeline and she pushes Scott to live, which encourages him to explore his relationship with Emma and return to the school, and sort of puts the timeline back on track. Now, obviously, there are elements of this finale that are hugely controversial, but for the most part, on reflection, I think that Grant Morrison's run on New X-Men was probably one of the best shots in the arms that the comic has had since Second Genesis. Morrison expanded the world of mutants in a way that very few had before or have since, with some incredibly high concept ideas thrown in alongside just traditional superheroic action. And there were some large status quo shifts here. Unfortunately, Marvel didn't seem to want to stick the landing, and changes were very quickly made to change the depiction of Magneto especially. Morrison said that they had the view that Zorn was a fabrication and had always been Magneto in disguise, seeing Magneto as little more than a terrorist. Like, they actually described Magneto as a terrorist twat, which I thought was great. And they said that it was being that aspect of the character that they wanted to portray to show how futile Magneto really was, by having Magneto lose support, having his supporters prefer the more humane Zorn to the more extreme Magneto, and becoming unresponsive to Magneto's more essentialist and extremist ideals. However, Marvel undid this intention, first of all by having Xavier head to Genosha to attempt to rebuild, and then once there he just found Magneto living on the island, with the implication that Magneto had been there since the destruction, alongside several other mutants who would then be part of the supporting cast of a new series, which would be a new volume of Excalibur written by Chris Claremont. Meanwhile, Austen got asked to introduce another version of Zorn in his titles not long after this. This was called Shen Zorn, and he was revealed to be Kuan Yin Zorn's brother, who would eventually join the X-Men, and he would explain that his brother had been influenced into his actions, possibly by Sublime via the kick drug, but that was never confirmed. The relationship, meanwhile, had been set up between Scott and Emma, and Scott, in his final parts of the story, is clearly working towards a decision that he doesn't announce to anyone, but he does tell Emma that he has made a decision about his relationship. And you know, that happens just before the final battle against Zorn. But it still didn't alter or improve the final image of Here Comes Tomorrow, which is the final issue of her, like the final part of the new X-Men saga, which features Scott and Jean kissing on top of Jean Grey's grave, which is a bad image, to be honest. Other ideas that Morrison had never planned out at all. Most notably, something revealed in the future timeline that shown that Ernst was in fact Cassandra Nova, who had been re-educated while imprisoned in the body of Stuff, because Cassandra Nova and No Girl were part of the future X-Men. And, you know, Cassandra Nova says something about how No Girl can keep calling her Ernst. So, yeah. In the aftermath of Morrison leaving New X-Men, things shuffled around. They did what was called the X-Men Reload event. Extreme X-Men was cancelled. Claremont moved his team to Uncanny X-Men, which then comprised Storm, Bishop, Rachel Summers, although she now took the name of Rachel Grey as Marvel Girl, Sage, Cannonball, and Nightcrawler. Chuck Austen moved his cast to X-Men, and his team members were Havoc, Polaris, Iceman, Juggernaut, Zorn, Rogue, and Gambit. He briefly made Gambit blind and gave him precognitive abilities, but I'll get to that in a minute. Xavier went to Genosha with Magneto and Excalibur. Beak ended up swapping places with Nocturne on the Exiles. The Exiles also got joined by a blue-skinned female version of Namor called Namora. And Scott and Emma took over leadership of the Academy, with many other characters like Northstar, Moonstar, and Karma taking positions among the staff to support teaching the large student body. It was, yeah, New X-Men, great run. Some of the other titles at the time, not particularly great. The aftermath of it, the mishandling, not brilliant, but it does lead to some good stories. The flagship title for the new X-Men line, though, would become Astonishing X-Men, written by Joss Whedon with art by John Cassaday. Cyclops restructured the X-Men in it, assigning the new teams, while he assigned others such as Archangel to outreach programs. But for the main X-Men team, he brought back Kitty to act as a relatable public face and gave the team brighter, more colourful suits. So this team will consist of Kitty, Cyclops, Emma Frost, Beast, and Wolverine. Like I said, it was written by Joss Whedon, and I've said what I want to say about Joss Whedon in previous podcasts and previous shorts on this channel. I don't want to really go over it again. In short, he's someone who's done a lot of heinous things, and I think he should be... You know, he deserves to be forgotten about that. Unfortunately, this is a good comic. Like a lot of Joss Whedon's writing, his writing is quite good. That doesn't excuse his behaviour, but it does mean I'm going to be lavishing praise on the content, but I don't want that to be praise for the person himself. The comics themselves, Astonishing X-Men, only ran for 24 issues and a large special, but it was hit by a lot of delays, and I'm not sure how much of that was John Cassaday with his art and how much of it was, because his art was very, very good, and how much of it was Joss Whedon with his own schedule. I'm not sure what else he was working on at this time. You know, this was after Firefly, after Buffy, but presumably, you know, he was busy doing something else for some parts of this. But yeah, this new team came in. They got brighter, more colourful outfits. Apparently the black leather was scaring people. And the first arc for the team would see them exploring the idea of a mutant cure, which was created by a human scientist named Kavita Rao. However, the cure was actually being funded and provided by an alien warlord called Ord of the Breakworld. Ord was helping to create this cure because prophets on his own world have foreseen that a mutant will be responsible for destroying the Breakworld, and so he wants to use the cure to eradicate all mutants. And he ends up tangling with the X-Men a couple of times in this, including actually invading the mansion at one point. The team eventually learn that the source of the cure is a mutant, and they investigate, aided by Abigail Brand of Sword. She was a green-haired mutant, half mutant, half alien, with fire powers, and she was leading Sword, which was basically like everything S.H.I.E.L.D. does for Earth, but for space. And they find that the source of the cure is actually Colossus. The legacy virus cure in his blood is serving as a basis for the mutant cure, and that he had been reanimated and then tortured by Ord. And in fact, it's quite sad when they first find him. Kitty finds him, and he assumes he's actually dead, and that he's finally in paradise. And yeah, they manage to free Colossus. They defeat Ord. Ord gets taken into custody by Brand, and Colossus rejoins the X-Men, and Kitty helps him to acclimatize him to his return. The Astonishing team, like I said, it didn't have many issues in the actual Astonishing team, but this was like the main X-Men team whenever they crossed over somewhere else. And so obviously Colossus would join this team and, join the rest of the X-Men whenever they appeared somewhere else. Other titles at this time, originally a new volume of New Mutants. As part of the reload, we got a new X-Men title, which had the subtitle Academy X. And between the two, New Mutants and Academy X told titles about... The two of them told a story about some of the newer students to the mansion. So we had Surge, who was a young Japanese girl with lightning powers that also enabled her to go fast. She had to have special gauntlets developed for her to help her control her abilities. Prodigy, who was able to absorb powers and knowledge especially by being close to others. Wind Dancer, who was able to... She was aerokinetic, basically. She could manipulate wind patterns. She was able to fly and do a whole load of other things. Wallflower, she had pheromone powers. She was quite cool. Her name was Laurie. Wither, who was a character who was able to basically disintegrate living matter. So his powers were very, very deadly. Like, if he made skin contact with anyone, he would cause them to shrivel and die. So he had a similar sort of vibe to Rogue. He had to wear gloves and be fully covered the entire time. And they also brought back Jay Guthrie as Icarus. Jay Guthrie, like I said, had appeared in one of Austen's runs. He was a red-winged mutant. And they also introduced anti-mutant teenager Josh Foley, who discovered that he had mutant healing powers. These teens were taught by Danny Moonstar, formerly Mirage of the New Mutants, and Rain Sinclair, formerly Wolfsbane. Josh was a member of the Reavers. He ended up having to leave them and got disowned by his parents when he learned of his powers, and he actually got taken in by the X-Men, and Danny actually became his ward, became like his legal guardian. So yeah, he would have been her ward, vice versa. However, Rain and Josh then began a secret relationship, and his powers actually restored her mutant abilities, and she properly werewolfed out and actually savaged him. Like, in her werewolf form, she really badly harmed him, and he managed to heal himself, and in the process gained fully golden skin, which was something that deeply shocked him, and took a while for him to acclimatize to. Rain was then removed from the teaching staff as a result, because obviously she'd had a relationship with a student, and so Cyclops basically kicked her out, and it did create a wedge between her and Danny for a while. When the student body got rearranged and organised into the training squads, Elixir, who was Josh's codename, Surge, Wind Dancer, Prodigy, Wallflower, and Wither became Danny's New Mutants squad, and they developed a rivalry with Emma's Hellion squad, which consisted of Icarus, Hellion, Tag, Rockslide, Mercury, and Dust. Obviously, I've explained Icarus and Dust. Rockslide was a kid called Santo. He was, he basically looked like the Thing at this point, and he was able to, a grey version of the Thing, and he was able to break his rocky body apart and reform it. There was Tag, who I think was he was called Brian. He was able to switch bodies with people, or switch personalities, or something like that. Hellion, who was a telekinetic, he was the leader of the team. He was quite charming. I think he was interested in Wind Dancer, though there was romantic tension there. Mercury, she was able to shapeshift into living. She had a living metal body, and she was able to shapeshift into that. Yeah, they were quite cool. The Hellions were a good team. They were quite a cool team, and they actually got a couple of miniseries exploring more of them. Icarus and Wither eventually swapped squads after some time, mainly due to issues fitting in with their other teammates. But yeah, Academy X becomes important in the next chapter. That's why I'm setting it up here. Austen's run on the X-Men actually ended up coming to a pretty infamous end. First, Gambit got blinded, and then he seemed to gain precognition abilities, which was bizarre. Then Annie and her son Carter left the mansion, despite the fact that a mysterious being contacted Carter, and that was never explained. Apparently, Austen said he wanted it to be Cassandra Nova, but it was never picked up on by anyone after they left. And then the worst aspect was an attack by a new Brotherhood of Mutants, which featured Black Tom Cassidy, who was a former associate of Juggernaut, who is now like a living plant man, Exodus, Sabretooth, Avalanche, Nocturne of the Exiles, who had sort of teamed up with them to try and infiltrate them, and Mamamax, who was literally a giant man with an elephant head. Yeah, they ended up attacking the X-Men, and when Juggernaut refused to help them, Black Tom actually killed Sammy in front of him, and this was incredibly graphic and so sad. Like, Sammy had been one of the best things Austen had introduced in his run, as well as the sort of reformation of Juggernaut, and then to just kill Sammy like this felt so callous, so horrible, that it, the first time I read it, it actually left like a real sour taste in my mouth. It was not fun at all. Nocturne tried to possess Black Tom to get him to stop, but the Brotherhood and Juggernaut all got sucked into Zorn's black hole, because Shen Zorn has a black hole inside his head. Kuan Zorn was described as having a star in his head. Shen Zorn has a black hole, and he basically sucks all the Brotherhood in. Everyone except for Sabretooth. Sabretooth manages to escape, and Wolverine says he dealt with him, but that's never really explored. Peter Milligan then took over the title. He had Sage immediately heal Gambit's eyes, and had some quite interesting ideas, including having Mystique pose as a student called Fox, who was a member of Gambit's squad, and she attempted to seduce him, and her goal was originally to drive a wedge between Rogue and Gambit, mainly because she just disapproved of him, didn't think he was good enough for her daughter. But once she was discovered by Emma, Mystique revealed that she was actually lonely, and she wanted to join the X-Men to be with, among others, her children. Nightcrawler and Rogue are both team members on the X-Men. The team put it up to a vote, and it was eventually passed that she be on a probation period with the team. Rogue actually voted against her joining, completely angry at everything that had gone on. But Nightcrawler actually spoke to her, and he said that he understood what she wanted, and he wanted to help her, but he actually needed some time, which then caused her to leave the X-Men and give him that time, which I quite like. The relationship between Nightcrawler and Mystique is always an interesting one when it's written well, and it was just a small part of this story, but I think it was written well that she honoured Nightcrawler's wishes by leaving. We then got a team up between the X-Men along with Storm and the Black Panther, which hinted at a history and connection between Aurora and T'Challa that was probably deeper than anything we've ever seen before, and that would obviously become prominent going forward. Several X-Men also got quite prominent series at this time, like 12-issue maxi series was quite common. So Rogue had a series that had her tangled up in a mission alongside Sunfire. During the mission, Sunfire ended up losing his legs, and he had his powers permanently absorbed by Rogue, who now had his power set. So she essentially got her flight abilities back, but she also had the flame abilities that Sunfire used to have. Nightcrawler had to deal with his adoptive mother, Magali Zardos, She was a witch who had mastered a discipline known as the Winding Way, and her daughter and former Excalibur member Amanda, as they tried to keep the Soul Sword away from a demon known as Hive. During this, he also got involved with Christine Palmer, who is obviously quite notable as an ally of Doctor Strange, and played by Rachel McAdams in the movies. Bishop also teamed up with a human detective at this point called Ishmael Ortega to help deal with a rising crime in Mutant Town, which was now named District X. And during the story, they end up dealing with crime lords and underground drug trade, several other main mutant characters in the town, as well as the very powerful mutant Absalom Makata, also known as Mr. M, who gradually became a bit of a community leader. Exiles probably had some of my favourite developments during this period, though. New writer Tony Bedard began his run on the title by adding Beak to the team, and he swapped Beak for Nocturne, who had then remained in the main Marvel universe. They actually got told for their mission, leave your possessions and earn your wings, which I thought was a nice cryptic way of being told what they do, because obviously Nocturne's power is possession, Beak has wings. Beak was actually pretty unconfident. He'd have issues, especially because he had to leave Angel and the kids behind, but he also had Zorn's old mask to sort of help him with his confidence, and he felt so out of his depth, like he couldn't contribute anything to the team. But he actually solved quite a lot of issues by talking to people and, finding a different way than just, straight up superheroic action, which was quite interesting. The team began to find themselves at the mercy of the Time Broker, though. Time Broker started acting a lot more sinister than usual. First, after they were in a magic-affected reality, the great beast Tanarak, who is the one who gave Heather her Sasquatch abilities, took over her body, and he then attacked the Exiles on their next mission. They were able to defeat him, but this means Heather lost her abilities as Sasquatch. She was then removed from the team and replaced by Sabretooth. The team got sent back to David Richards' reality, and while they were there, Blink explained what happened while she was there. She basically got sent here when she left the team. Like, when she got told she was being sent home, she wasn't sent home, she was sent here with Sabretooth to David's reality. And David had been trying to teach Sabretooth had been trying to teach David better, but David couldn't be stopped. He still rose up, and he eventually took control of Blink's mind and forced her to kill all of the human leaders as he rose up. This then caused Sabretooth to kill David in revenge, and he's been on the run from David's followers ever since. The Time Broker then tells the team, after they've picked up Sabretooth, to kill Mimic in a later mission, and they refuse, and he then proceeds to send them on their next mission. But when he does this, he replaces Beak with Holocaust, specifically the Age of Apocalypse version of Holocaust, the one that had come into the main Marvel universe and been an enemy of Nate Gray, had helped destroy Avalon, that Holocaust. And in doing this, they sent the team back to the Age of Apocalypse reality briefly, which was actually tying into its 10th anniversary story, which was a mini-series going on at the time. However, once they were there, Holocaust ignored their mission completely. I can't even remember what their mission was, because they didn't accomplish it. They just ignored it. And he instead went to one of McCoy's old labs to take a shard of the M'Kran crystal that was stored there, which was now, the lab was now owned by human scientists. They were studying it, and he tells the team that he wants to use it in tandem with the Talus, which is where they get their missions from the Time Broker, to allow them to find the Time Broker. And the reason why Holocaust wants to do this is because he refuses to be controlled, which I thought was a good, a perfect way of using this character. It's like, yes, he's a villain, he doesn't want to be controlled, so he's going to do things on his terms. Brilliant way of using him. The Exiles do this, and they find themselves in a crystal Palace. This place is called the Panopticon, and it is where some bug-like aliens live. The aliens revealed that they damaged the timelines by exploring the multiverse when their race was in its infancy, and they then created the Exiles and Weapon X teams to try and fix the damage that they caused. The Exiles learn that their lost team members are kept in the crystal walls of the Panopticon, and in the walls they find Beak and Heather, among others. But they also learn that Hyperion was in those walls. He regenerated and broke out, enslaving the bugs and taking on the role of the Time Broker, because the Time Broker is merely just an avatar that's used to communicate with the team. And he basically has been manipulating the Exiles as part of a revenge scheme. So, like, ordering them to kill Mimic, bringing Sabretooth back on the team to destabilize Blinker's leader, things like that. It's all part of his plan. And, you know, Hyperion, now that they're here, he attacks them. He kills Holocaust, he shatters Holocaust's armor and absorbs his energy form. He then ends up chasing the other Exiles throughout the Panopticon, which is able to link to, like, other areas of time and space and stuff. So yeah, Hyperion chases them all through the Panopticon, which links to, like, other bits of reality. Like, there was the desert where they were first assembled, an ocean, all sorts of places like that. And, you know, he chases them down. He kills Namora as well. But he actually gets defeated because the bugs free Beak. And Beak, when he learns about Hyperion, decides to bring some more heroic versions of Hyperion from other worlds to stop him. So he brings 2 other versions of Hyperion to the Panopticon. And they manage to succeed. They beat Hyperion, and they send him back to his world of origin, which it was revealed that not only did he rule, he had destroyed. And they left him there, and he was just bored without any subjects to toy with. That was why he'd been trying to conquer other realities when a part of Weapon X. And it was basically revealed that the bugs foresaw that Beak would save them from Hyperion. Like, they did the maths on it or something, I can't remember. And they added him to the team for that reason. And in the aftermath, the remaining Exiles free all the other members from the walls. They send all the dead members back home to their home realities, and the living members home. In fact, Deadpool from Weapon X turns out to still be alive, and he tries to take over, and then he frees Hulk, thinking that she's going to help him, and she just, like, snaps his neck and says, "I don't care, I just want to go home." You know, which is really cool. So she actually saves Heather's life by killing Deadpool. Morph then sends Sunfire, because obviously she died, he sends her body back to the Legacy Virus reality for the Spider-Woman MJ to bury her, which I quite like, because obviously Mariko and MJ fell in love when they were there, and it feels like a perfect place to send her. And I also like that it's Morph that did it, because Morph wasn't there for that. But he cares so much about stuff. Like, he was revealed to be in love with Sunfire, but he wasn't ever going to do anything because she was lesbian. The team decide to continue their mission and remain as Exiles, but first they resolve to take Beak home. Wolverine probably has one of the most famous stories in this era, when he heads to Japan to help a relative of Mariko and gets ambushed by a mutant called Gorgon, who kills him. Gorgon has taken over the Hand and Hydra alliance, and due to Wolverine being stretched thin at this point, Wolverine was a member of every X-Men team as well as the new Avengers formed by Captain America, and so it means Logan has an in to everywhere. So Gorgon has Logan resurrected by the Hand to act as his personal agent. And while Elektra and Nick Fury team up to sort of prepare and for this assault by Hand and Hydra, Logan starts a rampage and begins attacking many members of the superhero community as well, including the Fantastic Four and Daredevil. But he then gets sent on a mission to the X-Mansion to force Rachel to use Cerebro to assassinate the president. The plan fails, and Wolverine is eventually saved from the brainwashing and taken down, but not before he goes on a tear throughout the mansion and actually kills Northstar. Northstar then gets reanimated by the Hand in the exact same way and is given control of a mutant death cult to attack S.H.I.E.L.D. Wolverine helps S.H.I.E.L.D. to stop Gorgon and saves Northstar, but he is unable to be reprogrammed so easily, and so Northstar gets placed into S.H.I.E.L.D. custody. That was a great story. It was called Enemy of the State. It was actually written by Mark Miller and is one of the few Mark Miller stories that I still hold in quite high regard. After evidence from the murder of a gang boss in Mutant Town implicates Wolverine as his killer, the XSE investigate, and they encounter a clone of Wolverine known as X-23, who was raised in a secret facility as Laura by Sarah Kinney, her surrogate mother. Sarah helped to create Laura for Xander Rice at the facility, which was a base trying to recreate the Weapon X project. A lot of Laura's backstory would be revealed later. She actually debuted in X-Men Evolution, the animated series, and was added back into the comics backwards, in a similar way to Harley Quinn in the 90s. And yeah, her backstory revealed that she had been subjected to a myriad of torturous procedures to turn her into a weapon. She had adamantium bonded to her claws. They were able to manipulate her into a rage by using something called a trigger scent. It's very disturbing stuff, really. She was brought to the mansion, but she ended up sticking quite closely to Wolverine, being very protective of him. Psylocke also then returned at this point as well. And she reappeared exactly where she died, although now she didn't have her Crimson Dawn abilities. And upon investigating her, the XSE were initially quite distrustful of her, but she confided to Rachel that she kept seeing visions of her reality warping brother, Jamie Braddock. And Rachel had also been seeing visions of Jamie. And so that helped them kind of bond and realise that Jamie had probably was to do with her being back from the dead, and it was probably being done for a reason. Psylocke and X-23 then soon had to team up and save the others when some Savage Land Saurians mutated the team to try and use Storm's powers to end humanity. And they had teamed up. They had to team up with Kazar of the Savage Land, and the Savage Land mutates to stop them. Pretty good story. It's probably the most interesting one that Chris Claremont did in this point. He was also bringing together some elements like Courtney Ross and Captain Britain, which were leftover elements from Excalibur that hadn't been touched for a while. Yeah, it was a bit muddled, his run. I've spoken before, I think Chris Claremont lost a lot of his magic from his time away. Back at the mansion, however, a young student named Wing, who has been given the cure by Ord when Ord attacked the mansion, he actually killed himself in the danger room. He set up a scenario that made it so he could fly, and he was thinking he'll either get his powers back or die, and he actually died. And his body was found the next day by his friend Armour, who was a teammate of his in Kitty's squad. As the team investigated, they learned that Wing had been manipulated into killing himself by the Danger Room itself, because doing so had allowed the Danger Room to break its own programming blocks. So Danger then burst free, assembled a female body, attacked the X-Men, and headed to Genosha to kill Xavier, blaming Xavier for enslaving her when he discovered that the Shi'ar technology in the Danger Room had led to the birth of her as an artificial entity, hiding this from the X-Men so that he could use her to train the students. Cyclops' team then rushed to Genosha to help Xavier. They managed to destroy Danger's body, but she unleashed the dormant Wild Sentinel, which only stopped when Kitty triggered it to feel remorse for the destruction of Genosha. The team ended up clashing with Xavier over Danger. Danger's body had been destroyed and she was in the wind. And they clashed with him over his actions and angrily ended up turning away from him and sort of left him sort of bleak. But we're getting to the biggest challenge that mutantkind would ever face. It was about to occur. Scarlet Witch of the Avengers, who had been recently mourning the loss of her twin children after having been reminded of it, and with her mind seemingly being warped by her own mutant abilities, a few months ago she had attacked the Avengers, and as part of this, Vision, Hawkeye and Ant-Man had all been killed. She-Hulk had gone on a rampage, Iron Man had lost his role as Secretary of Defense, and the team of Avengers had dissolved. Wanda was then taken by Magneto to Genosha, where Genosha sought Xavier's help in trying to fix her mind. However, Xavier was struggling, and Wanda kept warping reality to try and bring her children back. And so Xavier called a meeting between past and present Avengers and the X-Men, seeking advice. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to help her. Emma and Wolverine actually suggested killing her, highlighting the issues should the general public learn that a mutant was responsible for what had happened to the Avengers, and pointing out that Xavier had said he didn't know what to do, he didn't know how to help her, and if Xavier's saying that, that means the situation is bad. Now, obviously, most of the other heroes are completely unwilling to even entertain this idea, and they travel to Genosha to try and speak to Wanda. But when they arrive in Genosha, the entire world changes. So, we are introduced to a new reality where mutants are the ruling class, with the House of Magnus consisting of Magneto, his children Quicksilver, Polaris and the Scarlet Witch, and Wanda's twin children ruling the entire world from Genosha. There are no X-Men, no Avengers. Humans are referred to as Sapiens, and while several Sapiens do seem to have elevated status, such as Doom in Latveria, T'Challa in Wakanda, industrialist Tony Stark, actor Simon Williams, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Jessica Drew, and superhero Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, the majority of Sapiens are treated almost as second-class citizens, regardless of whether they have powers or not. Most of our heroes find themselves in ordinary, everyday lives. Kitty Pryde is a schoolteacher, Scott Summers and Emma Frost are married, Stephen Strange is a psychologist, Hank McCoy and Henry Pym are scientists working for Stark Tech, Steve Rogers is an elderly man living in Manhattan, Spider-Man remains a celebrity, but he has told the world he is a mutant, and he is also happily married to Gwen Stacy with a young son, and his Uncle Ben and Aunt May are both still alive. Wolverine wakes up on the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier with all of his memories restored, and as a result he realises that the world is wrong. He goes on the run, chased by his team, an elite S.H.I.E.L.D. team consisting of Mystique, Jessica Drew, Nightcrawler, Rogue and Toad, attempting to find his allies. He eventually joins with a Sapien underground led by Luke Cage, a crime lord of sorts in this reality. Logan tries to convince Cage that the world is wrong and that he thinks Magneto has done something with Wanda to create a world where everyone's wish was granted. Cage reveals that he has been approached by a young girl named Layla Miller several days ago who has shown him memories of the real world, corroborating the things that Wolverine has been saying. Hawkeye, who has recently been killed in the main Marvel Universe, he died during the whole issue with the Avengers, the whole disassembled thing that Wanda was responsible for. He's alive in this world, and he's also a member of Cage's group, and we don't know how he's been restored to life, but he's also distrustful of Wolverine. Turns out while Cage might be has been wakened to the world by Layla Miller, Hawkeye hasn't. Logan and Cage begin to gather allies using Layla's abilities to first restore Emma Frost, before then also recruiting Cyclops, Kitty, She-Hulk, Doctor Strange, Tony Stark, Daredevil, Spider-Man, who has a crisis of faith at the realisation of what he will lose in this reality. When he turns the world back and he's going to lose everything. And Wolverine's S.H.I.E.L.D. team. And when Rogue contacts Layla Miller, she absorbs her powers and loses control over them, which accidentally awakens Hawkeye, who leaves the group. The rest of the heroes manage to make their way to Genosha just as the House of Magnus are gathering world leaders for a celebration, like it's an anniversary of the rise of the House of Magnus. And a battle erupts between our heroes and the House of M. Emma and Layla find Xavier's grave in Genosha, but it is empty, and Doctor Strange goes to Wanda to learn what she has done. She reveals that Quicksilver warned her that the Avengers were coming after being unable to convince Magneto to protect her, and he convinced his sister to give all of them their greatest wishes. And it's a combination of Wanda's powers and Xavier's powers to give everyone what they wanted most in the world. So obviously it's affected the reality. You know, Magneto wanted to be proved right, so he's ended up now controlling reality, you know, learning of this big mutant conspiracy. A whole load of other limited series came out over the years that kind of expanded on this timeline and revealed more of it. But like Reed Richards and the Fantastic Four don't exist because Doom killed them, you know, for example. Spider-Man has his family, and he's married to Gwen, and he has a child. You know, because, you know, as happy as he was with Mary Jane, I think everyone who's a Spider-Man fan would agree that if he had the choice, he'd be with Gwen Stacy. So, yeah, it's a very... You can see Wanda and Quicksilver trying to do something good, and it's just backfired horribly. Like, even the whole reason why this has happened is because Wolverine got given all of his memories back. His deepest desire. Hawkeye then turns up and attacks Wanda. He's angry at him killing her in the original timeline, and one of her children seemingly destroys him to protect her. Emma tells Magneto what Strange learned from Wanda, and Magneto goes nuts. He unleashes his wrath, he ends the battle, pins all the Avengers and the X-Men down, starts pummeling on Quicksilver with like bits of rubble, and seemingly kills him before Wanda emerges, and she turns around and says that Magneto chose this by always putting mutants before his own children. And she starts conjuring magic for a spell, and she utters 3 fateful words: no more mutants. The world returns to its previous state, but there has been a drastic change. The number of mutants worldwide has suddenly dropped from millions to a few hundred. In fact, it seems to be only because of the last minute actions of Doctor Strange that there's any mutants left. Many of the students at the X Mansion have lost their powers, and several mutants seem to have lost their secondary mutation as well, such as Iceman, who has been restored to normal after turning into a fully ice form in recent stories across the years. The X-Men confront Magneto in the ruins of Genosha, but Magneto as well has lost his powers. Xavier and Wanda are both missing in the aftermath, and only those who were reawakened by Layla in the changed reality remember what happened. And, you know, the reactions of some of them are quite telling. Like, Spider-Man has basically a little breakdown. And yeah, this was used to fuel stories across a lot of the universe for a while, like Carol, for example, wanting to become more of an active hero, and, you know, got a new title off of the fact that she was a big superhero in this other universe. Wolverine has also remembered his entire life. He's had all of his memories for the first time since he was at Weapon X. There are several other notable effects of the House of M reality that are worth noting for the future. Many of the X-Men students are now junior operatives of S.H.I.E.L.D. in this new reality. They're organised into training groups, with Illyana Rasputin being one of them, now having aged naturally. Psylocke manages to keep her memories in the world shift, and she finds herself as Lady Elizabeth Gloriana of Great Britain, sister to King Brian Braddock, with Lady Rachel Grey as her guardian. Betsy restores the memories of Rachel, Brian, and his wife Megan, and they use Brian's connections to Captain Britain to learn of a dimensional tear that threatens reality, and it turns out this is part of the reason why Jamie brought Betsy back in the first place. The heroes manage to fix the tear with the help of Peter Wisdom, Nocturne, and Juggernaut, both of whom were also involved in the story at this point. but Megan sacrifices herself to do so and actually seemingly dies. Meanwhile, in Limbo, an other dimensional plane linked to Earth, the demon sorcerer Belasco sees that Ileana Rasputin has been reborn in this new reality as one of the young S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in training alongside all these other students like Hellion and Surge. He had been the one who had manipulated and corrupted the young Ileana in Limbo years ago. I kind of skipped over Belasco and didn't really mention him in the first part of this story. But yeah, he's like this demon who's responsible for corrupting Ileana and turning into a dark child. And he wanted to claim her soul again to allow him to seize Limbo back from an ally of the X-Men called Amanda Sefton, who had taken over the role of Magic and leader of Limbo. He recreated the Dark Child, but she was without her soul, and so he cast her out. And that will come up later on. Finally, the Exiles attempted to return Beak home and arrived on Earth 616 during the House of M reality warp, and they found that Angel Salvador was now a model. Like, she was a mutant model. She wasn't, she didn't remember Beak. Beak wasn't part of the reality when it transformed, so he was still the original Beak, and she had no memory of him. The team also encountered a new version of Proteus, Proteus being Moira McTaggart's mutant son, who I think I briefly mentioned in Volume 1. He was able to like possess different bodies, had actually been killed by Colossus in the original X-Men shortly before the Dark Phoenix storyline. And in this reality, he'd actually escaped captivity years ago, and they encountered him when he possessed Angel. Beak accidentally revealed his origins and connection to Angel to Proteus, and so Proteus then turned on the Exiles and attacked them and got information from the Panopticon through the Talus, and eventually actually took over Mimic's body before fleeing to another world using his own powers, because Proteus is a reality warper, so he was able to jump realities by himself. Blink, Sabretooth, Morph, and Heather all pursued him, and they left Beak and Angel behind, and they ended up being left behind just as the world was being restored, which actually is probably what saved Angel's life, because Proteus tends to burn out the bodies that he uses. This would start a storyline called the World's Tour for the Exiles, which would send them on a journey to establish realities like the New Universe, 2099, Mojo World, Squadron Supreme, the Counter-Earth of Heroes Reborn, which were also got attacked by a reborn Onslaught in another miniseries off the back of House of M. And we would see the Exiles at this point joined by Spider-Man 2099, an Amnesiac Longshot, and Power Princess, who's the Squadron Supreme version of Wonder Woman. She's like Marvel's Wonder Woman. While also seeing the death of Mimic, and eventually the possession of Morph by Proteus. And Morph's body, unlike most of the others that Proteus possessed, wouldn't actually burn out because of Morph's body structure. They eventually managed to stop Proteus and make him believe that he was Morph, which gave the team their friend back, but left them kind of uneasy about everything, because obviously the threat of Proteus was still there. The biggest thing that follows off the back of House of M, though, is known as the Decimation. There are only a few hundred mutants left worldwide. Polaris, Jubilee, Danny Moonstar, Beak, Angel and all but one of their children, Blob, Wingdancer, Wallflower, Prodigy, Tag, Icarus, Richter, Callisto, who's now also lost the tentacles that Mask had given her, Unus, Wildchild, Marrow, Chamber and Quicksilver are among the many, many mutants that have lost their abilities, as well as most of Mutant Town, and some people, like Chamber, have been left in very precarious positions as a result. Like, Chamber, as part of his original mutation, has no lower jaw and is missing half of his chest, so he's hooked up to this incredibly complicated machine to just sustain his life. Iceman lost the secondary mutation that turned him into living ice, like I said, and thought for some time that he was actually depowered as well. Wither, excitedly thinking that he'd actually lost his powers, reaches out to touch Laurie. He was really excited, and obviously he's got feelings for Laurie, so he reached out to touch her, and because he saw everyone around him losing his powers, so he think, I've got no powers. Reached out to touch her and nearly disintegrated her arm, which caused him to panic and leave the institute. Like, he actually turned around and ran. In fact, the institute only has 27 students out of the original 182 left with their powers, including X-23. Other mutants found themselves at risk. They got hunted by anti-mutant groups that tried to capitalize on the decimation to kill the remaining mutants, such as the Sapien League, led by a woman called the Leper Queen, who chased mutants Outlaw, Mamamax, Erg, and Peepers to the mansion grounds. And a group of piloted sentinels under the Office of National Emergency came to guard the mutants on the grounds, and soon the mutants on the grounds eventually took on the name the 198, which I think was kind of symbolic of how many mutants there were left around the world, or how many of them there were at least. Eventually, most of the remaining mutants from Genosha, District X, and elsewhere all found their way onto the mansion grounds, including among them many former X-Men characters such as Magma, Caliban, Skids, and Karma, allies such as Leech and Diamond Lil, villains such as Toad, Fever Pitch, Sack, Empath, Arclight, Grey Crow. Even worse is that most of the planet is completely unaware of why or how this has happened, as only heroes who were woken by Layla Miller and present in Genosha, both when the House of M was created and during the final battle, seem to be aware of what happened. So Cyclops, Wolverine, Emma, Kitty, Spider-Man, Iron Man, Doctor Strange, Luke Cage, Carol Danvers, and Magneto seem to be the only ones who actually know the full truth. The rest of the world would end up calling what happened M-Day. And there were some great little tidbits in all this. Like, for example, Magma, before the decimation hit, she'd found a young man with powers very similar to her, and the two of them were literally surfing on lava when the decimation hit. They were surfing on lava inside a volcano. He lost his powers, she didn't. She ended up watching him die in front of her. Which obviously changed her quite a bit. Some of these mutants I've not really mentioned before, but they will go on to become sort of semi-recurring characters over the next few years. Outlaw is an associate of Deadpool's. She still occasionally appears in the comics. Diamond Lil is a member of Alpha Flight who had diamond hard skin, and once actually got diagnosed with breast cancer, which was obviously... how do you perform a mastectomy on someone with diamond skin? Very interesting. Fever Pitch, Sack, they're members of G Nation. Arclight and Grey Crow, members of the Marauders. So yeah, there's a lot of cool mutants that end up taking on supporting roles. The 198 feature quite heavily over the next few years. Several storylines seem to feature them. They get a couple of limited series. There's a limited series here called Generation M, which focuses. There was a whole load of recurring stories at this point featuring news characters, like the character of Sally Floyd. And she's actually going around interviewing several mutants, and for one of them, Angel actually pretended that he'd lost his powers as well. But it was to find someone who was killing former mutants. But yeah, the decimation seemed to have been part of an activity by Joe Quesada, who was the current editor-in-chief of Marvel, to kind of reduce how many mutants there were in the comics. And, whether I agree with that or not, there were a lot of mutant characters. Most of them were X-Men associated, though, and most of the ones that weren't X-Men associated all kept their powers. Like, for example, there's an Avengers villain called Whirlwind, who is a mutant. He kept his powers. It only really seemed to affect X-Men characters. I think a couple of the New Warriors are mutants, and they've all kept their powers as well. So yeah, how well it works is up to you. I mean, most of the big main mutant characters keep their powers. There's a few others that don't, and like I said, they become recurring characters over the next few years, get involved in a lot of storylines. But I don't know, I quite like some of the approaches that the Decimation tried to do and tried to have with mutants, make them more vulnerable, make them more of a protected group. But I think in some ways they were too small. There was not enough of them. And there are some threats in this era, like Johnny D, which don't really get explored, don't really get any resolution. Like this character, Johnny D, I'm not even going to cover him in this. He was part of several 198 focus stories, doesn't really go anywhere. So yeah. But yeah, let's start looking at some Decimation stories, shall we? Right, so the most prominent new threat to mutants became the resurgent Purifiers, led by William Stryker, who, after finding a Nimrod, saw the Decimation as a sign from God. They launched a strike on the mansion that saw a bus full of former students blown up, killing 45 former mutants, including Tag, and during a subsequent attack on the mansion, Icarus, Wallflower, and Quill were all killed as well. Quill still being a mutant. But the new X-Men training squad of Dust, Hellion, Elixir, X-23, Surge, Rockslide, and Mercury were able to fight them all off, but they would continue to remain a threat in this period. And in fact, this is one reason why I covered that new X-Men Academy X title, is because of how, you know, this is the title that I think felt the effects of the Decimation the most, and I think did a really good job. Even after losing Stryker and Nimrod and being taken over by Matthew Reisman, the Purifiers would still remain a threat. They eventually create and unleash the mutant hunting Predator X, which they upgrade by combining it with Mercury's DNA, which allows it to possess similar skin to her. So it becomes very, very powerful, able to, you know, quite resilient. Like, I think even Laura's adamantium claws can't actually scratch it. So yeah, it's pretty deadly. Emma pitches most of the remaining students into a danger room-like brawl to create the new X-Men squad. Surge ends up becoming the leader. However, other students would all continue training, at least most of them. Some of them were still considered too young. Like, there's a mutant called Indra, who I think is only like 12. You know, he's very, very young. And so doesn't really get a lot of development. But some of the other mutants that come into greater focus throughout this include Anole, Pixie, and Gentle. Anole? I'm not sure. As well as Prodigy, who, while depowered, had remained at the mansion and asked the Stepford Cuckoos to help him unlock the knowledge he had previously absorbed. He toyed with the idea of doing this when he was still a mutant, but it was the idea then that him continuing to absorb new knowledge would make him unstable. That whole idea of, like, power corrupts kind of thing. But he didn't see it as being a problem now that he was no longer a mutant. He's not going to absorb any new knowledge. He just wants the knowledge that he's previously absorbed to still be there. Armor and Blindfold were two mutant students who also remained prominent, but they were prominent mostly due to their connections to the Astonishing X-Men team. Armor was a close friend of Wing, who had died, and Blindfold was a seer. She talked to herself quite a lot, but she was able to see the future. One of the students' most prominent early battles was actually against the resurgent Belasco. He fractured Pixie's soul to create a bloodstone amulet which he could use to overthrow Amanda Sefton. During the battle against him, Anole lost his arm, and it soon regrew, but it regrew in a much more reptilian form. So he's got like one super arm. Darkchild returned to help save the students, taking a piece of Pixie's soul as well to reform her soul sword. But with Belasco defeated, she returns to Limbo. Pixie finds herself able to use limbo teleportation similar to Magic's old abilities as a result of all this. So that's pretty cool. Quicksilver was a character who was deeply traumatized by his role in the Decimation and set out to do whatever he could to help resolve the issue. Using his connection to the Inhuman royal family due to his estranged marriage to Crystal, and with the help of their daughter Luna, he stole the Terrigen crystals that give the Inhumans their abilities. And he ended up gaining new time-jumping abilities, and headed to Genosha to use these abilities to attempt to repower some of the former mutants there. He used the crystals to attempt to restore the powers of Callisto and Unus, but their powers were greatly enhanced, which ended up leaving Callisto in incredible pain. Like, the rain coming down was literally, like, causing her agony. And ended up suffocating Unus because his shield became so powerful that not even oxygen could come through it. The Inhumans, the Fantastic Four, and the US government all arrived to stop Quicksilver. They ended up taking Callisto and the Terrigen crystals into custody, which led to Black Bolt, the leader of the Inhumans, declaring war on the US and severing his ties with the Fantastic Four. Quicksilver manages to escape and tries to make his new abilities permanent, while Callisto's new enhancement actually wears off after some time, returning her to a normal human form. Eventually, Quicksilver would have the Terrigen abilities removed from him, but would regain his super speed abilities and join with a new team of Avengers led by Hank Pym, saying that these actions were caused by a Skrull imposter. Like, that was his public excuse for what happened. But a few people, including Luna, actually still knew the truth. But he decided to carry on trying to make efforts to redeem himself for his actions by becoming a hero again. Quicksilver goes through a bit of a character assassination here, but yeah, he does. I like what they're trying to do. I just don't think it all works. I think the problem was it's done through a limited series called Son of M, which means it ends and there's no immediate follow up and ramifications for it. Never mind. While a new Excalibur team forms around the grieving Captain Britain in the UK, he can remember the events that led to Meghan's death, while only a few others can. He's also lost his connection to Otherworld, which is part of the whole Captain Britain thing. It's like a nexus. It's like a dimension outside of all the other realities, kind of connected to every reality kind of thing. The Captain Britain core are based in Otherworld, which are the different Captain Britons from across the multiverse and things like that. Nocturne and Juggernaut, both of them with some memories, get put into contact with him by Psylocke and Rachel, but Peter Wisdom soon comes to them and asks them to investigate the seeming murder of Dazzler. Dazzler was revealed in fact to be alive and joined the others as a new version of Excalibur alongside Sage, who actually helped them in their first mission. However, the team struggled greatly due to the clashing leadership of Wisdom and Braddock, as well as finding other issues as Juggernaut began to lose his powers after turning on Cyttorak, and Nocturne suffered a stroke, needing a lengthy rehabilitation. Their biggest enemy, however, turned out to be the Shadow King, possessing the body of an alternate Xavier and using enslaved alternates of the original 5 X-Men, like variants from another reality. Shadow King blamed Psylocke for his imprisonment. The new Excalibur also managed to save Chamber, who had been kidnapped by the clan Akaba, who were followers of Apocalypse, and had actually been healed by them. And it had given him... Chamber now had this new body form which made him look much more similar to Apocalypse, and it was kind of implied that Chamber might actually be a descendant of Apocalypse. The new Excalibur run, again, it's Chris Claremont at this point. Claremont's trying to do his long-form storytelling again. So there's some bits that work, but some bits that don't get to really go anywhere. And also at this point, something that was becoming very apparent to me with Claremont's writing is he definitely has favourites. And he seems to favour certain characters. And Psylocke and Sage are 2 characters that he gives an incredible push to in this new run. And... your mileage may vary based on how much you like those characters. And like I said, I'm not a huge fan of some of his work in this era. unfortunately. Rachel Gray faced her own issues, as the sight of sentinels on the mansion lawn reminded her of the Days of Future Past timeline in which she grew up. So she ends up seeking comfort with the Gray family, who in her timeline she never knew. But the Grey family bloodline then finds itself completely exterminated by a group called the Shi'ar Death Commandos. They exterminated them to prevent the re-emergence of the Phoenix among their ranks. Rachel managed to escape them and fight them off with the help of the X-Men. However, she was left with this prominent Phoenix brand on her back that one of the Death Commandos gave her. Wolverine has his own issues, remembering most of his life for the first time, but still having other secrets to explore from years of mental manipulation. He learns of his lost son Daken, born from the Japanese woman Itsu, who he had a long relationship with several years ago. Itsu had been killed while she was pregnant, and he remembers that he also joined the X-Men, originally programmed to kill Xavier, but Xavier managed to help him overcome that programming. He tangles with some of his former villains restored, such as Omega Red and Cyber. Cyber, who has taken a new host body of a young mutant named Milo, and had his adamantium skin put back in Milo's body and things like that. The biggest revelation, overall, though, comes when it's revealed that one of the main manipulating forces in Wolverine's life is a mutant called Romulus, who has also been responsible for manipulating Daken to oppose Logan. He gets other mutants to help him as well, including Sabretooth, Wildchild, Feral, and Thorn, who he repowers, and claims that he, Logan, and his allies are all lupines, a divergent branch of humanity evolved from canines instead of apes. Although that all turns out to be false, which is probably good because it's a ridiculous idea. It's one of those ideas that's perfectly in line with the sort of weird science in the Marvel Universe, but I'm not sure how much I like it. Wolverine also seeks the aid of the Japanese swordsmith Muramasa to form a magic blade that can negate his healing factor in order to use it against Romulus, because Romulus has similar powers to Wolverine. Daken also has the Muramasa metal bonded to his claws, while still opposing his father, before eventually the two of them team up, aided by Romulus's sister Remus, to defeat him. Because, yeah, there's Romulus, there's also a Remus. Logan ended up giving the Muramasa blade to Cyclops and kind of entrusted it to his greatest ally, which I did like at the end of this. So, yeah. Some very mixed stories off the back of the Decimation. Some good bits, but yeah, there's a lot going on. One of the more interesting questions that the House of M miniseries ended with was the idea that obviously there were plenty of the depowered mutants who were able to manipulate vast amounts of energy, and now that those mutants had lost their powers, energy can't be created or destroyed, so where has all that energy gone? And that kind of got answered in a new Avengers story called The Collective. After the depowering of most of mutantkind, there was an energy collective that formed, and it landed on Earth in Alaska. Ended up killing a whole town, but possessed the body of a latent mutant named Michael Pointer. So this was actually a new mutant being introduced after M-Day. He crossed into Canada and ended up fighting and killing the current team of Alpha Flight, leading to Maria Hill of S.H.I.E.L.D. sending the Avengers to stop him. The Collective overpowered the Avengers and eventually made its way to Genosha, where Magnus recognized the consciousness running the Gestalt, the consciousness of the Collective, as Zorn. The Avengers succeeded in draining the energy of the Collective, and the Sentry banished it to the sun. That's sort of a trend with the Sentry in New Avengers. There's several villains that he just flies straight into the sun, including Carnage at one point. Michael and Magnus both ended up getting taken into S.H.I.E.L.D. custody, but Magneto's transport ended up being destroyed and he was lost, and it was kind of unclear whether or not he had his powers back as a result of all this. Another side effect similar to the Collective saw the return of Krakoa, the piece of the island that had been blown into space after the encounter with the second Genesis team of X-Men when they saved the original X-Men. The X-Men found themselves under attack by a mysterious new mutant named Vulcan. Vulcan was out for revenge on the team. He killed Banshee before eventually bringing the X-Men and Xavier back together to get Xavier to reveal the truth about who Vulcan is and what really happened on Krakoa. It was revealed that Vulcan is the third Summers brother, with Cyclops' mother being pregnant when she'd been captured by the Shi'ar all those years ago. Vulcan had been raised by them, but was sent to Earth years ago to serve the Shi'ar agent Eric the Red. He'd managed to escape Eric the Red and had been found by Moira McTaggart, along with other mutants, Darwin, with the power of adaptive evolution, a geomancer named Petra, and a time-looping mutant named Sway. They had all trained together under Moira, and when the X-Men had been lost on Krakoa, Xavier and Cyclops had come to Moira for help first, and Cyclops had done intense psychic training with the team. Like, knowing that time was limited, Xavier used his powers, put them in like a psychic danger room so they could work together and, become this finely drilled machine. What would take days or weeks in the real world happened in minutes because it was all in their heads. But it had not been enough to prepare them, and they all got seemingly killed by the island. After the second team had saved the X-Men, Xavier had wiped Scott's mind and created an elaborate sequence of memories in all of the X-Men to portray Krakoa as more sentient than it actually was. However, Darwin had survived by transforming into energy that was then absorbed by Vulcan, allowing him to enter stasis. The X-Men were able to separate Darwin from Vulcan, but Vulcan escaped into space, like going for revenge on the Shi'ar now. Cyclops told Xavier angrily in the aftermath to leave the mansion and said he's not welcome. I quite like this reveal. It's a huge retcon and part of, again, a whole trend of stories at this time to basically reveal that Xavier's a bit crap, combined with stories like Danger in Astonishing X-Men. But yeah, we got some good characters out of it. Vulcan is a great character. Darwin is a great character. And, the idea that they saved some mutants but not all of them, and Petra and Sway were both killed. It's very dark. Apocalypse is another character who takes the Decimation as a sign to return. He declared himself the Mutant Messiah with the goal of elevating mutantkind, and takes New Horseman. He ends up repowering Sunfire as the New Horseman Famine, transforms Gambit into his New Horseman Death. He plans to unleash a plague that will exterminate billions of humans through his Horseman Pestilence, putting humans and mutantkind on a more equal footing. The antidote was a treated serum made from his blood that he freely offered to any mutants, so a load of the 198 joined him to try and stay safe. Mystique helped the X-Men to destroy the blood and stop his plans, because this was again part of the whole Mystique being allied with the X-Men, wanting to join them kind of storyline. But he instead then tried to force humanity to exterminate 90% of itself, or he would unleash the plague and just let everyone die. The Avengers and the X-Men attempted to stop him, and they were successful in stopping Pestilence, who was revealed to be Polaris. So Polaris has been sort of repowered by technology from Apocalypse. Apocalypse is lost in the aftermath of this, seemingly taken away by the Celestials as a result of an ancient pact he's made with them, although I don't think anything ever comes of that, unfortunately. Gambit and Sunfire both leave together, but Polaris and Mystique both stay with the X-Men, at least for now. Shortly before M-Day, as the Decimation has become known, Jamie Madrox, the Multiple Man, had actually entered a television contest and won a large amount of money. He'd used his powers to cheat, but he'd done it.
he used this money to set up X-Factor investigations in Mutant Town, or the former Mutant Town, I should say, and invited several of his former X-Factor and X-Corps colleagues to join the team, including Guido Carosella the Strong Guy, Monet, Wolfsbane, Siren, and Richter. Richter at this point is also a bit suicidal at first after the fact he's lost his powers, but he soon bonded with his other teammates and resolved to help others. Madrox was in the process of also tracking down his missing duplicates as his powers had become more erratic, which was leaving him with little control of his dupes. And this was actually shown in an early story when Madrox and a dupe slept with both Siren and Monet on the same night. Like, one of them was with Siren, one of them was with Monet, and we don't know which one was which. And as a result of sharing the memories when reconnecting, even Jamie was unsure which one was him and which one was the dupe, which caused further complications when this led to Siren becoming pregnant. The team also soon encountered Layla Miller, who was aware of the truth of M-Day, as well as seeming to be aware of future events, but in a cryptic way. She became known for the catchphrase, "I'm Layla Miller and I know stuff." And this irritated Jamie no end. Also included the fact that weirded him out was the fact that Layla was saying that in the future they get married, which is something that he was very worried about because Layla was a teenager. Now, there's other cool bits in this. There's some new villains that get introduced. There's the idea of mutant changelings, which are mutants that have their powers at birth, like Jamie Madrox and Nightcrawler, as opposed to mutants that get their powers at adolescence. There was also a group called Excel that appeared in this, which was a group of mutants, or former mutants, that had been given not quite new powers. Marrow was one of them. I think Fatale was another one, who's a former member of Dark Beast Brotherhood, and a few others. I think Reaper was there as well. They were quite interesting. But yeah, this run of X Factor is by the late Peter David. It's very, very good. Highly recommend it. Some really great character stuff. And yeah, this made me a fan of a lot of X Factor. So yeah, it's very, very good. Another great series I heartily recommend from this period, especially if you can track it down, is Cable and Deadpool. They had a great series in this era that brought the two of them together, quite literally, in fact, as an encounter led to their DNA crossing, which ended up giving Cable Deadpool's healing factor, and meant that whenever Cable tried to use his teleporter to body slide, it'd bring Deadpool as well. So instead of he first says body slide by one and both of them appear because like their genetics are now kind of linked, and they have to like physically separate themselves, which is very, very gross. This is one of my favorite arcs for Deadpool as well. Like the series, the first page of the first issue of Cable and Deadpool is one that for me is just perfect Deadpool, where he's just talking about, like, there's a thing about the sexiest woman on the world and he's just yelling "B. Arthur" at the television. It's very, very funny. This series features Cable taking a much more proactive stance against threats that he knew about from his future, and he saw his link with Deadpool as an annoyance, but Wade actually got sold on the idea of building a better world, as are some of the other mutants that Cable gathers, including an information broker called Black Box and Domino. Cable actually rebuilds the fallen Greymalkin, formerly Asteroid M, into Providence, and he sets Providence as this kind of bastion of hope for freethinkers and intellectuals. But it only seems to unite the world against him, something that he was also happy with if it helped. Like, he was more than willing to be the enemy of the world if it meant that people united for the common good. His powers also undergo some quite drastic changes throughout all this. He loses some of his telepathic strength, some of his telekinesis, but gets some more tech-based powers.
But Providence is eventually established as this sort of paradise that people flock to, despite S.H.I.E.L.D. being nervous of Cable's actions and even forming a new six-pack to threaten Cable with if necessary, which includes some of the former members of his actual six-pack group, including George Washington Bridge, who is a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. at this point. Deadpool, meanwhile, finds himself sort of torn between his merc work, his desire to be a hero, his friendship with Cable, and unfinished business from his past with characters like Agent X, Taskmaster, and Rhino. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff here. Cable's literally trying to do... This is a title that, for me, kind of combined a lot of the best bits of the Cable title and the Deadpool title from the late 90s. The idea of Cable trying to do something good, do something great, and Deadpool just being his traditional clown, jackass self. And I quite like it. And like I said, there's a lot of fun times here, a lot of fun things in it. A post-hypnotic suggestion in Emma Frost's mind by Cassandra Nova leads her to attack the X-Men and attempt to free Cassandra Nova from the body that she's been imprisoned in. Emma believes that she is helping a new Hellfire Club, but they're all revealed to be mental projections which she uses to help expose the team's greatest fears. So Wolverine is put into a childlike state, Beast becomes savage, other things like that. And the way the team get round this is quite good. Like, Beast decides he's not going to be an animal, and he does this by dressing himself in a full suit. he's head to toe in a full three-piece suit. Wolverine drinks beer to become back to normal, does like a brain reset that way, and he gets helped by Armor and Blindfold as well, who like I said, they were both friends of Wing. They were two students at this point. Wing was obviously depowered by Ord, died in the danger room. While all this is occurring, Abigail Brand is also hunting Ord, who has escaped her custody. He's escaped custody because he was freed by Danger, because Danger is seeking to ally with him against the X-Men. So Wolverine, Beast, Armor, Colossus, and Shadowcat manage to stop Cassandra Nova's plot, and Cyclops helps Emma, but just as that's happening, Ord, Danger, and Brand arrive at the mansion. They all kind of meet in the danger room, and at that exact point, all of them get teleported to Breakworld. And once there, it's kind of revealed that the mutant who was foreseen destroying the Breakworld is Colossus. And to prevent the danger posed by Earth, the Breakworld has constructed a large bullet that they plan to fire at Earth. Colossus threatens to destroy the Breakworld to get them to stop, but it seems that this was all part of the Breakworld rebel Agan's plans to stop the leader of the Breakworld, Power Lord Krun. Ord ended up killing Agan to save his world, but the bullet was fired anyway, with Kitty stuck aboard it. The X-Men then race back to Earth as quickly as they can and ask other heroes to help, but there's a mental block around the bullet which prevents the heroes from taking action. And it's actually Spider-Man that sees through this, because they all got given a mental illusion of them stopping the bullet, and Spider-Man was just like, wait, that's ridiculous, I can't stop this. And that breaks him through, which is quite fun. But yeah, so they all see through this illusion, but they see through it too late. And Kitty had to use her powers to kind of phase the entire bullet, which allowed it to pass harmlessly through the Earth, but now it's just carrying on into deep space, and Kitty's stuck on board it. And she ends up just getting lost to deep space. Danger, meanwhile, was revealed to have a hard code in herself, preventing her from killing the X-Men, and Emma got Danger to help them against the Breakworld by offering to give Danger Xavier so that she could seek her vengeance that way. This is, like I said, this is the end of the Astonishing X-Men series. It's quite good. There's a lot of nice character moments in it. Armor gets some real development and sort of joins the team.
I say the end of Astonishing X-Men. It's not. The series carries on, but it's written by Warren Ellis rather than Joss Whedon. Yeah, it's good. I enjoy it. The story arc with the Bullet is called Unstoppable. Follows directly on from the previous story arc, which is called Torn. Torn actually gives Emma a great code name called Perfection. Like the evil version of herself that she sees as part of the Hellfire Club is called Perfection. And I think that's a great name for Emma Frost, and I really wished they would use it a lot more. As it is, she's just either Emma Frost or the White Queen, and it's like perfection is right there. That's literally how she sees herself. It's a great one. But yeah, it's all pretty good. This story arc probably takes place a lot later than where I've put it here, because of some of the canon of other bits at this point. But yeah, I wanted to talk about it before I get to the next bit. And the reason for that is this next bit ties in quite a lot with a lot of the expanded Marvel universe at this point, because X-Men kind of has a thing where they kind of keep it separate from a lot of the main continuity and the ongoing annual crossovers over the next few years, but at the same time, like, because they're dealing with the after effects of the Decimation, and their own storylines will ramp up and sort of deal with that, and there's plenty of X-Men related crossovers, which I'll get to towards the end of this part of the story and into part 3. But this is why this is so complicated, because there's so much connection to the wider Marvel universe featuring X-Men related characters, and this is one that we're really going to get to, because around this time the superhero community finds itself torn apart by the introduction of the Superhuman Registration Act. So this is obviously the Civil War storyline. This comes after a series of superhuman incidents that have caused significant damage and loss of life, including Nick Fury leading the Avengers into a secret invasion of Latveria, a Hulk rampage in Las Vegas, and an explosion in Stamford, Connecticut caused by the villain Nitro that caused the deaths of the New Warriors, as well as over 600 people. The Avengers and other heroes all drew lines either supporting or in opposition to the act, but the X-Men, already registered by default by the the Office of National Emergency, and the Sentinels that were kept at the 198 on the grounds, stayed neutral, except for a few exceptions. Cable found himself using his resources to help Captain America's Underground. Bishop and Deadpool both allied with the pro-registration side. Wolverine decided to hunt down Nitro, trying to learn what had enhanced his powers to cause that much destruction. Because Nitro's always been powerful, but he's never been that powerful. And Wolverine actually ended up clashing with Namor the Submariner over Nitro's fate, because Namor's cousin Namorita was among Nitro's victims. Emma Frost quite dramatically called out both Tony Stark and Carol Danvers when they appealed to the X-Men as allies. In fact, the Carol Danvers bit might have come earlier on, but, she kind of projected Genosha into their heads, essentially, because obviously she was there. She survived the destruction of Genosha. She knows all about it. So she asked them, where were the Avengers when Genosha was attacked, or when the Purifiers attacked the mansion? Very good stuff. Even X-Men villain Lady Deathstrike found herself on the pro-registration side. She ended up joining a group of nanite-subdued supervillains as a new iteration of the Thunderbolts. However, after the Civil War ended, Deathstrike got locked in a prison, along with some of the other more unstable villains. However, during all of this, there was also a brief respite. Storm and the Black Panther found romance. They ended up marrying in the middle of the ongoing conflict. This was revealed to be due to a previous promise they had made to each other after an encounter while they were younger in Africa. After the conflict, the two of them then got asked to serve in the Fantastic Four, a team that had been very divided during the war. Like, it actually almost caused the end of Reed and Sue's marriage, and so they went away to repair it and asked Storm and T'Challa to kind of take over their role on the team. While members of the team, they encountered many strange things, including the Marvel zombies, but they eventually left the team when Reed and Sue returned. In the aftermath of the Civil War, though, we also got a new version of the New Warriors, comprised pretty much entirely of former mutants, all using technology to take on new superpowered identities, with members including Jubilee as Wanderer, Wind Dancer as Renaissance, Chamber as Decibel, Beak as Blackwing, Angel Salvador as Tempest, Stacy X as Ripcord, and former members of Choir's Omega Gang as Longstrike, Phaser, and Skybolt. This team actually acted outside the bounds of the new superhuman initiative that had been set up by the Act, whose only mutant representative was Mutant Zero, who was this mysterious operative and assassin who was eventually revealed to be the villain Typhoid Mary. And it was like Mutant Zero was a new personality that she'd been given to sort of help control her. The team ended up going through several adventures together, including confrontations with S.H.I.E.L.D. and Skrulls, and helped to apprehend many rogue villains. However, after Longstrike, Skybolt, and Ripcord were all lost in various battles, they did eventually disband. The New Warriors, this was quite a good run for New Warriors. I really enjoyed the concept of it being a group of former mutants. And they were, they're still heroes. They've lost their powers, but they still want to help. Beacon Angel, I don't think were used quite as well in this as they have been in other stories, because they were, apart from Jubilee, they were probably my favourites on this group. But yeah, Wind Dancer got some good development. Chamber was quite cool. It was good to see Stacy X again. So yeah, it was decent. Xavier then led a team of X-Men into space to pursue Vulcan. His team consisted of Warpath, Darwin, Nightcrawler, Havoc, Polaris, and Rachel Grey. What follows is an epic story with lasting ramifications for both the Shi'ar Empire as a whole and the X-Men, as there is an attempted coup against Lilandra, who may also be unaware of the attack on the Grey family. The X-Men teamed up with their allies the Starjammers to get close to the Empire, with Vulcan already imprisoned after clashing with and killing several members of the Imperial Guard. However, the Vice-Chancellor turns out to be enacting his own machinations. He's unleashing a warrior named Corvus with a weapon called the Blade of the Phoenix against the X-Men, and freeing Vulcan and Deathbird. Vulcan helps to heal the comatose D'Ken, who's actually been sort of comatose since his original clash with the Phoenix years ago. And Vulcan then marries Deathbird, helping the two to lead a coup against Lilandra. However, at the end of it, Vulcan turns on D'Ken, killing him, declares himself the new Emperor of the Shi'ar, which then means the Imperial Guard have to swear fealty to him, and throws Xavier inside the M'Kraan crystal. Xavier gets saved by Darwin, but the crystal actually returns Xavier's powers for the first time since House of M. Vulcan ends up killing his father Corsair, blaming Corsair for his mother's death. In the chaos of all this, Lilandra sends a ship with Xavier, Warpath, Darwin, Nightcrawler, and Hepzibah, who is a member of the Starjammers and Corsair's former lover, back to Earth, while she then leads the other Starjammers, Havoc, Polaris, Rachel, and Corvus, away so that they can now work as a new resistance to Vulcan's rule, which creates a new civil war inside the Shi'ar Empire. And yeah, this was a big reframing of a lot of stuff for Cosmic Marvel and would lead to some other stuff further down the line. It was quite cool. Like, this was a big epic 12-part story. It was called The Rise and Fall of the Shi'ar Empire. Great stuff. It was very, very entertaining. Like, this big fantasy sci-fi epic in the middle of all this. And then we come to one of the most interesting parts of all this, one of the effects of the decimation. One of the last mutants alive, who we haven't met, called Landau, gets killed in a simple car accident. And many of the world's remaining mutants end up coming to the funeral, including most of the X-Men, Sebastian Shaw, several other major villains. You know, they all sort of come to their funeral, and they pay their respects to one of the last of their kind, recognizing that mutant kind is now an endangered species. Like, every single death matters. And Beast resolves to find a solution to what the Scarlet Witch did to mutant kind. He ends up investigating many avenues, including the High Evolutionary, Kavita Rao, and the former Neverland concentration camp, and even finds himself briefly allied with his Age of Apocalypse counterpart to find a solution. He learns from Forge that despite Bishop, Cable, and Rachel keeping their abilities, suggesting that future mutants are safe, Forge has been scanning future timelines and can find no mutants in any of them anymore. Dead bodies in Genosha have lost their mutant abilities. Even the mutant growth hormone street drug is useless if it's taken from a depowered mutant. Like, if the mutant that the growth hormone was harvested from has lost their powers, that growth hormone is useless. A lot of the mutant samples that Kavita Rao had are no longer viable. We find out that Neverland got shut down because when Decimation hit, loads of the mutants there lost their powers, so the staff killed them all. And eventually Hank is just completely desperate. He seeks aid from Doctor Strange. He starts looking for a magical solution. He learns that the spell is woven through multiple timelines and dimensions. Whatever it is Wanda did, it seems to be completely unbreakable. He even tries to seek out Wanda herself, like she's a civilian in Transia at this point, and she seems not to remember her time as the Scarlet Witch. So, completely defeated, Beast has no recourse except to return to Neverland and bury all of the slain mutants, like give them all a proper burial. It's a really, really dark storyline. It ran as a backup in a lot of titles at this point, which made it a bit of a pain to try and follow as a storyline, but it is collected as a storyline called Endangered Species. I think even on the Marvel Unlimited app you can find a reading guide for just Endangered Species. Very, very interesting idea. Like the idea that mutants are just running out of time, and that was setting up something that will become quite important. So now we start coming to the end of this particular plot line. The X-Men soon face a new threat when they encounter the mysterious Children of the Vault, a group of superpowered beings that seem to be beyond both human and mutant, and are actually hunting Sabretooth. They also kidnap both Northstar, still held by S.H.I.E.L.D., and his sister Aurora to act as their agents, and frame the X-Men for some of their violence. Rogue, Cable, Iceman, Cannonball, and Mystique form a response team to deal with them, soon aided by other characters they have rescued in Omega Sentinel Karima Shapanda. She was the character who was involved in Neil Shara's backstory, Thunderbird, and Lady Mastermind, daughter of the deceased Brotherhood and Hellfire Club member. The Children of the Vault were a new species created by scientists to undergo accelerated evolution in a time-warped cargo ship near the coast of Peru that would open to recolonize the world after humans and mutants died out. However, the effects of M-Day had caused the Vault to open early, and so the children had set out to exterminate human and mutant alike to take over the world. Sabretooth had been hired by some of the former scientists to stop them, but had been unsuccessful. The battle escalates until the children fake their deaths to escape, taking control of the former Wild Sentinel facility in Ecuador that was used by Cassandra Nova. Northstar and Aurora are both sent to S.H.I.E.L.D. to recover, and later helped by Exodus when he helps form a telepathic connection between them to allow them to heal. Rogue's team continues to work together and soon encounters both the scientific villain Pandemic and his deadly viral strain 88, and a being known as the Hecatome, a former Shi'ar WMD that has basically become sentient after killing and absorbing 8 billion beings and has arrived on Earth. Rogue manages to stop both of these threats by absorbing them, but doing so makes her unable to use her powers without killing another being due to strain 88, and leaves her comatose from the surge of personalities inside of her. In fact, it was absorbing strain 88 that led her to try and use that against the Hecatome, which is what led to her being catatonic and comatose. She ends up being taken by the X-Men to Providence to heal.
Shortly after this, though, precogs and time travelers find themselves at risk. Quiet Bill and Witness are killed. Providence is attacked. Villains are revealed to be the Marauders in alliance with Exodus's acolytes, including Frenzy, Tempo, Random, and Gambit and Sunfire. They even attack the mansion in an attempt to claim Destiny's diaries, in a stunning scene that sees Lady Mastermind hiding the villains in plain sight and only Wolverine able to sense them. Like, this is great. Like, Wolverine's like, I can smell them, they're all around us. And then Reagan is just like, oh, that would be me, and like clicks her fingers, and then all of a sudden you see that the room is filled with all their enemies. Mystique and Lady Mastermind, as well as Sabretooth, are revealed to be part of the new Marauders team, and the Marauder Malice, a disembodied spirit who had once possessed Polaris for several years, took control of Omega Sentinel. Rachel and Blindfold are kept safe, but the diaries are lost. Providence is seemingly destroyed, and Cable is seemingly killed. The X-Men realise throughout all of this that Rogue must have also been taken by Mystique, as she would not threaten her foster daughter, and that the only reason why Sinister would use his forces in such a way would be to blind the X-Men from something that is about to happen. This whole run, from the Children of the Vault through to this story, which is called Blinded by the Light, was written by Mike Carey in X-Men, and it's fantastic. Like, I love this run. Mike Carey goes on to become one of my favourite writers for X-Men. He's a novelist as well, but his work on X-Men is fantastic. But yeah, we come to what have they seen? What is this future thing that's been seen? It turns out the event that Sinister is trying to stop the X-Men from being able to spot is the birth of the Mutant Messiah. A young child is born, the first mutant born since M-Day, and her power signature overloads Cerebro. The X-Men arrive at her birthplace and find the entire town ruined, destroyed in a running battle between the Marauders and the Purifiers, with many of the babies in the hospital killed. The baby in question seems to have escaped the carnage, however, spirited away by a mysterious third party. Worse, Predator X, still on the run, on the wild on its own, has the scent of the child and begins to hunt it. Cyclops takes control of the X-Men and their allied groups, creating response teams to pursue all the leads they have. He plants the powerless Richter inside the Purifiers. He sends an assault team to hunt former acolytes to get leads on Exodus's group. Forge has also detected 2 future timelines with mutants and asks Madrox to send a dupe into each of them to get them what they know. However, Layla Miller tags along to one of them, and when the dupes go into the future, Madrox falls comatose. Meanwhile, the new X-Men, the students, joined by Armor, angered by the news of the Purifier's actions, decide to be proactive and take the fight to them, but they encounter Lady Deathstrike and her new Reavers, who are now working for the Purifiers. Richter ends up coming to their aid, but they are only saved when Pixie teleports them all away, but not before Hellion is badly wounded. News of this reaches Emma Frost just as she is helping the assault team attack an Alaskan base where the Marauders are hiding, with her distraction leading to Nightcrawler also being badly wounded. However, Wolverine learns who has the baby. As the teams return to the mansion, Sentinel Squad 1 attacks, having been corrupted by Nano Sentinels, destroying the mansion. Wolverine tells Cyclops that Cable has the baby, and Scott assumes that Cable was the one who used the Nano Sentinels. He forms a new X-Force team consisting of Wolverine, Hepzibah, Warpath, Wolfsbane, X-23 and Caliban to track Cable and bring him in. Predator X loses the baby's scent, and after killing the mutant Peepers, it makes its way to the X-Mansion. Xavier and Cyclops clash very publicly in front of all of the other X-Men about Scott's actions during this crisis, including the fact he sent X-Force, a group of trained killers, after his own son. but Scott says that he is doing whatever he needs to do to protect mutant kind, coming out from under Xavier's shadow and taking control of both the X-Men and the Dream. And I have to say, I freaking love the transformation that Cyclops undergoes through this era. Starts here and goes on for several years. Cyclops becomes the core of the X-Men. He's always been one of the, you know, kind of the weakest, kind of the also-rans of the X-Men. You know, he's not the most popular. This arc and what follows it over the next few years were what solidified for me just how good Cyclops could be. Like, Cyclops is amazing, and him just calling Xavier out on his bullshit and the fact that everything Xavier's done has done nothing to help. Like, mutant kind is a dying race. You know, they're most mutants are vulnerable, and now they're in the middle of this biggest crisis of their lives. There is a new mutant, the first new mutant born in years, and they have to keep her alive because other people are trying to kill her, and she's a baby. And it's like, yes, Cable may have her, but they don't know what Cable's goal is. They don't know what's going on. They need to find out. The X-Men are on the back foot, and Cyclops is really taking control, and I love it. Love this arc for Cyclops. Absolutely fantastic. In the future, meanwhile, Layla Mirror and Madrox are captured by anti-mutant forces and locked into a concentration camp, where they find themselves branded with an M tattoo, similar to Bishop, and they even actually encounter a young child called Bishop. X-Force encounter Cable and save him and the baby from Lady Deathstrike and the Reavers, but he ends up stealing their jet in order to head to take a time machine from Forge. As the child, Bishop tells Layla and Jamie that the Messiah killed 1 million people and led to mutant kind being oppressed in his timeline, we get the reveal of Bishop taking down Cable and going to kill the baby, being revealed as like a traitor trying to stop the X-Men during this. Not Cable, Bishop. Bishop was the one that unleashed the Nano Sentinels. Bishop's the one that's responsible for all of this. He's the one trying to kill the baby. Cable is trying to keep the baby alive. So yeah, Bishop goes to kill the baby and gets stopped by the arrival of Gambit and the Marauders, who manage to fight him and take the baby to Muir Island, where Gambit gives the baby to Mystique, who has taken over for Sinister after using Rogue's Strain 88 abilities to kill Sinister. Which, yeah, I love that. Like, she doesn't trust Sinister, she's killed him, she's gotten rid of him. Mystique's playing the long game here. In the future, Layla kills the dupe so that his knowledge of Bishop's desire to kill the Messiah can make it back to the X-Men via Madrox Prime. Bishop was found by the X-Men and is en route to Muir Island with X-Force, while Cable has again vanished. Madrox Prime wakes from his coma, now with the M tattoo over his face, and tells the X-Men about Bishop, while Cable recruits Xavier, saying that in his future world, the Messiah helped to unite mutants and humans. As Bishop and X-Force engage the Marauders and the Acolytes, and the rest of the X-Men race to stop Bishop, the new X-Men at the mansion get attacked by Predator X, and Pixie manages to teleport all of them to Muir Island as well, to try and keep them safe. She tries to get Predator X out, and everyone arrives on Muir Island, basically. That's the final battle. Mystique tells Gambit that Destiny's Diaries predicted everything that would happen to Rogue, as well as the Messiah, and she touches the baby to Rogue, which horrifies Gambit, who says that Rogue wouldn't want a baby to die for her. But the baby is completely unharmed. Xavier and Cable arrive and convince Gambit to give Cable the baby. But Bishop and Predator X also arrive, with Predator X biting off Bishop's arm before Wolverine kills it. Wolverine kills it by getting swallowed by Predator X and gutting it from the inside, because it's like, its skin may be adamantium proof, its insides aren't. Rogue awakens, realizes what Mystique has done, and disowns her and actually attempts to kill her with Strain 88. However, too late, she realizes that the baby's touch has removed every single voice in her head. Not just the Hecatome, but Carol, Sunfire, Wolverine, everyone else she has ever absorbed, as well as removing Strain 88 as well. So all that happens is that Rogue gets given Mystique's memories. She had her own head for the first time in her life, and she's ruined it immediately by trying to use the Strain 88 powers on Mystique, and it's backfired, and now she's got Mystique in her head. And she ends up turning her back. She leaves Mystique and Gambit behind. Cyclops confronts Cable and demands that he hands over the baby. And Xavier convinces Cable to do it. Cyclops, holding the baby, remembers the first time he ever held Nathan in his arms, and then remembers how he sent Nathan to the future to live, before he gives the baby back to Cable and tells Cable to look after her. Cable time slides into the future, and as he does, Bishop attempts to shoot him, hitting Professor X and seemingly killing him. After Cyclops takes down Bishop, he declares that with the death of Xavier, there are no more X-Men, while Xavier's body seems to disappear in the aftermath. In the future, meanwhile, Cable and the baby arrive, safe and sound, and ready for what comes next. This story, I love this story. It's called Messiah Complex. It's absolutely fantastic. I love it. It's so good. It's just this really good rip-roaring action adventure, and the template for Messiah Complex becomes kind of a template. It's the same template they used for Endangered Species backups, but it becomes the template going forward for a lot of the X-Men crossovers. Like, X-Men is going to have some very insular crossovers separate from the rest of the Marvel universe, and the way it happens here is a good example of what comes later, because essentially we get a one-shot issue for Messiah Complex, which lays out like the start of the story. We then get the next 4 issues of 4 of the main titles. In this case, it was X-Men, Uncanny X-Men, New X-Men, which is the one with the students, and X Factor. And it will be different titles for the next big crossovers, but yeah, it's a really good story arc. I really enjoy this one. I think it's a lot of fun. So, and yeah, it's just a nice twist. It's a good way of kind of continuing the story of Decimation while sort of trying to undo it at the same time. Because I think that, I don't know if there'd been a complete change in editorial at this point, but I think there was definitely a call for more mutants to be a thing, and this actually felt like something that could be done and kept these future characters around and made their own storylines more impactful and everything. I like Messiah Complex. I think it's a great, not necessarily a great jumping on point, but a really great chapter in this part of the storyline. You know, in terms of the ongoing storyline for X-Men, it's fantastic. Right, I'm actually going to end this part here, because I am keeping a minute tally of everything coming up, everything that I've spoken about, and this episode is a bit shorter than the first one, but I've also covered a lot less time. It's just that, like I said, the X-Men are so connected to the wider Marvel universe at this point. You know, Wolverine's on the Avengers, there's all the stuff with Civil War, there's everything going on. And, you know, storylines like House of M and, you know, how that leads into the Decimation, you can't really talk about that and can't really explain that without covering bits like Avengers Disassembled and talk, you know, or talking about New Warriors without talking about Civil War, and you know, Storm and Black Panther on the Fantastic Four, for example. So much of Marvel becomes very, very connected in the modern age, and it all kind of starts sort of around 2001. You know, there's like a huge reboot of Marvel with the start of like New X-Men and things like that and then the annual crossovers, and everything kind of becomes very connected. And they do they do create new jumping on points and new reading orders, but then at the same time, everything is still connected to things that came before. And you're going to see that quite a lot as I get into the third part of this, where I talk about the rest of the X-Men run. I mean, we're only at about 2008 at this point. I sort of covered up to 97 with the first part, like 97, 98, from 1963. And in this, I've only really gone from 97 up until about 2008, 2009. So, that sort of shows you just how, not just how big the X-Men are and how much is going on, but also just how important some of this stuff is. Like, this is the lasting consequences. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I kind of skimmed over, which I've then had to go over and explain in this one as well, from the first episode, things like Belasco. So, that might be the case again. I don't know. I'm trying not to have that be the case, but I can't promise it won't be. But yeah, so I think we'll end it for here and sort of give an idea of what's coming next. We've got what have we got? We're going to be getting into the X-Men Legacy, which is again Mike Carey. We're going to see what's happening with Cable and the Baby on the run from Bishop. Layla Miller's still stuck in the future. The mutants are going to, the expansion's been destroyed. It's like, what happens to the X-Men and the rest of mutantkind now? X-Force is now back on the table, and a very different iteration of X-Force to what we've had before. And there's going to be way more connections to the rest of the Marvel Universe now. We've got Vulcan is up in space, in charge of the Shi'ar Empire. We've got there's storylines coming up for the Marvel Universe in general around the corner, things like Secret Invasion and Dark Reign, and some of the X-Men characters, specifically Emma Frost, become big parts of that. There's other unresolved plot lines that are still there, like the fact that Siren is pregnant with Madrox's baby, but it could possibly be, a duplicate or what. No one knows what's going on. And there's a lot of cool stuff. Like there's ongoing plot lines on the back of other plot lines. There's a Nimrod in play with the Purifiers, and how that's going to get resolved. So many mutants like Magneto. Do they have their powers? Do they not have their powers? Kitty's lost in space. There's so many things that need resolving. Like, Mystique's out there on the run. Rogue's separated from the team, and her powers have changed again, and she has to kind of deal with that. And it's like, what even happens with the Mutant Messiah? What does that mean? What does a mutant birth for the first time in years mean for the rest of mutantkind? So, I know the answers to all that, and I'm sure, I'm going to tell you all in the next episode where I discuss this, where I discuss the X-Men. I can't promise it's going to be immediately the next episode of the podcast, but it will be very soon, where we're going to go back and get to this. And I think I probably want to get to sort of just before the modern day of X-Men. There's a very good breaking point for the modern era of X-Men called the Krakoan era, and I want to do a proper episode dedicated to that when it eventually... I mean, the Krakoan era is finished, but it seems to be directly impacting what's currently going on in the titles at the moment with the From the Ashes stuff. So I kind of want to wait until more of that is done before I go too deep into all that. So I want to get to sort of the start of the Krakoan era, the start of Jonathan Hickman coming onto the X-Men, and I'll end that, and that'll be the next part of this. So yeah, we're going to be getting lots of good stuff. Links to what the future is for the Mutant Messiah. We're going to get the return of the Phoenix Force. We're going to get everything that happened with Secret Wars and how the X-Men played a role in that. All of that sort of stuff is all still to come, and I'm very much looking forward to go through it. I'm not as familiar with some of the comics coming up as I was through a lot of this bit, so there's a bit more research that needs doing, but there is so much cool stuff coming up that I want to talk about. So I'm looking forward to it, and hopefully you're all looking forward to it as well, and I look forward to you all joining me when we get there. So yeah, that's part 2 of the X-Men. I think ending with Messiah Complex is a good point to end this. Like, we didn't start with House of M, but we started with the stories that kind of led to House of M. So yeah, it's a good place to end for now. So my friends, thank you for joining me again. Hopefully you've had as much fun as I have going over some of these stories. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of X-Men. I've read quite a lot of these comics. There's so many more I want to go through and actually have a proper read of myself. But what is here, what the X-Men are to me, is incredible. Like, they are a brilliant allegory for any kind of marginalized society. And I think my favourite X-Men stories are the ones where they really lean into this, and you can see that with storylines here like Endangered Species and Messiah Complex. Like, the idea that mutants are really, really on the outskirts and kind of hated by people, and the rest of the Marvel Universe doesn't really seem to care almost that mutants are an endangered species in this, and that's what it can feel like sometimes being from a marginalized group. So yeah. So yeah, like I said, there is going to be a part 3 to this series where I'm going to come back and do the rest of the X-Men stories. That's going to be covering series like, story arcs like Mutopia, Second Coming, Nation X, Avengers vs. X-Men, and all the way up to House of X. So I'm really, really looking forward to covering some of that. And I'm going to do the Krakoan era itself, everything from House of X, Powers of X on, as its own separate episode in the future, but I want to get up to that point in the next part of this. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. I'm not sure exactly when it's going to be out yet. It is going to be soon. It's going to be one of the next upcoming episodes, but possibly not the next episode. I want to have a bit of a break from the X-Men stuff. Do some of the other episodes that I've got on my docket first. But yeah, hopefully you'll stick around. You'll be back for that. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves. I hope you've had a great time. Hope you all look after yourselves. Take the best care of your physical and mental health that you can. All the usual things in the link tree. You can follow me on Facebook. You can follow me on other social media. You can join the Discord. You can listen to an accompanying playlist that I've done for this podcast. All sorts of stuff. You don't have to do any of it. If you want to support me as well, that's also there as an option. You can commission me for an episode, but you don't have to do any of it. All I ask is that you listen, you like, you subscribe if you haven't already, and if you want to see more of my stuff. Otherwise, just look after yourselves, and I will see you next time. Until next time, guys, bye for now. Love you all. Thank you for joining us here at Garhdo Goes Geek. Your support of this podcast means the absolute world to me, and I am grateful to everyone who listens. If you wish to engage more with myself and my co-hosts, we have a few other ways to do this. Firstly, if you go to the link tree linked in the description, you'll find links not just to this podcast on every platform, but also to our Discord server, where you can interact directly with all of us, and a link to a dedicated subreddit for this podcast. There is also a link to a supporting Blogspot page, where I'll be posting supporting material for this podcast, including progress updates, schedules, and watch orders for the content I cover should you wish to watch along with me. I also have a link to a Spotify playlist featuring some of the music items I've discussed in the podcast. You can also add me on Facebook if you so wish, or follow on Twitch, where I'll be hosting a weekly stream. Finally, there is also a link in there to Ko-Fi, where you have the option to leave a one-time tip if you so wish, or alternatively to commission your own podcast episode. So if there is a topic you would like me to cover that I have yet to do so, then you can request I cover it for a small sponsorship fee. However, if you do not have the means to do so, then all I ask is that if you could please like, subscribe, and share this podcast with anyone else you think may like it. I love you all. Until next time, bye for now.